No more water, no more water, no more water. Fire, fire next time. Come gather, my children, come gather to me. The sky in the west is as dark as the sea. The air tastes of embers, it claws at your eyes. And I hear the horsemen are following behind. No more water, no more water, no more water. Fire, fire next time. Old Noah cried, hear me, the water will come and wreak mighty judgment on everyone. I warn you, my people, the time is not long for changing our ways, for righting our wrongs. No more water, no more water, no more water. Fire, fire next time. The people dismissed and denied and delayed, long after the rivers were swollen with rain, and only when floodwaters swallowed their cries did the sign of the rainbow appear in the sky. No more water, no more water, no more water. Fire, fire next time. The Lord said your family alone has been spared, and all of creation I leave in your care. But do not mistake me, remember my sign. I'll send no more water, but fire next time. No more water, no more water, no more water. Fire, fire next time. Thank you.
Do your share like a man.
There is power in a band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land. One industrial union grand.
Would you have sharing the gold in the sky and live in a shack away in the back? Would you have wings up in heaven to fly and starve here with rags on your back?
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land. One industrial union land.
If you've had enough of the blood of the lamb, then join in the grand industrial band. If for a change you would have eggs and ham, come do your share like a man.
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land. One industrial union band.
Well, if you like like sluggers to beat off your head, then don't organize or unions despise. If you are nothing before you are dead, shake hands with your boss and the wise.
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land. One industrial union band.
Oh, come, O ye workers from every land, join in the grand industrial band. Then we our share of this earth shall demand. Come do your part like a man.
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land. One industrial union band.
Would you take contently what's put in your hand, less than you earn with one leg to stand? Would you believe what they tell you to be, or with brothers go out to sea?
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule every land. One industrial union band. There is power in those band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land. One industrial union band. One industrial union band.
One industrial union band.
In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom and a man was left to living, but as year gave way to year the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death a governor to rule them came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life if not his soul. But the huntsman William Tell came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason, but the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no fear with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields the bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew.
Not smart. Thank
Then
you
the
for the
arrow
$5
sang
dono.
and split the apple clean in two.
Thank you for being the first
All at
person to score
once the
stream
crowd
today.
erupted into cheers and into chatter, and the second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, "Why hold two arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son." Take the archer now and hang him, Gessler to his men was crying. But before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow.
Hello, everyone. Fare thee well, not smirt. I made sure to steal first support from anyone else. Hell yeah. Because I'm just that evil. Hell yeah. Good sleep. Also, reminder to myself and the mods, switch over to live chat view over on YouTube so we can see all the beautiful faces. Hello! How we all doing? Hello, Limes Fluviotaku. Hello, Bisbee. Hello, Kiva and Defer. Hello, Fish Fists. Hello, Hammock1. Hello, CMH006. Hello, Cute Dark Arts. Hello, Orvillaby. Hello, Paladin Lost. I get Jack and a reasonable amount of sleep tonight. That remains to be seen. Hello, Rhyme Jack. Hello. Wait, did I already say? Nope, you only got one. Whew, whew, whew. All right. Hello, Marrowcat. Hello, T-Leif. Hello, B. Parker. Hello, Failsafe. Hello, Latzia. Hello, Mabs Alicorn. Hello, Ashley J. Curtis. Thank you for helping to invent the internet. Hello, Zoe Bryn. Hello, John Bainbridge. Hello, The Grinch sends his regards. Hello, Baby Gorilla. Hello, Sue Fairwolf. Hello, Renekun6243. Hello, Just to Be Here. Hello, Porpoise Queen. Hello, Static Somnio. Hello, Blueberry Bumblebees. Hello, Stephen Dories. Oh, I'm sorry to hear
Had
that
my
about your
first
wife's
HRT
grandpa.
appointment today. Once blood tests are done and I sign the consent forms, I should get mailed estrogen patches
Hell
shortly after.
yeah! Congratulations, Snuggle Kitten. Thank you for the tier 1 sub, but also congratulations. I know it's so goddamn hard to make that first appointment and then to keep it. It is so fucking hard, but you did it. You did the hard thing. I hope you rewarded yourself with like some ice cream or a burrito or something. Which I when I got my first HRT appointment done, I rewarded myself with a burrito. It's a classic. 10 out of 10 would recommend. Hello, Petals and Gems. Hello, Candace Tropus. Hello. How we all doing, folks? Hello. How we doing, Comrade Girl 2018? Has Jack ever played the Jack's Films Grinch dating game on stream? No. I didn't even know that existed. Hello, Josh Sees. Hello, Stop the Stupidity. What kind of burrito? Half chicken, half carnitas from Chipotle. With you know, you gotta get. I go with the double hot salsa and some sour cream, cheese, some black beans. It's some good shit. My entire state is about to be turned into Atlantis with an atmospheric river extending all the way from here to Hawaii. Damn. Best of luck. Hello, Alan Smith. Burritos are perfect if you're anemic like me. Highly recommend. They're also perfect if you're not anemic as well. Hello, you can call me Jess. You know, believe it or not, guys, I am still 30 minutes later than when I would ideally like to start stream. We're still starting, well, I guess technically 50 minutes later than when I would like to start stream. So, you know, I'm doing my best, but some work remains to be done to get my timing down. It's a lazy week. This feels early. Yeah, because I've been streaming on the weekends, like after I get all the activities I need to get done during the daylight hours done. Whew. I remember when you were on at about 8 p.m. That's the goal, you know? It allows me to be somewhat of a day walker. Now, let's just dive into it here. As per usual, I have found a little pebble to present all of you, which just looks fun. It's a trailer for a new Bob Odenkirk movie. And I gotta say, whoever decided that the guy from Better Call Saul should be just an action movie guy, um, excellent choice. I don't know why that just started. Here we go. Well, that's my page on the Guano Wars. I was reading the London Review of Books about the Guano Wars, because that isn't the pebble I was here to present to you. I was here to present to you a delightful trailer, um, not information about wars in the late 1800s over feces. I apologize. Let's just fix that real quick. Well, that's not fixed. There we go. Guano covered pebbles. Here we go.
Welcome to Normal, Minnesota. A charming, unassuming town where time moves slow and a friendly face is always just around the corner.
Your eyes, that mouth.
You'll never be far from our local mayor, dedicated deputy sheriff, a friendly mailman, cheerful store owners, cozy eateries. Oh, and our town moose.
Hey!
Like the way you law, man.
Life in Normal is quiet, peaceful, predictable. Until it isn't.
Why are they shooting at you?
I'm at a loss.
Jesus.
That's not where I was aiming.
Welcome to Normal.
It flows through my...
It just looks really delightful. My kind of film. What's the movie? It's Welcome to Normal. Also, from the summers I've spent in rural Minnesota, um, accurate. Would be great to see a David Cross cameo. Always great to see a David Cross cameo. Um, Look, I see some of you guys making fun of my Back-Guano article, but like it's a really fascinating deep dive into the importance of phosphorus to both our biological existence and the existence of biological life, and to, you know, the whole explosive things that we do. Rural Minnesota sounds boring, no offense. You're not wrong. Moose are pretty cool though. Have you ever seen a moose? They're scary big. It's like encountering an eldritch god in the forest. It's about as close as you can get anyway. They're huge. They're huge, and also they will fucking kill you. No moose in Hawaii? I mean, that's fair. Don't they make terrifying noises? Here, moose sounds.
Everyone, did you exercise today? The fascists did. Why haven't you? Also, it's my birthday. 46 years young today. Keep fighting the good fight.
What the hell did I join? People wanted to know what sounds mooses make. And also, I just want to remind you guys that moose are
the largest.
fucking huge. Oh god, they didn't get the actual video. Fuck you. Fuck you for lying to me. Let's see here. Yeah, here you go. Here's just an example of a moose being all casual.
Big fella here. Wow, Kalia, look at him. He's huge. Hey there, bud.
These people are being very stupid, by the way.
You gotta. No, I'm not gonna touch it. Hey there, bud. Hey there, got a beer there, bud, huh? You just gonna send it? Yeah? Okay.
Like, I'm glad they're all very thrilled, but just as an FYI, if that thing decided to charge one of the cars, it would win in the fight against a car or a truck. Like, if you get out of your car to try and pet one of those things, it will just fucking kill you. Like, if you're in a car and you hit a moose, your car is done. That moose is probably gonna be fine. Yeah, 2,800 pounds of attitude. It could accidentally kill you, yeah. And that's the other thing they don't tell you, Trans Raider. Moose are mean and very territorial, and they will fight you. Not as dumb as these guys. Oh, God.
Go ahead, touch it. Go ahead, try. Go ahead, try. See what happens.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I am.
Oh, these guys.
Get him. Yeah, get him. Yes. Get him. Get him.
That's like a baby moose. It will straight up fuck you out. Fuck you up. Finally an animal I can relate to, yeah. That is a small moose, yes. And even a small moose is bigger than a human being. My mom was saved from a moose by her dog when she was young. Moose started charging her and the dog chased it off. God. Kippy, thank you for the 100 biddies over on Twitch. It's a beautiful day in the Pacific Northwest. You're an unstoppable killing machine from the Pleistocene epoch that death forgot, indeed. Well, Dragonfly, I'm really glad that your mom was saved from a moose. How dangerous would an orphaned baby moose be? Well, very dangerous, unless you could absolutely confirm that it was orphaned. Because if it's not, and you're fucking with it, its mama is gonna kill you fucking dead. Moose versus hippo, who would win? You know, the hippo would probably have an edge in the water, but I'm gonna throw this out there. Depends on which habitat they inhabit. Who has the home turf home turf advantage? Put a moose in hot weather, they're gonna have a hard time. Put a hippo in cold weather, they're gonna be dead in like 5 minutes. Yeah, moose can swim, but I don't think they fight very well in the water. Yeah, moose have one natural predator, the orca. It's true. Hippos are very, very mean, it's true. Alright. There we go. We got some of our wiggles out.
Thanks for keeping me entertained on night shift.
Casmilli's Hero, thanks for watching me on the night shift. And thank you for the £5. Appreciate it. Thoughts on black bears? I don't know. They're usually just silly little guys, but also don't fuck with them. My general thoughts are don't fuck with wild animals. It's a bad idea. I think the lesson we could take from this is fuck wildlife and moose need to go extinct. Nah. Okay. If I'm not mistaken, grizzly bears are meaner than black bears. It's true. Black bears are potentially the friendliest kind of bear, but that doesn't mean you should, like, hug a black bear. Never go full grizzly man, alright? Never allow one you love to go full grizzly man. It's a bad idea. It was a bad idea for grizzly man, it's a bad idea for you. You could give it a bear hug, though. Yeah. Grizzly Man was able to give a few bears some hugs. I don't think it wound up being worth it. What if I really want to? Then, you know, roll that dice. Roll that charisma check, all right? God. Animal handling is based off wisdom. Not if you're going to hug a bear, though. That's a constitution check. God. Should I invite my local black bear to a picnic? God, you guys are silly as fuck. I love you guys. All right. Y'all ready? Y'all ready to jump into some content? Did you hear raccoons are domesticating themselves? I did, and then I also heard that potentially that's not 100% accurate. I don't know. Whatever. Fuck me up, boss? Alright. Let's go. Lock in. Do. Do 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 do. Pull up a couple of things here. Yeah, alright. Here we go. K-Thing, thank you for the 2 pounds. Appreciate it. Okay, you guys ready for real now? You guys got your wiggles out? My little pebbles have bamboozled you into a state of, readiness? Yeah? When did stream start? A while ago? Why not? Let's go. Twitch chat, you ready? Twitch? Huh? Huh? I'm looking at you guys. Yeah? Hell yeah. Let's go. So, folks, we gotta talk about the fact that it seems that Donald Trump is really doubling, tripling, quadrupling, pentupling down on trying to start a war with Venezuela. And what I mean by this is that he has ordered an act of war against Venezuela earlier today. And he announced it as per usual on his own social media website, Truth Social, saying, Venezuela is completely surrounded by the largest armada ever assembled in the history of South America. It will only get bigger, and the shock to them will be like nothing they have ever seen before. Until such time as they return to the United States of America all of the oil, land, and other assets that they previously stole from us. The illegitimate Maduro regime is using oil from these stolen oil fields to finance themselves, drug terrorism, human trafficking, murder, and kidnapping. For the theft of our assets, and many other reasons, including terrorism, drug smuggling, and human trafficking, the Venezuelan regime has been designated a foreign terrorist organization. Therefore, today I am ordering a total and complete blockade of all sanctioned oil tankers going into and out of Venezuela. The illegal aliens and criminals that the Maduro regime has sent into the United States during the weak and inept Biden administration are being returned to Venezuela at a rapid pace. America will not allow criminals, terrorists, and other countries to rob, threaten, or harm our nation, and otherwise will not allow a hostile regime to take our oil, land, or any other assets, all of which must be returned to the United States immediately. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump, President of the United States of America. And you know he means business because he signed his full name and title. So yeah, as many of you have all no doubt already noticed, he's claiming that the United States owns Venezuela's oil. Like, what? I don't believe we've ever ever owned Venezuela's oil. Number one, and number two, what land is he talking about? Exactly. We don't own land in Venezuela. Yeah, this is legitimately like his soup brain syndrome is ramping up into like a whole new category. It's crazy. And like, guys, it's not just him. Top Trump aide suggests boat strikes aimed to topple Venezuela's Maduro. White House Susie Wiles appears to contradict the official narrative, portraying the attacks as an anti-drug campaign. Yeah. In comments published by Vanity Fair magazine on Tuesday, Wiles appeared to contradict the Donald Trump administration's stated rationale behind the bombing campaign, combating drugs. He, Trump, wants to keep on blowing boats up until Maduro cries uncle, and people way smarter than me on that say that he will, Wiles was quoted as saying. Which, like, if true, that's insane. You guys understand that makes us the bad guys, right? Like, Donald Trump, like, even, honestly, even without this statement, we're already the bad guys in this circumstance, but, like, if you put this mentality in any other government, and they were like, well, we're just going to keep on blowing up U.S. fishing boats until, the United States capitulates to our demands. That is insane. That is absolutely insane. Like, you guys know, generally speaking, I'm against the, like, default stance of American diabolism, but, like, damn, like, we really are playing hard into that frame, aren't we? All that being said, like, we've killed almost 100 people attacking these boats with no evidence presented that they're actually smuggling drugs. And even if they were, that doesn't come with a death sentence. And now, like, Susie Wiles is just going, well, it's actually, we want to oust and we want to coup the Venezuelan government, and we're going to do it by killing their civilians until their leadership steps down. That's insane. That is straight up murder. And, like, here's Australian media reporting on Donald Trump ordering the blockade. And by the way, one of the other parts of his statement on Truth Social is that he's going to continue the military buildup in the Caribbean. So, like, it seems like his plan is to continue massing troops it demands for what purpose? Congress is the only body in our democracy granted the power by the Constitution of the United States to declare war. Donald Trump, by ordering a blockade, is engaging in an active war against the nation of Venezuela. This is illegal. It is not allowable. It is not a thing that the president has the power to do, but it requires us to enforce that that part of the Constitution. And I am very worried for what it means about our laws, about our Constitution, that, like, it seems that Congress is not going to act. It seems that, his cabinet is not going to act. And it seems like the Supreme Court of the United States isn't going to act. But, like, this is, for all intents and purposes, the thing that should, like, before we get to, like, things that actually, like, kill en masse Americans, whether it is a regional war that leads to the deaths of American or Venezuelan civilians, like, this is the moment where he should be removed from power. If our country is to have functional laws that are accepted by the population, to have functional protections that are accepted by the population, to have functional rights accepted by the population, it needs to start with the president. The buck stops in the White House. Like, this needs to be one of those moments, and I'm afraid that it's not going to be one of those moments where our country is able to rise and say no more. Like, by any objective metric, looking at the behavior of Donald Trump, like, there needs to be like a bunch of folks who stand up and say, no, enough is enough. It's really frustrating to be dealing with a Democratic Party that is, by and large, too feckless to make a constant and consistent call for impeachment. It is so frustrating to see the majority, the party in the majority, the GOP, completely abandon all their principles. Remember how they were cheering him on during the election as an anti-war president, and now here he is massing up to declare war on another country unilaterally without Congress. I mean, at this point, like, they're just shitting on the Constitution and using it as toilet paper. But it's just a special military operation. Yeah, exactly. They all think they're untouchable. At the very least, Donald Trump thinks he's untouchable. And we're seeing some breaks in his coalition that indicate that the Republican Party is shifting, but it hasn't shifted enough for this to be their red line. We need a Congress that is capable of impeaching the president and that is capable of impeaching members of the Supreme Court. It is a disgusting abandonment of the law that this is allowed to continue. Now, it's so, like, The Venezuelan government responded, "We are making a call to the people of the United States and the world to reject via all mediums this extravagant threat that reveals once more the true intentions of Donald Trump to steal the riches of a country. His true intention, which has been denounced by Venezuela and the people of the United States in grand demonstrations, was always about seizing the petrol, land, and minerals of Venezuela through gigantic campaigns of lies and manipulation." Nicolas Maduro, the Venezuelan president, spoke earlier at an event before Mr. Trump's post, said, "Imperialism and the fascist right want to colonize Venezuela to take over its wealth of oil, gas, gold, among other minerals. We have sworn absolutely to defend our homeland, and in Venezuela, peace will triumph." Like, look, guys, I'm not a fan of Nicolas Maduro. Like, he absolutely rigged the last election in his favor. That being said, like, Donald Trump invading the country to steal its riches is just absolutely insane. It is unacceptable. And one thing to keep in mind as we are going through all of this, right? As we are going through all of this, my guess is that a big argument that the Trump administration is going to try to bring to the Supreme Court is that Donald Trump has officially, as hinted at earlier in the year, officially declared fentanyl a weapon of mass destruction. Here is the executive order from yesterday. It is, well, extraordinarily stupid. Now, why do I say that? Why do I say, like, fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction is just an incredibly stupid thing? Well, number one, because the idea that because it kills a lot of people means it's a weapon of mass destruction. Does that mean tobacco is a weapon of mass destruction? Secondhand smoke is a weapon of mass destruction? Alcohol is a weapon of mass destruction? Like, no! This is a stupid argument. It's a stupid argument. Just on the face of it, right? Yeah, cars are weapons of mass destruction. Big Macs are weapons of mass destruction. Guns are weapons of... Like, come on, dude. This is crazy. Now, what I'm going to throw out there is also, potentially, if you don't know anything about fentanyl, gonna blow your mind. Are you ready? Also, every single hospital in the United States of America uses fentanyl. Every single hospital has a supply of fentanyl on hand because it's approved by the FDA. It is an FDA-approved drug that they use in hospitals and pharmacies. And, like, literally, it is everywhere in America because it is commonly used in medicine. And I'm sorry, but this executive order saying that it's a weapon of mass destruction, that would be like saying toasters are weapons of mass destruction. Your toaster, weapon of mass destruction right there. A dishwasher, weapon of mass destruction. Like, everyone in America with a toaster possesses a WMD. Like, that's the equivalent of what he's saying here. Like, obviously the problem with fentanyl is that people use it for off-label uses. Obviously the problem is that people get addicted to it and it kills them. Like, yes, that is a problem. We also know how to deal and treat people with addiction. When we treat it as a health concern, as a public health issue, we are able to intervene. We are able to get people unaddicted. We are able to make sure people are safe and people who overdose don't die. We have, like, the ability to stop that from happening, right? Like, the reason there are safe injection sites and safe places to use drugs is so that people can come in and then not die from their addiction and then have the opportunity to get unaddicted. Like, that's the entire point of safe injection sites. And the Trump administration and Republicans in general are just like, oh no, we can't have that. Like, we can't have a policy we know saves lives? And instead, we're going to declare fentanyl, a drug commonly available in medical scenarios across the nation, to be labeled on par with nuclear weapons? And the argument here is going to be that Venezuela is shipping drugs, and the drugs might be fentanyl, right? Ignoring the fact that Venezuela does not manufacture fentanyl. But like we're like on the precipice here of essentially the argument being Venezuela has weapons of mass destruction. We need to go in there and destroy them. And it's like it's insane because the weapons that same weapon of mass destruction that they are alleging exists in Venezuela is all over the United States in copious amounts for medically mandated purposes and approved of by the FDA. Exactly. Donald Trump is just doing Iraq again, but has somehow found a way to make it so much more stupid. Like this is like the logical endpoint of the war on drugs. This is why the war on drugs has always been bad and bullshit. Because it's not about actually stopping drugs or helping people who get addicted to drugs. It's about incarceration. It's about pursuing the goals of the state, whether that is stocking up private prisons with folks who have broken the law and are unlikely to be violent inmates so that they can be used as slave labor, or I guess now so that we can invade other countries and steal their natural resources. Donald Trump just aspires to be an 1800s era imperialist. It's crazy. And I'm so sick of the mainstream media in this country paying lip service to this clown as if he or anyone in his government deserves like a sense of the benefit of the doubt, like even a scrap of the benefit of the doubt. They don't deserve shit. They are liars and thieves to a man. Every single one of them. It's crazy. Yeah, the constant sane washing, Livy, a great turn of phrase. The constant sane washing is driving me bananas. And like I guess it's also trying to drive the Venezuelan government bananas. Because the Lord knows if we fucking overturn the Maduro government, it's just going to be a banana republic. It's sick. And it's twisted. And we should not stand for it. Everyone call your senator, call your senators, call your representative. Make some noise about this because frankly, we need to be making more noise. Become a known name to your representative's office, to your senator's offices. Be known and be loud because this is just insane and we cannot tolerate the ever hastening spiral down the drain that Republicans want to take us on. So, if you got anything out of this, like the show, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment that is more than 8 words because the algorithm likes comments that are longer than 8 words. And please consider also joining your local Dems, joining your local DSA. If you need help doing either of those things, join our Discord, reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems, reach out to GamerG for help joining your local DSA. We have the ability, we have the tools, we have the people here to try and help you get involved. So let's make it happen, okay? Each and every one of us needs to get involved on the local level for us to start building the power that we need to stop these heinous criminals from worsening all of our lives. All that being said, one last thing, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. It's tested on cis men, cis women, non-binary folk. Everyone who has tried it on loves it. It is very good at making one feel femme. It provides good support. It is a non-tucking lingerie, and just check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. And new colors and styles will be coming in the new year. So check it all out. Christmas is coming up. Get it while you can. And let's all keep on going. It's so pretty. I agree, Latzia. It is so pretty. I'm glad you love it. I'm glad you got it and you're loving it. God. How y'all doing? Trump war. There we go. Vibin'. Yes, Dragonfly does not bite and has graciously availed us of her time and effort. So please make use of it. Also, look, if you got some Imogene Olivia, make sure to tell your trans friends and acquaintances about it, okay? The word of mouth really fucking helps. Your niece's cat is back. Hell yeah, dragons are poggers. Imogene Olivia is amazing. The fit is fabulous. They're sexy as hell, and they're so comfy. Hell yeah, Trans Raider. Glad you guys are loving them. Also, if you have bought some and you're loving it, please consider leaving a review on the website. My coworker who is Colombian is flying to Colombia to visit family. I'm scared she won't be let back in the US. Honestly, a super valid concern. Doing well. How are you, Jack? I'm doing. Trying to get enough work in the can so that I can take some days off during the holidays. Moss imperates, I think everyone's brought by money in most situations these days. It's hard to look something in the eyes and tell it to take everything you own. Not be afraid, which is why it's important to speak. True! Dihydrogen monoxide is a WMD. Indeed. Oh, Evelyn M., I'm so sorry. If you go to the website and send some feedback to my partner, we might be able to do something about that in the future. Let's see. Or they will put us in danger with the rest of the world when we decide we're too dangerous and unhinged. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's do a couple quick hits, huh? Are you guys ready for that? Do. All right. So, folks, real quick, just wanted to bring up the fact that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and the Trump administration are pretty objectively trying to make our health worse. Like they're trying to erode the institutions of health that currently protect us from, wide scale epidemics and the proliferation of diseases we've already created defenses against, like, for example, measles. And I want to show you guys a screen from Fox News that just took my breath away the other day. We have had an increase of 14,608% in the number of measles cases from 2020 to 2025. 14,608%. That's such a big number. That's crazy. And like, yes, I know that it goes from 13 to 1,912, but you have to understand, guys, measles is one of the most infectious diseases we know of. It like it just like hangs out in the air. When like it aerosolizes. So like when you breathe out, it will just like hang in the air, capable of infecting people for like hours after you leave the room. It is crazy how infectious it is. Like something to the order of like 9 in 10 people who are unvaccinated who come into contact with someone who is infected by measles will get measles. Like, and not even like, oh, in contact, like touch them. No, like just in the same room as them. Like, it's crazy. We had all but eliminated this disease in the United States, and I'm sorry, but the fact that there's a 14,000% increase in measles, if that trend continues, guys, like measles will just be a regular thing. And you know what? We cannot allow that to happen. Guys, it literally causes inflammation of the brain so severe it can kill you, especially children. And we have the ability to like make children immune to it functionally. And instead, the Trump administration is going like, nah, you know, like whatever. It's fine. Let him get measles. It's crazy. Just absolutely crazy. So, folks, please get vaccinated. Please, like, make sure your kids are up to date. Because every single day in health news, there are new stories like this one. CDC approves major childhood vaccine change, rejects controversial one. Which sounds, hey, like maybe that's a good thing. But no, it's not. Because they accepted the change that no longer mandates hepatitis B vaccinations for newborns. And you might say, well, why does a newborn need hepatitis B vaccination? It's because they can get it from other people and things. You don't get necessarily only get it from, for example, sex. Because people like conservatives are like, oh, who's having sex with a 2-month-old? No one. The answer is no one. But the issue is you can get it in other ways, which newborns are uniquely vulnerable to, like breast milk, like a bunch of other things. Like you can get it from other kids. Like it's just like, come on. And the issue is that, like, if you wait 2 months or 3 months or a year, like, that is a window during which they can be infected, and it has horrible effects on children. Like, just get the vaccine, and your kid will be fine. You don't have to worry about hepatitis B. It's so frustrating. It is so frustrating.
One thing that I hate is seeing laughing or anger on social media from anti-vax psychos on anything pro-vaccine or pro-medicine at all. It's disturbing.
Well, yeah, and the thing is, like, children can get hepatitis B from a number of different ways, right? Breast milk, blood, bodily fluids, sharing, like, toothbrushes, bites, drink saliva, like, you get it from fluids, and you know what? Babies are drinking fluids all the time. Like, just get your kid vaccinated. Just get them vaccinated. For the love of God. All 4 of my siblings are MAGA, anti-vax, and anti-mask. That is really unfortunate, Mr. Anderson. I'm from a rural community, and literally all of us are MAGA, methy, and proudly stupid. But like the thing is, I don't think people are stupid. I think people are capable of making rational choices, and it's just people are scared. Like that's the thing. Like I think people grow up in rural communities and they just get really scared. And they don't frame it as being scared, but they are scared. And like, scared people do stupid shit. My grandmother was a nurse and she's against vaccine mandates. It's fucked. Oh my god. Well, yeah, obviously some people are just really stupid, but like, guys, that's true on our side too, because people are just stupid sometimes. Lead poisoning plus racism, true. The lead poisoning plays a huge role. It's a death cult, absolutely. My mom didn't go MAGA nuts until after we moved to a rural house where she didn't leave the house for weeks on end. You know, I think some people just go stir crazy. You know, it makes them conservative. In my experience, it's the sports betting. Oh god, I bet. God, there's such a conservative culture around the betting apps. It's crazy. My sister just finished nursing school. The number of her fellow students who are anti-vax is so concerning. What the fuck is wrong? Like, what? Can you, Lily Love Stuff, can you speak on that at all? Like, does your sister have any insight? Like, why are so many nurses going through nursing school and still emerging anti-vax? Is there like some issue with the curriculum? Do they just not teach why vaccination is necessary? Ashley says, it's sad. I grew up when vaxes were very rare. I watched childhood friends die because of that, and that stopped by the late 60s. Are my comments showing up? Yeah. Yeah, they are, Candace Tropus. My best friend is a trans woman, and her mom is an infection control nurse and anti-vax? What the fuck is wrong with people? The anti-vax movement started on the left with crunchy moms. It's true. Crunchy moms, grifters, and Donald Trump. My hope, can I just voice this? My hope is that whenever Donald Trump passes, like, the obsession that his personality cult has with anti-vax rhetoric will also die. You know, like, I'm hoping that when the Trump cult shatters and fragments, like, so too will some of these ideological positions that are just inherently pro-death.
Being a highly social species means we're also incredibly vulnerable to manipulation. No one is
True.
immune to propaganda.
True, Jay the Cryptid. True, too true. Saint Solus, thank you for subscribing with Prime. Now, largely, the reason I say this is because I think that the reason anti-vax has taken such a hold is because of the MAGA personality cult here in America. I think that anti-vax will still continue to be a thing, sadly, but I'm hoping that his death would lead to the diminishing of its prominence in our national media. Does anyone profit from all this anti-vax money-wise? Oh, yes. like, basically all of the people that bankrolled RFK Jr.'s presidential campaign and, like, still continue to, like, give him and his causes money are essentially billion-dollar corporations built off of grifting to, like, crunchy granola moms, you know? Like, the like, Goop, Gwyneth Paltrow's company that, like, sells, like, jade eggs to, like, cleanse your vagina's chakras, you know? Like, it's all the supplement bullshit, it's all like that Alex Jones Hawks, it's all of the Dr. Oz, like, brain pills, it's like all this bullshit powder that gets sold that, like, isn't approved by the FDA. And, like, all these companies bankroll pseudoscience to make it easier to market their pseudoscience. You know? If you flood the market with shit, it makes your shit harder to distinguish as ineffective. You know? If you just make everything snake oil, then, like, who's gonna taste the snake oil in in their next meal? God. Sponsored by Brain Force Plus. Buy it today. Use code Riverboat Jack in checkout for 20% off. No, you guys are the sponsors for this stream. Thank you to everyone who has supported stream so far today. It is you guys who make this show possible. I could not do it without you fine folks. And as a reminder, it is still for the next 2 weeks. It is still Mariah Carey's time. So, again, 10 subs will get us a rousing rendition of All I Want for Christmas, played on the trombone. Nightlight Plushy Jesus, thank you for the gifted sub. Very much appreciated. Also, we're getting really close to our long-term sub goal. We're at 454. We're getting up there, folks. Yeah, sponsored by Trans Lingerie. It will align your trans chakras. Except that it's not, my show is not sponsored by by Trans Lingerie. My partner just makes it, and I think it's great. God. I'm sponsored by Vagina Chakra. No, I'm just sponsored by Big Vagina. Yes, exactly, Wyatt Vern. Technically, I'm sponsoring Imogene Olivia. That is correct. Brought to you by Big Pussy. Pussy. All right. Let's do another quick hit, shall we? I'm down with Big Vagina. All right. So, folks, real quick, wanted to tell you guys that, you know, things might be bad, but at least the government isn't just going to summarily kill American citizens. Right? Oh. White House refuses to rule out summary executions of people on its secret domestic terrorist list. The Trump administration ignored questions about whether it would order the killings of those on its NSPM-7 list, even while answering other questions. Oh dear. So basically, the Trump administration back like a month or two ago created a...
This is my Christmas brain rot.
Excellent. Lily Love Stuff, thank you for the $10 dono. They created a secret list, National Security Presidential Memorandum 7. And it's a secret list of people that the White House considers terrorists. And they are just when asked whether or not they're going to just kill people on that list, they didn't say no. Yeah, basically, they want to argue that they maintain the power to just kill whoever. And they have a secret list of the people that they think they can kill, but you don't get to see it because it's secret. Now, obviously, this is a tactic to intimidate folks. It is a tactic to try and make us stand down, to get us to move away from organizing, to cow us with fear. And the secret to opposing such a regime is to simply, loudly, and boldly, and altogether oppose it. They cannot, in fact, kill all of us. And I would hazard a guess that this particular administration is bluffing like mad, right? They are more than willing to kill people who are not Americans, as evidenced by the numerous bombings of boats. I think there's over 80, almost 90 people have been killed by the Trump administration via summary execution, and drones. But it's a whole other story to just kill Americans point blank, cold blood. And I think the best thing all of us can possibly do is to continue to be the biggest pain in the ass that we can be to this administration. Continue filming those ICE agents. Continue, escorting kids to school so that ICE can't detain them. Continue being the biggest bitch you can be to every single goddamn federal agent and representative of the federal government you can be. That is, in fact, I believe, our patriotic duty. So, all that being said, let's keep on going and be careful out there, okay? A pain in the ass of the establishment, indeed. Also, leave a comment. Let me know what you think in the comments. Forgot to add that part. There we go. We did it. Forlorn, that's fair.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged to have as our special honor.
This is my Christmas brain rot. What is this?
Guest this evening, the dynamic Patti LaBelle. Patti's recording and acting career has pushed her to the pinnacle of show business. Here to sing this Christmas is Patti LaBelle. Welcome.
Oh no!
Hang all the mistletoe. I'm gonna get to know you better. This Christmas.
Oh my god.
Where are my background singers? Woo! Oh baby, baby, and there's the wrong words on the cue cards. I don't know the song. This Christmas. I'm gonna have them all I can. Because I don't have the right words and I have no background singers. Oh, I don't. Woo! This is gonna be a very, Merry Christmas for you and me. Yeah. Where are my background singers? Presents and cards are here. My world is filled with cheer and you.
Wait, is this real? Yeah.
This Christmas, lights sprinkle all around. Next car, honey, next car. Woo, woo, woo.
mean, it's not embarrassing for her. She's goddamn queen. Are these just random people they got?
Let me see that cardigan, darling. Let me see that cardigan. Let me see that one more time because oh God, the sergeant, first class, Rick Perrell playing a solo. I had to see his name. His name is on the card. Give him a big hand, please.
How have I never seen this? This is incredible.
The firesides are blazing bright. We'll be caroling through the night. Oh, it's Christmas with me. Take your time. It's gonna be a very special one for you and me. Yeah. Let's shake a hand with your fellow man.
This is one of the greatest performances I've ever seen. Holy shit. She landed that goddamn plane. I can't believe it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States and the First Lady, Hillary Rodham Clinton.
Oh my god, that song was right before they lit the tree? That was right before the president came? Holy shit. Holy shit.
So nice to see you. Very, very nice to see you. You saved my day. Oh, gosh. Now I have to, should I stand like this and read it? Can I hold the book up and do like this? I have to. Thank you very much. Now it's my turn to do an introduction. No more singing for me, honey. I already blew. So, but I am coming back to sing again. Yes, I am. I'm coming back to sing again.
Ray Park.
God. What a queen. What a goddamn queen.
The lore is that this was the rehearsal national Christmas tree lighting ceremony and the Clintons' security delayed the backing singers. It wasn't supposed to be on C-SPAN.
Oh no. Oh god. Okay. Wow. Even more a queen. Let's go. We used to be a real country. That was a rehearsal that was never meant to be filmed, I guess. God, I'm stunned. All right. Are you guys ready to just like dive into just the depths of insanity? Are you guys ready? All right. I thought we already did. Nah. Also, folks, I haven't done it yet. We've been going for an hour and a half. If you are enjoying the show, learning anything new, getting, I don't know. Hey, did you know that in the late 1800s, a bunch of the European powers fought over islands that were covered in bat shit? It was literally a series of wars over bat shit. They're called the Guano Wars. From like the 1860s into the 1880s. European countries invaded a series of island nations and in order to take the bat shit from the countries so that they could use the shit in order to make explosives and other industrial products. There you go. You learned something new. Take the poo-poo, indeed. Yeah, it was not great. It was not a great time. You know, this is how I get to tell you guys about the Guano Wars. They eventually just started using human corpses in order to fuel the phosphorus, the demand for phosphorus. It's genuinely insane. Oof. It wasn't bat shit, it was seabird shit. Depends on where you were, because if it was in caves, it became literal mines. So there were parts of the world where European colonizers would come in to island nations, and if there were sizable cave systems on those islands, they would enslave islanders and turn them into literal shit miners. God. Yeah. Look up the Chincha Islands War. It's a whole thing. There's a law in the UCMJ revolving around Guano Islands. Is there really? Also, the United States in like 1856 laid claim to a number of different islands, which, by the way, became relevant during World War II. Because remember the Battle of Midway during World War II in the Pacific? Midway Atoll was actually one of the islands claimed by the United States under the Guano Islands Act of 1856. So, you know, just little things. Little things. Look at how time functions. It's crazy. Anyway, if you're learning anything new today or getting anything out of stream, hit the like button, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button. Consider supporting stream. Getting close to the holidays, folks. Here you go. Go, go, go. Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click button, click button, click button, click Let's go! Also, folks, we are only 43 subs away from our goal, and if you've forgotten what it is, let me remind you real quick.
Together they run for their lives, blocked at every turn by adventure.
Move out, don't mess around. Move out, you bring me down. Move out, I can get about, don't make the sound. Just move out.
Knowledge is power, for real.
I'm real excited to watch this. I forgot about this goal. I haven't. I've been so excited to see this. You guys have no idea. Jack Black is cool. Yeah. All right. Are we ever doing Star Trek 4? Yes. But probably during the holiday break. Oh, it's okay. It's me, Bingo. Okay. You guys ready? Oh, shit. Spoilers! Alright, here we go. So, folks, I have promised you a look into the heart of madness within our mainstream political apparatus, and I think no one really embodies this so much as Nate Silver. Now, if you don't know who Nate Silver is, he's basically a guy who was able to do some good predicting, maybe like 10 years ago, maybe. You know, in the pre-Trump era, he rose to prominence for his predictions and statistical analysis. And he tried to leverage this into like a whole company and tried to like, you know, become like the next great political prognosticator. And then he developed allegedly a gambling problem, and he's kind of lost a step or two, and he's basically just slowly rotting his brain over on Twitter. And well, here he is just a couple days ago. The Democratic equivalent of the Tea Party is basically Heather Cox Richardsonism, a kind of purity politics rooted in belief in the historical righteousness of the Progressive Project, paired with a loose grasp, if not outright disdain, for the role played by public opinion. Lol, he says, posting an AI image that he's going to use for his article because he decided to go and write an entire ass article about what he calls Richardsonism, which, like, oh my god, I saw this and I knew I had to look up what the hell this is and just go through it with you, because I just think that that is very funny. um What is Heather Cox Richardsonism? No longer just a Substack, it's one of the three emerging factions of the Democratic Party. And like, what? Okay, look, I know vaguely who Heather Cox Richardson is. Um, I would not describe her as one of the driving factors behind the Democratic factions. I think she does decent work. Let me just pull this up, okay? All right. Let's she's got a YouTube channel. All right. So she's got a YouTube channel with about 700,000 subscribers, right? She's written a few books. She's a political historian, and she makes a lot of videos and does like a lot of content. She interviews various Democratic communicators like Jojo from Jers, Paul Krugman, Zoran Mamdani. But like, I wouldn't necessarily describe her as one of the primary driving forces of the Democratic Party. Now, what I would describe her as is a very successful political communicator who talks about historical trends in politics. I would describe her as a very knowledgeable person about history. I would describe her as emblematic of the kind of person you are going to find at a wide variety of different democratic functions, right? She's, you know, one of those kinds of people who's like your local Democratic chair. Like, she's one of those kinds of people who's out there at the No Kings protests holding her signs at 63 years old. She's like, you know, she's doing good work, but she's by no means unique in that good work, right? Yeah, yes, I would say I wouldn't even compare her to Ezra Klein, Ruthie. She's much better than Ezra Klein in every regard. I think I think she does excellent work. And I would just say that Nate Silver focusing in on her as like the driving force behind a third of the Democratic Party, I don't think that is accurate. I think that is again one of those kind of mistaking, missing the forest for the trees type of situations. Where like she's doing good work, she's out there in front, but like she's not the driving factor behind this whole like force in politics. It's people are genuinely out there fighting for working class folks, fighting for basic rights and representation, fighting for the very idea of democracy, fighting because they believe it is the right thing to do. And like, I don't know, I'm interested. Hey, Nate Silver, what's your analysis? Sounds like Silver is framing Richardson as being bad. Bingo, he is. He thinks that she is a bad and corrosive force in politics, which no. Here we go. This is the future liberals want, and honestly, I can't blame them. ChatGPT 5.2. Why is this the what does this mean? Nate, what does that mean? When you say this is the future liberals want, what does that mean, Nate? Why do you think liberals want Joe Biden shaking hands with Abraham Lincoln on the shore of the ocean while a gigantic lobster appears and there's a bear smiling in the background and Heather Cox Richardson is just a gigantic edifice jutting from the rocks next to a sign that says love is love? Why would you think this, Nate? Why would you made this image and then you looked at it and you said, yes, this is liberalism? Why are you doing that? Is this AI sloppy? Yeah, of course it is. Look at the piss filter on it. What are Abe's legs doing? Maybe the lower half of Abraham Lincoln is a lobster. All right. Let's take a look. First, it was blue skyism. Which, okay, I'm gonna stop you right there, Nate. I'm gonna stop you right there. Anyone who is seriously using the term blue skyism is already so blighted in their own minds. It's crazy. Like, what? The vast majority of people in this country don't know what blue sky is. They don't know what that means, Nate. Most people don't even care about Twitter. Okay, like, just disqualifying right off the bat, but okay. Now it's Heather Cox Richardsonism? Given the changes to the algorithm, tweets don't really go viral these days unless they fall into one of a few dubious niches. But this one from the weekend sparked a relatively big reaction, both on X and, negatively of course, on Blue Sky. The Democratic equivalent of the Tea Party is basically Heather Cox Richardsonism, a kind of purity politics rooted in a belief in the historical righteousness of the progressive project, paired with a loose grasp, if not an outright disdain of the role played by public opinion. Now, just want to really clarify here. The progressive cause is and always has been righteous. Extending what egalitarianism entails to all people of all kinds is an inherently good project. That is yes, that is righteous. The cause of making all people equal under the law, making all people have a right to their self-expression and to do what they will as long as it hurts no one else. These things are inherently righteous. It is good to protect the rights of LGBTQ people to marry. It is good to protect the rights of trans people to exist. It is good to protect, equality under the law, regardless of race, class, color, or creed. It is good. And it is good for us to then look towards the future and say, how can we better the lot of all working people? How can we wake up and build a world that our children will be proud to inherit? These are righteous projects. But let's figure out what Nate Silver thinks is unrighteous about them, I suppose. But Jack, have you ever considered smug contrarianism as an alternative? No. I think it was a good tweet, but there's more behind it than can easily be expressed in 280 characters. So as part of the occasional Silver Bulletin series, Nate's Tweets Explained, let's work our way through it. Bro, if you gotta write an entire essay about your shitty tweet, I hate to be this blunt about it, but instead, have you considered shutting the fuck up? Like, shut the fuck up, log off of Twitter, and I don't know, do something nice. Do so, go for a walk. Pet a dog. I don't know. Get over yourself. I guess. You can play a video game. I don't know. There are a lot of better things to do with your time. Heather Cox Richardson is a historian who earned her PhD at Harvard and who now teaches at Boston College, and one of the most influential political writers in America. HCR's Substack, Letters from an American, had seemed like an unlikely hit when it first spun out of a series of Facebook posts late in Trump's first term, but it has since only grown in influence. It currently ranks number 3 on the US politics bestseller list, by far Substack's most popular category. Although Richardson rarely paywalls posts, these leaderboards are based on paid subscription revenue, meaning that people frequently sign up for a paid sub anyway, out of loyalty to her cause. The only other publications that rank higher in the category, the Free Press and the Bulwark, have dozens of contributors and use Substack as a publishing platform for what are essentially traditional mid-sized newsrooms, to the extent that category still exists in 2025. HCR is much more of a solo operator. Her newsletters, like On Kawara's Paintings, are labeled by the date, e.g. December 12th, 2025, usually arriving in my mailbox around midnight from her home in coastal Maine. While I doubt this was Richardson's intent, this is in some ways an admirable example of American entrepreneurship. She provides allyship to a niche market, older, college-educated normie liberals, especially women. That is... Okay, wait, Nate. If someone is subscribed to politics writers on Substack, they are not normies. They are politically engaged individuals. All right? The same way, no one who's watching my show right now is like a normie. All due respect to all of you. None of you are normies. Okay? Normies are not engaged actively in politics. You guys are very special and wonderful in your own way. But you need to recognize that specialness in each and every one of you, that special spark, that knowledge that you possess that others lack, which is, again, good. You should be educated. You should be engaged. That's great. But if you're subscribed to one of the leading political thinkers in the country, her Substack, you're not a normie. I'm sorry. It's only sad because it should be the norm, and it's not true, Kippy. True. Abnormies unite. Especially women. That is poorly served by a mainstream media perpetually chasing younger, often male audiences. And furthermore, which has taken a rightward turn under Trump 2.0, increasingly reflecting the political preferences of wealthy owners and publishers. It's safe to assume that HCR is earning millions of dollars per year from Letters from an American. But many people have made orders of magnitude more money by being, for instance, early investors in Bitcoin. So, all credit to her success. Nevertheless, it's an interesting cultural and political phenomenon. Nate, Home Slice. Can I call you Home Slice? I'm calling you Home Slice. Home Slice. What a point of comparison. Yeah, she's doing very well compared to Substack, but you know, a lot of people made money off of Bitcoin. What? Why are you talking about Bitcoin? How is that comparable? A lot of people lost a lot of money too. All right. God. 1,000 flowers are going to bloom in the Substack ecosystem. A fair number of you subscribe to both Silver Bulletin and other authors whom I frequently disagree with, and that's great. I'm not sure how you'd measure this, but I'd guess we'd rank highly in political diversity among comparably sized Substacks. There's almost certainly a wider range of voices represented in the media today than a quarter century ago, when the milquetoast group-thinky centrism group. Okay. Group-thinky? Group-thinky.
Not gonna lie, if someone call me a normie I will get offended. Like be called a normie is to be an ignorant bold in a mass of other ignorant bolds.
Group-thinky. Olympians, thank you for the $5 dono. Group-thinky centrism of shows like Meet the Press tend to drown out all other perspectives except Fox News and right-wing talk radio. In the older days, Richardson probably wouldn't have given the same opportunities, or if she had, she'd be literally somewhat boxed in by TV bookers into speaking towards particular talking points or playing a certain TV-ready role. But while success on Substack genuinely brings a lot of freedom, it also risks audience capture. Okay. It also means that Richardson, however reluctantly, has become a political celebrity, an avatar for something bigger than herself. Having experienced a little of this myself, I think it can put you in an uncomfortable position. You're minding your business, and suddenly you're getting recognized at the grocery store, and hundreds of thousands of people, millions in HCR's case, are hanging on your every word. All right. We're exactly the same, you and I. Nate Silver and Heather Cox Richardson. They're exactly the same. Like peas in a pod. Okay. This is not, by the way, doing a very good job of explaining his tweet. I don't know. I don't know how to you know, if your goal was to explain your tweet, motherfucker, you are not doing that. Since they were dropped from the SAT, let's revisit how analogies work. Okay. So, while I'm empathetic to HCR, she has a very big platform, and I don't think her success is any accident. It reflects the evolution in how a large segment of the Democratic base has reacted to Trump, which a large section of the Democratic base has organically reacted that way due to underlying forces that are not, in fact, controlled by Heather Cox Richardson. All right. But let's go on. And I don't let's get back to that tweet which called Heather Cox Richardsonism the Democratic equivalent of the Tea Party. I'm not saying they're exactly alike. Suppose I tweeted that the European equivalent of New York pizza slices is basically doner kebabs. This is not intended to imply that doner kebabs are a type of pizza or that pizza is a type of sandwich. Rather, they serve some analogous functions as a greasy, tasty, cheap late night food, typically ordered at a counter and messily consumed somewhere on or near the premises. The contrasts are also interesting. Why are pizza slices in Europe usually kind of shit? Also, okay, since we're learning about analogies here, um, the Tea Party was fucking insane. I don't know if you guys know or remember the Tea Party. Let me just like pull this up here. Like, I don't know. It was a weird time. Obamacare, unconstitutional. Something is brewing. Patriotism. Like, it was crazy. You had old guys wearing tricorn hats. You had like guys cosplaying revolutionaries calling for the government to be shut down. You had people carrying Glenn Beck signs saying, Glenn Beck, thank you.
These people love to hear themselves speak, just like me right here, right now.
I don't know. It was a really weird time. Okay. And I think potentially saying, hey, Democrats protesting Donald Trump are the same as Tea Partiers who were insane and saying that Obamacare was going to result in all of them living in hobbit homes, like Obama was going to just uproot Republican families and put them into holes in the ground. That was like one of the mainstream conservative conspiracy theories spread by the Tea Party during this time. Okay? And like, I don't know, in this circumstance, it's kind of like, I understand that the comparison is to say, oh, well, this is a politically relevant movement that seeks to shift the Democratic Party. I understand that part of the analogy. The part that doesn't make sense is the comparison to, the Tea Party, which was staffed up by lunatics who believed in conspiracy theories, as opposed to what the Democratic mass movement has been, which has resulted in, I want to remind you guys, the largest civil rights demonstration since the 1960s, possibly in US history. And like, it kind of seems like comparing that type of movement that has that broad appeal and that motivational power to organize that many folks to the Tea Party is perhaps not, it makes your analogy perhaps shitty. Kind of like shit, as it were. But let's keep going. So when I write about the Democratic equivalent of the Tea Party, this analogy implies similarities as well as differences. Differences shaped by the contours of respective demographics of Democrats and Republicans, their relationship with various institutions, and their formative political experiences. I'm hoping to do a part 2 of this that goes through the comparison more explicitly, but that isn't coming out of nowhere. The tweet was basically a spin-off from last week's newsletter about Democrats' increasingly angry mood and how that could lead to some electorally suboptimal choices. Nor is that comparison particularly original. In October, the editor Ettinger-Mentum newsletter, always a great read, even when I disagree, which I often do. Also, I will second Ettinger Mentum. I'm not good at saying his name. writes some good shit. Although he did post something about Crusader Kings 2 that I thought was pretty funny. Let's keep on going. Published a post titled "The Democratic Party's Tea Party Movement Has Begun." It cited some of the same factors that I covered in last week's newsletter, such as the political rise of Jasmine Crockett and Graham Plattner. I also emphasized something else, a disconcerting reaction to Charlie Kirk's assassination from a respectable above-board liberal faction, including Richardson, who passed along misinformation about the political identity of the shooter through her 2.7 million person strong email list. But in fact, the alleged shooter was not someone on the left. The alleged killer, Tyler Robinson, is a young white man from a Republican gun enthusiast family who appears to have embraced the far right, disliking Kirk for being insufficiently radical. Rather than grappling with reality, right-wing figures are using Kirk's murder to prop up their fictional world. Briefly, they claimed Richardson had been radicalized in college. Then, when it turned out he had only spent a single semester at a liberal arts college before going to trade school, MAGA pivoted to attack those who allegedly had celebrated Kirk's death on social media. Now, there was a lot of misinformation in the aftermath of this case, but I think that the assertion generally that like the conservative narrative largely fell apart was largely because it fell apart. It's why they haven't been talking about him for months. It's why, like, he had his first court appearance the other day and hardly anyone talked about it. Like, I don't know. Seems odd. And, like, the issue that I take with this is that, is there a movement to change the Democratic Party? Yes, there is. Is that movement operating along the same lines the Tea Party did? Abso-fucking-lutely not. But let's continue through this. After having speculated without evidence that Robinson was a groyper who had killed Charlie Kirk for being insufficiently conservative, I do also want to say a point of evidence in favor of the fact that Robinson was a groyper. It does not appear that he was, but the reason people thought he was because Nick Fuentes very clearly thought that the shooter was a groyper. Like, Nick Fuentes, like, straight up went into hiding, went into full-on, like, lockdown mode, because he thought the shooter was one of his guys. And I think that's somewhat telling. But Richardson was proven wrong by subsequent events, but she made no effort to correct the record, and her misleading interpretation traveled widely. There's possibly even a thread between Richardson's newsletter and Jimmy Kimmel getting suspended, for example, after he repeated a similar theory on his show. I agree with Joshua A. Cohen, aka Editor Mentum, that this seems like a revealing moment for Democratic politics. That such an influential person, a history PhD from Harvard who claims to be highly concerned about misinformation, would commit a misinformation misdemeanor of her own. That seems significant. Democrats have had their problems with epistemic bubbles, but this one hit a little differently. The double standard that people have for Democrats versus Republicans is fucking crazy. It's fucking crazy. Especially when talking about the Tea Party. You want to talk about an epistemic bubble? Good God. First of all, like, I think that people reasonably, based on information that was available, came to the conclusion that perhaps this guy was a groyper. Now, I still haven't seen definitive evidence that that was true versus not true. I'm interested to see what comes out during the trial, right? But I also just want to say that Democrats, because of perhaps one unfounded claim about Charlie Kirk's assassin are in the like an epistemic bubble crisis, when over on the right, they're like Donald Trump is telling his 100 million followers, you know, across the world that like, oh, well, our economy is great. We're making trillions of dollars from tariffs, and tariffs are good because other countries are paying the tariffs. Like the epistemic bubble here for the Republican Party, just on the presence of Trump alone, is astronomical. It's out of this world. They are not even in the same version of reality that we are. And like, I just, yeah, like, yeah, they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. Like, Donald Trump was literally out there half-heartedly saying that immigrants were eating people's pets. Like, and Republicans just ran with it. Like, people came out and were like, oh yeah, Donald Trump is the anti-war president. And like, they just ran with it. They're still running with it, even as he does acts of war towards Venezuela. Like, the fucking insanity here is crazy. Now, is it good to report 100% accurate information? Yeah, you should strive to do that. But also, and you should correct yourself when you're wrong. And to the extent that I'll criticize Heather Cox Richardson here, issuing like some kind of correction or like edit after the fact, probably warranted. But that's like a pretty, I would argue, small criticism. Especially considering that basically Nate Silver exists in his own world of just making crazy batshit claims that he cannot back up with facts. Like, that's basically his entire job at this point. But, let's continue through. Richardsonism and the three factions of the Democratic Party. I'd argue that there are three main factions of the Democratic Party, as the jockeying is already underway for the 2026 and 2028 primaries. First, there's the capital L left, populist, deservedly feeling recharged by the success of Zoran Mamdani and a backlash to the increasingly political assertive billionaire class. It's an interesting way of phrasing that, but okay. Politically assertive as opposed to fascist authoritarian billionaire class. Okay. Next, there's what you might think of as the abundance libs. Technocratic, more willing to find common ground with Republicans, and more sympathetic to market-based solutions. I'm a big fan of Ezra Klein and Derek Thompson, the authors of Abundance, but I think the project is more neoliberal than left-wing. To me, not such a bad thing. That's a subject for a different newsletter, however. We can tell, Nate. We can tell. The neoliberalist stink is all over you. The third faction, Richardsonism, or a term I'll treat as synonymous with it, #resistance libs. They're older, with extremely high educational attainment, predominantly female, and very highly politically engaged. This is the audience for a cluster of political activism encompassing things such as the No Kings protests, and some highly popular anti-Trump substacks, along with certain prominent podcasts and much of Blue Sky. Okay. If you... I'm sorry, but Blue Sky as a faction of the Democratic Party is just so myopically brain poisoned. I can't handle it. I can't handle it. And yeah, no, he keeps coming back to women. Like, my feeling here is that you're not talking like he wants to say, oh, it's resistance libs at large, but he can't stop himself from saying what I think the actual issue is in saying, well, it's a lot of women. It's a lot of women. And like, people who are more politically engaged are more likely to go to events like No Kings. They are more likely to seek leadership positions in their local Democratic chapters or local DSA chapters, right? And like, God, I bet he thinks that the what's the name of that show with the Midwestern ladies who yell profanities? What's what's the name of the show that's run by me in like 20 years? What what what's it called? You guys know. It's the I've is it I've had it? The I've had it pod? Is that it? Oh god. I just yeah, I've had it podcast. I'm excited. You're talking Yes, I'm talking about Jennifer Welch. Thank you. I don't watch the show, but I do like them. Jennifer and Pumps, love them. Yeah, they seem really cool. I'd love to go on their show sometime. If any of you are active in their comments, get me on that show, all right? I love how he's well. Look, there's only one show with like two foul-mouthed ladies who are really angry about politics, and I, for one, support that. Okay. Now, all that being said, I'm sure he's thinking of them when he says certain prominent podcasts. Wait, he added a link. I just saw it. Yeah, yeah. Let's go. Let's go. Jennifer Welch, baby. I knew it. I called it. Didn't look at the link. That's on me. Do you collab with other channels? I wouldn't say I collab with other channels, but like I'll go on someone else's show if they invite me. Depending on the show, obviously, but yeah. Basically, his entire idea here is women podcasters who are on the left are their own faction. I just Nate, what are you doing? Nate, are you a lonely man? Wait, Nate Silver wife. Is he divorced? Is he a divorced man? Do-do. I don't know, and frankly, I don't care if I can't find that answer within 5 seconds. Alright. Jumping back in. You could argue for the existence of a fourth faction, the social justice left, aka the woke left, but I'd claim that it's largely been absorbed into the others. Can I just say, this is like the neoliberal version of What If Alt Hist? Can I say that? Am I allowed? Am I allowed to make the comparison here that I feel in my heart? Wait, Nate Silver is gay? Oh no. Oh honey. He's never been married? Okay. Yeah, no, like I'm sorry. He's just like, yeah, I'm gonna fabricate these factions out of the ether. There are only really two factions within the Democratic Party. Okay, are you guys ready? There are progressives and there are centrists. That's it. That's it. And the centrists are basically just conservatives. They want to conserve the status quo. And like the progressives want to push to the left. And to the extent that they want to push to the left, debatable. Obviously, Bernie Sanders is an out and out socialist, but not every progressive is a socialist. There is, in fact, a lot of difference between someone who is simply a progressive in Congress and an out and out socialist in Congress. But be that as it may, progressives still want to make things by and large better than what the status quo provides us. And the idea that you have like a secret third faction that's like what people do on Blue Sky, I'm sorry, it is that's just like a crazy fan fiction you write because you are brain poisoned by Twitter. Didn't he have squiggly maps with 538? Nate Silver was the guy who did 538 before it got bought out by ABC, I think. But we're not even through this yet. If you're a longtime reader of Silver Bulletin, you'll know that it's the resistance libs whom I clash with the most. Partly that's a matter of taste. I'm not going to lie, I find them kind of cringe, but it's also because I think they have the worst political instincts of the three groups. For instance, in their infatuation with Gavin Newsom and their steadfast defenses of Joe Biden's decision to run for re-election, okay, this is why it's not real. This is why what you're talking about isn't real. Because the progressive faction, right? Well, one, the progressive faction isn't queuing up behind Joe Biden and isn't queuing up behind Gavin Newsom. Like, I just... Can I just say... How do I say this? As far as I know, I don't know much about the I've Had It crew. I don't know much about Heather Cox Richardson. My understanding is that they are not pro Gavin Newsom. And I think the first people in line to say Joe Biden, like fuck Joe Biden, would probably be Jennifer Welch. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. If you guys, I'm sure some of you guys watch the show a lot more than I do. Let me know if I'm wrong, okay? But the people who are in favor of Gavin Newsom are the abundance liberals. Like, they're like, that's why Ezra Klein literally just had Gavin Newsom on his podcast. Because again, the abundance liberals are just the conservative faction of the party. Newsom throw trans people under the bus, progressives? Yeah. Okay. It's also because I sometimes find them hypocritical. What purport to be principled defensives of democracy are often just defenses of the Democratic Party. But whatever you call this faction, the hashtag resistance or no kings or Richardsonism, again, the fact that you're trying to lump three things together here, which are insane, right? You have resistance, hashtag resistance libs, which to me are like people online who are like doing follow for follow bullshit with like blue waves in like their channel handle on Blue Sky or Twitter or what have you, and just are posting. They're posting through it, or they're bots, and I can't really tell which is which. But the No Kings protests, I want to say again, are the biggest organizational like push in politics of the modern era. Like the Tea Party at most was like a couple thousand people, maybe. No Kings constituted millions of people coordinating their action. I think one must identify it as a distinctive thing. Richardsonism often clashes with the abundance libs. Well, okay, wait. You haven't described what Richardsonism is. Richardsonism makes it sound like it's an ideology. Like, what is the ideology of Richardsonism? If you're just using it in the place of resistance libs, that's not an ideology. It's not an ism. Like, why did you just you came up with a different label for something that already had a label for no reason other than to associate it with Heather Cox Richardson, which is weird. God. Okay. But it also doesn't always vibe with the capital L left. There's not a lot of economic populism, for instance. Take a look at this field survey of No Kings protesters published by Axios. What are their top issues? Trump, immigration, politics, voting, federal workforce reduction, funding freeze, racial justice, systemic racism, social welfare, including healthcare, LGBTQ rights, income and wealth inequality, women's rights, reproductive rights, climate change / environment, war in Gaza, gun control, peace, labor, religion. Okay. There's King Trump himself on top, of course, but immigration rated considerably more highly among protesters than healthcare or social welfare, in contrast to the general public's greater interest in economic issues. Among the broader electorate, most voters citing immigration as their number one issue are Republican-leaning. According to the AP VoteCast exit poll, they chose Trump over Harris by an 88-10 margin last year, while the No Kings voters are anything but that. Nate, because it's because we disagree. It's because we disagree on the immigration issues. It's because during the No Kings protests, Donald Trump was deploying ICE agents across the country, masked ICE agents, rounding up people who had done nothing wrong. Rounding up US citizens, disappearing people off the street for, opinion columns they published in their student papers. It's because people actually give a damn about freedom, Nate. When Republicans list immigration as their top issue, it's because they bought the fear-mongering lies about immigrants, that immigrants are taking the jobs, and they want them gone. And when Democrats at a No Kings protest list immigration as their top issue, it's not because they agree with the Republicans, Nate. This is, again, garbage brain. There are also some echoes of wokeness on the No Kings priority list. Racial justice / systemic racism rated more highly than income and wealth inequality among the No Kings crowd, and LGBTQ plus rights on par with it. Yeah, because what's under attack right now by the Trump administration is an intensifying focus by the Trump administration on exacerbating racial justice issues, on destroying the issues that, on destroying the policies that help and support non-white people in this country, attacking the fundamental rights queer people have fought for decades. Yeah, people really want to address that, but they also know that, Donald Trump and the Republicans aren't going to do anything about wealth inequality because it's the one issue where they are all on the same page, which is to make it more unequal in favor of Republican donors. God, I'm stumbling over my words because I'm just so upset. This is so stupid. God. What are abundance Democrats? Oh, my name is Mud. The only thing you need to know about abundance Democrats are that it comes from a book written by Ezra Klein and his friend, I forget what his name is, Derek Thompson. where they argue that basically what Democrats need to do in order to solve problems like housing is to just get rid of regulations. It's literally just, well, their argument is literally, well, let's get rid of clean air regulations so that we can build apartment buildings in places that have more poisoned air. That's where we'll build the low income housing. It's just neoliberalism repackaged. It's just, hey, let's build really cheap affordable housing on the toxic waste site. And sure, people who live there will get cancer 20 years earlier than their peers, but that's fine because we need the housing now. It's just bullshit Reaganite garbage repackaged for conservative Democrats. And when he says abundance Democrats, he means the Democrats who co-sign Ezra Klein's book. Also, there is no natural inclination towards abundance liberalism except from the most conservative corners of the party. Let's see. In fact, some of the best critiques of Richardson have come from writers like Cohen and Nathan J. Robinson, who are well to my left. Here's Robinson in a 2023 review of Richardson's book, Democracy Awakening. Essentially, Richardson seems to believe that there is a war between democracy, good, and autocracy, bad, and that the forces of democracy are represented by the Democratic Party, while the Republican Party are bigots, thugs, and would-be dictators. And while I wouldn't quibble with any part of that description of the Republicans, I think Richardson is not nearly critical enough of the Democratic Party, which appears in her story almost entirely innocent and wholly devoted to the well-being of the American people. My own belief is different. I think until we recognize the failures by the Democratic Party helped to bring us Donald Trump, we cannot shore up the country against the authoritarian threat that Richardson and I are both alarmed by. And I 100% agree with Robinson's quote there. Like, I don't know to what extent it accurately captures the spirit of Heather Cox Richardson's work. I haven't been watching her content. Maybe I should go over some of her videos. And maybe that will be some homework for like next week or something. Maybe I'll dive into it during my winter break. But suffice it to say, yeah, the Democrats have been fucked up. Like, the billionaire class has captured many people in the Democratic Party and dictate policy that the Democratic Party then regurgitates. I don't know that actually captures her sentiment on the issue, though. It could be that her book that was published 2 years ago doesn't reflect her views today. Or it could be that she just didn't go into enough detail about her criticisms of the Democratic Party. I don't know. Hello, Tipster. So, let's keep on going. I don't agree with Nathan Robinson on much, but I'd endorse almost every word of this. There's no shortage of reasons I feel legitimate outrage about Trump. From January 6th to tariffs to disrespect for the rule of law to cronyism to gutting the CDC to even simple meanness, like his Truth Social post yesterday that attributed the tragic murder of actor Rob Reiner and his wife to Trump derangement syndrome. I mean, let's be clear, that is more than simple meanness. That it's fucking psychotic. It's a symptom of his brain dying from oxygen loss. Where I find common ground with Robinson is in being skeptical that Richardsonism is helping the pro-democracy cause as much as it claims to. Okay, but also, here's the issue. You wrote this article ostensibly to critique Heather Cox Richardson, but then you're trying to elaborate it into some kind of grand class distinction or grand faction distinction. But then you keep going back to like her book or like one of her Substacks, and like, I don't know that her book is emblematic of how millions of people feel. Like, I don't know. Like, let me put it this way. Heather Cox Richardson might be relatively influential, but the Majority Report has like another 1.5 million listeners every day. Does that mean that there's a faction of the Democratic Party that's majority reporters? Should we call a faction of the Democratic Party the Cedarites? What if every single podcast just got their own political faction? This type of analysis is stupid, Nate. I feel like I shouldn't have to elaborate with this example, but here we are. This is brain poison. Does he even read her Substack? It sounded like he asked ChatGPT about her because he was mad at her tweet. She's critical of the Dems. She constantly talks about how they're not a real opposition party, and historically that's very bad. Okay, so like he's just full of shit. Okay. Thank you, Amber Brains. That actually makes a whole lot of sense. Cool. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. He's using this as an opportunity to like air his Twitter grievances. Fuck me. All right. Okay. Robinson and I both have a low opinion of the political efficacy of the Democratic Party establishment, even if we'd undoubtedly recommend different sets of course corrections to it. But the Richardson wing of the party is as pro-establishment as it gets. Richardson twice interviewed Biden, and there was no pretense of journalistic distance. Mr. President, it's such a joy to be with you here in this historic room on this historic day with a historic president, began her 2022 interview. Nor were there any questions about the war in Ukraine, even though Russia had invaded just a day earlier. Purity politics and Richardson's aversion to self-reflection. Indeed, while both the capital L left and the abundance libs do their fair share of self-critique, it's conspicuously lacking from the Richardsonists. This, again, I cannot stress enough, this really, really reeks of guy got butt mad on Twitter and is trying to legitimize it through his work. Like that's what this is. Oh god. Is our faction the Jackers? Yes. That is correct.
Her understanding of the left is a bit lackluster and she's very heavy on descriptive and light on prescriptive. She's my lib mom's favorite political author.
Well, and I think that like there is room for building up a descriptive understanding of the Democratic Party because most people start with absolutely no knowledge about that. You know, like what is the political landscape? And I feel like as a historian, like because again her background is political history, that makes sense. It makes sense for her to be describing the historical like scenarios and how we kind of wound up here. That makes sense. And I would argue that, you know, if we're going to be political commentators, let us be political commentators. Let us advocate for more action. But like, there's certainly room for people who are just out there to inform folks. And like, I don't know. I heard she's a Richardsonist. You're right. You're so right. I forgot. Purity politics and Richardsonism's aversion to self-reflection. It's conspicuously lacking from the Richardsonists. In fact, the hashtag resistance libs often reject any attempt to even characterize their approach to politics. Oh god, we're getting to Jamel Bowie. I'm fascinated by how Nate Silver turns everything he doesn't like into a bespoke ideology. It's not that he is annoyed by HCR, it's that she is a dreaded ism responsible for everything he doesn't like about the Democratic Party. Same with Blue Sky. Fuck. Look, okay? I like Jamel Bowie a lot. Like I think that man very rarely misses. I've enjoyed his takes. And on this one, he nailed a fucking bullseye. Why is he posting his L's? He's posting his L's to try and recontextualize why all of his haters are wrong. That's... He's trying to do it. Yes, as New York Times' Jamel Bowie points out, I'm fond of my little categories and isms. Blue Skyism shares some attributes with Richardsonism, such as a reverence for academics, although they're not exactly identical. Blue Sky has a mean streak that is very much not shared by the kinder, gentler Richardson, for instance. I can't. I can't. Oh my god. Yeah, guys, for the love of God, just for a moment, I want you all to understand that for me, exposing myself to this level of Nate Silver content is like drinking just liquefied lead. I'm feeling the poison slowly spread through my body. My cognitive functions slowly begin to shut down. My hair starting to fall out. I'm dying. He's such a mean girl. Oh god. He really is. Fuck. Also, Sake Tanuki, I forget if I said thank you, but thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. I very much appreciate the support. And thank you for the additional 2 tier 1 subs.
He's posting his L's because Nate couldn't post W's from 2000 to 2008, when she could.
Oh god. Your hair looks great. Thank you. I just... This paragraph... I'm sorry, this paragraph is everything wrong with Nate Silver in a nutshell. Like, yes, I'm fond of making shit the fuck up. Let me refer back to this other thing I made the fuck up. Blue Skyism. This is exactly, again, I want to reiterate, this is exactly what if alt hissed, but if he was a neoliberal. This is just some crazy energy. God. Well, you're welcome to disagree. I think these anthropological explorations of the Democratic Party are one of the better beats we have going at Silver Bulletin. He even refers to what he does as anthropology. Oh my god, this pretentious little loser. Oh god. Oh god. Furthermore, I think I can offer an interesting vantage point, being fairly liberal myself, but having backed into politics in a weird way, such that I've always felt like an outsider to the field. I also think these distinctions help explain both some of the seeming contradictions you're seeing in the Democratic Party today, and where it might turn next. The left has some 2028 frontrunners like AOC. The Abundance Libs have Pete Buttigieg and Josh Shapiro, among others. For the Resistance Libs, despite sometimes styling themselves as contrarian, the top candidate is Newsom, or perhaps even Harris again, who's reportedly leaning towards another presidential run. Please, for the love of God, no. Please, no. No. Just no. No. No and no. Also, I don't think Resistance Libs actually like Gavin Newsom. I think that, like, what the hashtag Resistance Libs that you see on Twitter and Blue Sky like is that Gavin Newsom's Twitter account tells Donald Trump to fuck off. And honestly, I think they would gravitate towards any public figure that tells Donald Trump to fuck off. I don't think that they are ideologically at all committed to Gavin Newsom. I think most find him odious. Yeah, maybe him and RFK are sharing the brainworm now. Okay? The podcaster Jennifer Welch was just hailed in a New York Times headline as the Democrats' toughest critic, but she recently hosted a book party for Harris, which wouldn't seem to represent a particularly critical position. The aversion to course correction reflects what I think of as purity politics. We are the good voters, the righteous ones, not like those racist, fascist, neo-Confederate, and/or Christian ethno-nationalist MAGA types. How would you even dare to criticize us? Well, look, it's fine to criticize someone on the left. That's fine. I do it all the time. But let's not pretend that like the politics beef you have with a liberal is anywhere near the kind of political beef you have with an out and out fascist KKK ass movement like the MAGA movement. Okay? It's just not the same kind of beef, man. Don't you guys go coining new isms in my chat? Stop it. Stop it with the Rudyardism. No, I refuse. Beef Torkunk, hello! Haven't seen you in a while. Alright. The sense of being on the right side of history is compounded by two other factors that make Richardsonism resistant to criticism. One is the success of the business model. It's hard to change lanes when you're constantly getting positive reinforcement in the form of likes and subscribers. By the way, folks, remember to like, comment, and subscribe on this video. Comment longer than 8 words. Apparently the algorithm likes that. And also like it and subscribe to the stream because I desperately need you to reinforce my ego. If you don't subscribe, my entire sense of self will dissolve into nothingness. I will be but a sad pile of dregs within which some shred of humanity remains. Simply scooching along, doing my best. So please support my ego. What the fuck was that? Where did that come from? Who am I? God, you guys, thank you for watching my channel. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs.
When my biggest complaint with HCR is, that was disappointingly light, and my smallest complaint with Nate's liver is, what the fork did you do to that pole?
Well, like, I don't know. It just kind of seems like Nate Silver is just completely off the rails. Like, Nate Silver is like, you know, like other people are doing actual politics, and meanwhile, Nate Silver is off in the woods doing his best Star Wars kid impression. That's a really old meme. That joke and reference was for all of you olds. And if you're too young, it's fine. You don't need to know what that meant. It's because we all took Tylenol. Nailed it. The other factor is to claim academic expertise, which is highly persuasive to Democrats who are rightly concerned about Trump's war on elite higher education and the anti-scientific turn among people like RFK Jr. Still, this risks making voters easy marks for anyone with a PhD in their bio. That's always been the case. Anyone with an education in a field is more likely to be listened to when topics about that field are brought up. The PhD represents the expertise, you know, supposedly, to the best of our ability. Richardson cites sources at the end of each edition of Letters from an American rather than providing links throughout her posts. This makes them seem more scholarly, but it obscures the fact that her sources are often just random partisans on Blue Sky or Twitter. I'm confident that Richardson's citations for claims about American history are often rigorous. But when it comes to analysis of modern electoral politics, i.e. my area of expertise, what? Okay, Nate. Buddy. Pal. I'm gonna need you to cite your expertise in modern politics. I need some citation on that one. God. She often cherry picks from the most unreliable sources. What's this? I'm sorry, wait. The polls were fine this year. Okay. Why did you link to this? Oh my god. Wait. Oh god. Take Heather Cox Richardson, the Boston College history professor and the Substack GOAT, as in greatest of all time. She has the incredibly popular newsletter that I subscribe to. Richardson doesn't purport to be a polling expert or a data maven, but I read her because she often has smart, slightly offbeat things to say, and because she's an articulate and reliable benchmark for a certain worldview that's popular in progressive spaces. Not terminally online like younger progressives, but wiser academic knowing. Here's what she wrote on November 6th once the results were in. The results were a surprise to everyone. Trump is a 78-year-old convicted felon who's been liable for sexual assault and is currently under indictment in a number of jurisdictions. He refused to leave office peacefully when voters elected Joe Biden president in 2020, instead launching an unprecedented attack on the U.S. Capitol to stop the counting of electoral votes, and said during his campaign that he would be a dictator on his first day in office. Pollsters thought the race would be very close, but showed increasing momentum for Harris, and Harris's team expressed confidence during the day, but by posting on social media with no evidence that the
Like
voting in
the
Pennsylvania
stream or
was
else
rigged.
the dono ghost will eat Jack's bones.
Matt, that's Yahoo!
Show your support for the ideology Marxism Jackism BWA.
True! Thank you for supporting Marxism Jackism, also known as socialism. Okay. In 2024, it appears the majority of American voters chose to put Trump back in office. The results were a surprise to everyone. They shouldn't have been a surprise to anyone, actually, provided they were reading Silver Bulletin or other nonpartisan polling analysis or mainstream outlets like The Times, and certainly not if they were consuming any right-wing media. And it wasn't just that the polls had been close. Trump had already been elected president before. Okay, so I'm increasingly getting the idea that this man just has a hate boner for Heather Cox Richardson in particular. Okay. Also, that doesn't seem to be a link about Heather Cox Richardson using unreliable sources. That seems to be her not reading you. Like, I'm sorry. That's that's also, can I just say polling data is a data point. There are many different polls and different ways to aggregate the polling data. But like, if someone is a Heather Cox Richardson, for example, and says they think that Harris is gonna win, like that isn't her
Imagine
using
being gay
unreliable
and having
sources.
a hang up over Cox.
It's all in the name, Sake Tanuki. He sees Cox and he goes deranged. It's just how it is. Okay? Okay, are we? Yes, we're back here. She's also frequently more partisan than principled. Joe Biden got a complete pass in Richardson's world for pardoning his son Hunter. And while she spread misinformation about Kirk's killer, she wrote highly sympathetically about Luigi Mangione after he assassinated a healthcare CEO. Your Honor. Propaganda. Your Honor. Your Honor. Your Honor. Stop. Your Honor. It's hard to find even the most perfunctory attempts at appeals to higher principles in Richardson's writing when they involve questionable choices made by Democrats. Wait, what is Nate Silver's version of highly questionable? Going to pirate wires? I have never heard of this website before. Let's see. Let's find. Oh God. Oh God. What is happening? Did I? Please be gone. Okay. When Luigi Mangione you know what? Let's just. Okay. Yesterday, a gunman assassinated the chief executive officer of United Healthcare, Brian Thompson, as he arrived at a meeting of investors. While authorities are still investigating, officials have released information that the casings of the bullets that killed Thompson, blah, blah, blah. Red herring lives are at the mercy of executives who prioritize profits. Health insurance companies have long been under scrutiny for their practices. Okay. United Healthcare, no exception. The evils and wrongs of United Healthcare. Okay. 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 Thompson's murder seems a cultural moment. Yes. Okay. Security expert Charlie Carroll expressed surprise to Josh Fialo of the Daily Beast that Thompson did not have a security detail. Okay. 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 Musk removed the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Provided a snapshot of American society, echoed a similar moment on January 6, 1872, when Edward D. Stokes shot railroad baron James Fisk Jr. Uh-huh. Okay. This isn't... Wait. Uh-huh. Okay. Wrote about the celebrations at length. Something happened to Richardson's ability to look at the internet since then, because on September 13th, far from grappling with those who allegedly had celebrated Kirk's death on social media, as she put it, Richardson wrote that Republicans were attacking these folks to create a narrative and mobilize violence against their enemies, a tactic suggested by Nazi political theorist Carl Schmitt because they're losing. Well, to be completely fair to Heather Cox Richardson, a lot of MAGA folks literally called Charlie Kirk's assassination their version of the Reichstag fire. And we're not talking about like random posters on the internet. We're talking like members of the Republican Party or members of political think tanks for the Republican Party. Okay, so like basically, again, I'm coming into this not having a bone like a dog in this fight. I don't know much about Heather Cox Richardson, but I do know that Nate Silver's full of shit. And so it's really interesting that every single time Nate Silver's like, oh, yes, look at how sympathetically she wrote about Luigi Mangione. And then I look at the article and it's like, oh, and then I get to a link to Heather Cox Richardson's work and I click on it and it's just going over the history of like political assassinations of powerful, rich, out of touch assholes and the issues that might motivate one to take action against a health insurance company that is reaping hundreds of billions of dollars in profit at the expense of poor marginalized folks who can't get by. That doesn't read to me as sympathetic towards the murder. It just seems to me as a contextualization of the murder. God. Okay. Furthermore, it's common to read things from Richardson that edge up against the definition of propaganda. Here, for example, was Richardson's take the night after Biden's disastrous debate with Trump last June. Tonight was the first debate between Joe Biden and the presumptive Republican presidential nominee, Donald Trump, and by far the most striking thing about the debate was the overwhelming focus among pundits immediately afterwards about Biden's appearance and soft, hoarse voice. As he rattled off statistics and events, virtually unmentioned was the fact that Trump lied and rambled incoherently, ignored questions to say whatever he wanted, refused to acknowledge the events of January 6th, and refused to commit to accepting the result of the 2024 presidential election, finally saying he would accept it only if it met his standards for fairness. Immediately after the debate, there were calls for Biden to drop out of the race, but aside from the fact that only time as presidential candidate has ever done that, in 1968, it threw the race into utter confusion and the president's party lost. Biden needed to demonstrate that his mental capacity is strong in order to push back on the Republicans' insistence that he was incapable of being president. That he did thoroughly. Biden began such a weak start, but hit his stride as the evening wore on. Indeed, he covered his bases too thoroughly, listing the many accomplishments of his administration in such a hurry that he was sometimes hard to understand. And like, okay, I will say that is some over the top glazing of Joe Biden. Okay, that's fucking crazy. But also, she is correct that there was a huge focus on Joe Biden being old and not nearly any focus, as much focus at the very least, as on Trump just lying nonstop. Like, yeah, Heather Cox Richardson is relatively liberal with critiques of the Democratic Party. I would say she seems to me like she's relatively, leans left as a liberal, not fully on board with the centrists, but yeah, this was pretty par for the course for a lot of folks who were hopeful about the 2024 race, unfortunately. We finally beat Medicare. Later in the post, Richardson claimed that different polls gave the win to each of Trump and Biden, which is another little nugget of misinformation. Every scientific poll showed Biden as the clear loser. Uh-huh. Democracy requires walking and chewing gum at the same time. More common than outright misinformation from HCR, though, are explanations of his electoral phenomena that don't align with the bulk of the evidence or the consensus of experts who study elections for a living. Here, for instance, is Richardson's dispatch from November 6, 2024, the day after Harris's loss last year, which we already read earlier this stream. It's trite to invoke the apocryphal Pauline Kael line about not knowing anybody who voted for Richard Nixon and therefore being surprised by his win. But even if Richardson herself was shocked by Trump's victory, what sort of epistemic bubble is she living in if she claims the results were a surprise to everyone? Again, the hyperfixation here on her being trapped in an epistemic bubble, as opposed to, again, the lies being routinely told by the right is insane to me. But okay. All right. Trump won before in 2016, and this time around, while the polls weren't fantastically accurate, they showed as close to a toss-up as you can get. The final silver bulletin forecast was literally almost 50-50. Should Richardson stay in her lane and only focus on history, not contemporary electoral politics? No, I'm not asking for that at all, but if you're going to send out missives about electoral politics to 2 million subscribers, you probably ought to do the reading about the many reasons that a Trump win was, at a minimum, highly plausible. Richardson, in her post-election newsletter, made almost no mention of immigration, for example, even though border crossings spiked after Biden adopted lax policies, despite frequent warnings from more moderate Democrats about the electoral downside. Again, border crossings are functionally irrelevant to any kind of conversation about immigration. It doesn't matter. It genuinely doesn't matter. There could be 10 undocumented immigrants coming into the country. Republicans would still think it is one of the top issues facing our nation. Like, it could be a laughably small number, and they would still hyperfixate on it. Because the propaganda of the Republican Party has taught them to do that. Okay? Like, the idea that, like, he's like, well, she didn't even know that the numbers sparked. Like, they went up. Like, who gives a shit? The argument isn't, well, undocumented immigration went up, and that's bad. No, the argument is, we should have a pathway to citizenship. The argument is, immigration is a net good, a net benefit to all of us. It raises wages. For like every single demographic. We get to do more work. It contributes more value to the economy. It helps keep local dollars local. It does so many good things. And like that's what the argument should be. And instead, Nate Silver's like, did you know that immigration went up? And people don't like when immigration goes up. It's like, well, the entire purpose of being a politician or a political communicator is to potentially change what people think is good or bad. That's the point. What did she blame Harris's loss on instead? She does attribute some of it to inflation, along with racism and sexism. But the linchpin was disinformation. Richardson even dropped a reference to Russian political theorists and later cites the example of right-wing influencer Benny Johnson, previously funded by Russia. And also funded by Russia, funded by Russia recently. So there are echoes of 2016 there, even though she isn't going full Russiagate. Again, we know that a number of political influencers like Benny Johnson, Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, etc., were literally taking like millions of dollars from Russia in order to make propaganda videos. We know that. That is confirmed. Pundits today have spent some time dissecting the... You know what? I'm just going to skip the quote because I don't think it's relevant. Attributing Democrats' losses to unfair media coverage, but we've covered the big cope extensively before, including in last week's post, so I won't dwell on it here. Richardson at least attributes more of it to Fox News and less to, say, the New York Times, which is the better version of the case. Still, she deprives voters of having any agency. If you voted for Trump, you must have been duped. But how does Richardson account for her own surprise about the outcome? Well, yeah, if you voted for Trump thinking he was going to bring down prices, you were duped. If you voted for Trump thinking that he was going to lower income inequality, you were duped. If you voted for Trump thinking that he was going to like make America great, you were duped. If you voted for Trump thinking he was going to stabilize geopolitics and like be not engage in like foreign war or acts of aggression, you were duped. Like if you were like at all thinking that this guy was going to like improve your life, you were duped unless you were like one of the billionaires of this country. Most people aren't billionaires. Most people were duped. This keeps going on. It does. It keeps going on. I told you we were visiting the pits of insanity today. Is it duped if it was voluntary ignorance? I would argue yes, because the reason it's voluntary is largely, you know...
I got abandoned for getting things wrong, but look. She got things wrong and still has more subs than I do.
It really comes across as, like, a baby whining. Like, oh god. For the love of God, shut the fuck up, Nate. Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Thank you for supporting the show. Yeah, if you thought he was only going to deport the worst of the worst, you were duped. If you thought he was going to supercharge small business in America, you were duped. And, like, there are some people who didn't vote along those lines because, you know, they're white nationalists and they thought, like, get rid of all the brown people. And they have not been duped. There are some people who are getting exactly what they wanted, but the people who thought, like, the egg prices were going to go down and, like, you know, food would be affordable again. No. Duped. Are we still talking about this Nate guy? Yes. Like, the reason we talk about media bubbles... Yeah, okay, first of all, I just recalled, you know, one of the things he wrote about 100 paragraphs ago. Remember when he accused Heather Cox Richardson of existing within an epistemic bubble? But then can't conceive that Republican voters might also exist within an epistemic bubble? Isn't that kind of weird? I feel like that, more than anything else so far, really betrays the hate boner he has for this woman. Richardson clearly reads widely, so she must be aware that many people pointed out the error in her assumptions about Kirk's assassin. How does she explain her own role in spreading misinformation? Does she think that Tyler Robinson actually was a groyper? I mean, she might. There's literally no evidence that Tyler Robinson wasn't. I think that there is some evidence that indicates he might possibly have been, but we don't know. And I guess we'll find out during the trial. If it was inadvertent, she read something from a trusted source that turned out to be wrong, she ought to have corrected the record. Or is there a sort of utilitarian calculation here? Because Richardson views Trump as an existential threat to democracy, does that mean she sees her role as more that of a political operative? Operatives are never held to high standards of accuracy in the first place. And last, an academic operating at arm's length? She's well within her rights to do that, I suppose. Lots of prominent liberals, including Klein, for example, navigate a boundary between being a commentator and a player in the system. Nonetheless, Richardson's scholarly detached tone masks what is sometimes partisan cheerleading. So he's tone policing her. I've also noticed we've moved away from like her ideology or turning her into an ideology and into just being butt mad about her specifically. Moreover, democracy requires living with an electorate where many voters are misinformed or otherwise exhibit deplorable characteristics. So here's my challenge to Richardson and other #resistance libs. Name one prominent electoral issue on which your personal view of what's right might nevertheless harm Democrats in their effort to win elections. One of mine is immigration. I'm an unabashed lib on this. To the left of probably 85% of the country. I favor enforcement at the border, but I'd like to see much higher levels of legal immigration. Maybe not 1 billion Americans, but perhaps double or triple the current quotas. That is not a far left position. This isn't as unpopular as you might think. Nevertheless, if I were advising a Democratic candidate, I wouldn't advocate for them to propose the Nate let's triple immigration plan. By a 44 to 35 margin, voters still trust Republicans more than Democrats in immigration. Trump's approval rating on immigration is a net -5. Not great, but considerably better than his overall numbers. What I'm suggesting here is something that ought to be pretty basic. In a democracy, you need to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time, keeping in mind that your political preferences might not match those of the median voter. Also, one should keep in mind that the median voter is dumb as bricks. Like, I'm sorry, but in order to understand politics, you need to understand that the median voter doesn't exist. Because by virtue of participating in politics and seeking to influence politics in general, right, you shift who the median voter is. When you push left on an issue, that shifts where the median voter is. And I feel like I shouldn't have to explain that to Nate fucking Silver. Like, my God. He talks about the median voter like it's some goddamn North Star. It's Polaris. It'll lead us home. Like, no, shut the fuck up, Nate. Prioritization is also a consideration in an attention economy where voters have limited bandwidth. That doesn't mean that you always want to roll over your political capital into the next election. Sometimes you want to cash your chips in for a win. Democrats paid a high political price for Obamacare, for instance, but now millions more Americans have health insurance. So when people like Bowie write that, quote, what substantively seems to annoy Nate the Silver is the existence of people with principles, they're getting it wrong. No, what annoys me is people like Richardson or Bowie who don't understand the is-ought distinction between the world they think ought to exist, where Biden won a commanding re-election victory and Trump is in jail, and the messy political world that we're really living in. Okay. But like Nate Silver's understanding of messy political world is constant like reference to current polling. And the issue with that is that polling, as Nate knows, changes all the time based on events transpiring, political messaging being dispersed, etc. What the median voter thinks changes all the goddamn time. And when we're talking about an election and we're talking about like people advocating for what they want to do when they get into office, then the political candidate gets to get up there, say their piece, and change minds. It isn't the political candidate's job to go out there and regurgitate what the median voter thinks. Because if that were the case, our presidents would be saying dumber and dumber shit over time. And we don't want that to happen. What we want are people with actual principles coming in and advocating them with their chest, full-throatedly with all their heart. Because that type of sincerity, you can't pay for that. And that moves people. When you actually show that you give a damn, that changes hearts and minds. And that is the entire point of people getting involved in politics. When folks start getting so obsessed with like trying to means test their own political positions, it weakens them. It makes them less sincere. It embodies everything that people hate about politicians. And so when Nate Silver here writes, "Oh, yeah, let's just look, you need to pay attention to what actually is out there." I'm pretty sure Jamel Bowie knows what's out there. I'm pretty sure Heather Cox Richardson has a good idea of what's going on right now, right? Like, the entire point is to see what is and then push for what should be. And, like, I don't feel like that is a particularly novel approach to politics. Is this what it's called, popularism? I mean, popularism is basically just deferring to what set of policies at any given time are the most popular. Right? And Nate Silver is basically advocating for some version of that. This poll says 79% of people say immigration is good, actually. Indeed. And that swing in people's perception of immigration as good or bad is, and you see it every single election cycle. You see it every single election cycle. The reason people start thinking worse about immigrants and worse about immigration is because of the propaganda that is put out by Republicans and Republican campaigns during election season. That's it. Well, the question was popularism. I'm guessing Superjet guy meant populism. Okay. But who at the same time are not particularly principled when it comes to recognizing bad behavior on their own side, and who have other poor epistemic habits, including... Also, I'm pretty sure Jamel Bowie calls out Democrats all the time. That of the two, I'm most familiar with Bowie, and his entire thing is advocating for progressive politics and criticizing Dems and Republicans alike. I'd have more admiration for Richardsonism if it were either ruthlessly effective at politics or meticulously clear-eyed and consistent about its principles. It often winds up somewhere in between, squaring the circle with garden variety Democratic Party partisanship. But that's normal. It's usually what happens to political movements in a two-party system, and Richardsonism is coalescing into something more than a merely very popular substack. Whatever you call it, it ought to be treated, like abundance or the tech right, as one of the winning political movements of the past several years. That means it deserves to be analyzed, criticized, mocked, and celebrated, as any significant political movement is, and treated as harnessing a political gravity of its own rather than just rolling with the evening tides on the main seashore. And we finally are fucking done with this. Jesus Christ. Anyway, I mentioned Nate Silver offhandedly the other day, and this came across my feed, and I read it, and I just want to say, if you didn't understand what I meant when I said Nate Silver is cooked, and Nate Silver is has really fallen off and gotten weird, this is exactly what I mean. Like, this was an insane level of cope from someone who used to be like highly respected among like liberal Democrats. It is insane to see this. This would be like checking in on Joe Biden and seeing that he was just like covered in like charcoal ash in his undies, just like sobbing in a room somewhere. And like it just bizarre, off-putting, weird behavior that indicates something is really wrong. Yeah, he cooked as hell. He went hollow. Yeah. Fuck. Anyway, we did it. We made it through. And that took forever and a day. I also have to be honest, I forgot how long this article was. And this drained the soul out of me. That being said, finally we leave the Torment Nexus, indeed. So if you got anything out of this, please, for the love of God, hit the like button. Leave a comment that's longer than 8 words. The algorithm loves comments that are longer than 8 words. And also, please subscribe, because my ego needs to survive. And according to Nate Silver, if you don't like and subscribe, I could perish. So do those things. Also, turn knowing good politics into action. Please, please. You know, join your local Dems and radicalize them. Join your local DSA and make it more effective. Organize, organize, organize. If you need help doing it, this community will help you. Join the Discord. Reach out to Dragonfly for help organizing your local Dems and radicalizing them. Reach out to GamerG for help organizing your local DSA and making them more effective. And let's make it happen. And last but certainly not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. We've tested it with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks, and the reviews are stellar. So please check it out and consider buying yourself or a loved one a set of non-tuck lingerie for the holidays. Check it out. And with that, let's keep on going. Oof. Nocturnal with the 10 gifted memberships. Holy shit. Let's go! Well, you all know what that means. You all know what that means. Our Lady of Toots has been awoken. It's 2 o'clock. Nocturnal, thank you for supporting stream. Oh, it's been so long. Oh god, I missed it. Christmas tree. It's me, Bingo. Thank you for being a member. And remember, folks, you can donate $5 to speed it up or slow it down. A little slower. Hey. Wait a minute. That's not correct. We're having a malfunction. 1 second. Let me fix this. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. There we go.
Maybe a little slower. 3.
Oh, Paladin, thank you for the $5 dono as well. There we go. We're at 0.5 speed.
It's been so long. We need to make the moment last.
It's true.
Slow this down.
It's true. Thank you. Thank you for reminding us to savor every moment. Trombones contain spit valves.
Speed it up so the silverism doesn't get me.
That's what it's called, you know. Are you a tutor or a muter? I like your version with the trombone. The trombone version is the greatest version of this. Jammer CZ, thank you for the membership. Also, Jammer CZ, do you want it faster or slower? Or are you just supporting? Too fast? Okay. It's so much worse at 0.5 speed. Oh my god. Pretty sure extortion is illegal. I'm not extorting anybody. This is all on you guys. I give you the tools to inflict pain as well as to remove it. You guys just embrace the chaos. Beef Torque Hunk, would you believe me if I told you the speed on this video goes all the way up to 16 times?
Extortion, they say. How much slower can we go?
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh god! This is just the soundtrack. This is the soundtrack to Hieronymus Bosch's version of hell. Alright? It's the soundtrack to this. Alright? Oh, God. Joke's on y'all, I'm into this shit? Hell yeah. I kind of hate myself for this. I'm vibing. I want this in the Library of Congress. If we become politically active enough, we can get this in the Library of Congress. Can it go slower? Excellent question.
Can it go slower?
Wait. God. It should be able to. Let me see something. Okay, so if I try to make it go slower, it just stops. I thought I was able to make it go... No. I guess the answer is just no. Hopping in Audacity. This really is a level of suffering unimaginable to the human body. Well, correction, Spitfire. I don't hate you. Just other chatters hate you. One minute of this left. We can do it. Hold strong. Hold strong. This better play at my funeral. Yeah, get everyone to listen to this at your funeral and have them just look at a slow tunnel of light leaving a screen until there's nothing but blackness. Imagine subjecting a 12th century peasant to this. And this is the only part of modernity they get to experience. There's no additional context. Oh god. It feels like a triumph. Like some primal war cry. Do you think there's a chance the peasant would unironically see this experience as a win for the working class? No.
This is a message from the Department of Homeland Security. If you attempt to smuggle fentanyl into the United States, and we catch you, this is what we will do to you. Thank you for your attention.
Dirge core? Hell yeah, let's go. Where's the We Are Charlie Kirk trombone chant? We did it! Now for the creepiest part. Here it comes. Brace. Oh god, the fucking cursed screams of the damned. We did it. We made it. Oh god. I'm so mad my $5 speed up didn't work. I'm so sorry. Now, somebody did ask, where is the We Are Charlie Kirk trombone chant? And you're in luck. Okay? Here's 14 seconds of it. Oh god. Oh god. Oh fuck. Huh. I just fuck, that was funny. I'm trying to see if there's a full version of it anywhere, just so that I can watch it at some point, because it would be genuinely hilarious. But I can't find it off the top of my head, so, you know, it's fine. Holy shit. We did it. We got Charlie Kirk, we carry the flame. I will find a complete version for you. Thank you, Paladin. God. I love, I'm not gonna lie. I understand that the Mariah Carey trombone champ tradition that we've carried on for the last several years here, during the month of December, is disruptive, and like it just it's silly as fuck. And I understand it is also incredibly off-putting to someone who's coming in to watch politics. But honestly, the level of chaos it interjects into the show, I appreciate. I think it's fun. I think it's great. Good. Um, we got some fur babies, folks. Time to look at some fur babies. Got to recover from that. It's true. Cute dark arts with a good point. I might need to sneeze real quick. Let me get a tissue. I'm back, y'all. All right. Let's see. Fur Baby Channel. Where you at, fur babies? There you are. Oh my god. Fur baby! Blurry fur baby. Lovely. Murder mittens. Lulu on the bed being cute. Lulu! Being just a cozy little cat. Hello, Lulu. Let's go. Behold my emotional support team. Oh my god. Look it. Look it. What a little baby. I love them. Get head bonked? Baby. Needing that dough. Needing that dough. Boop, boop. God. Adorable. Emotional support friend is sleepy. Happens to the best of us. Oh my god, scruffy little baby. Just so little. So little. Baby. Oh my gosh, the cuddles. The cuddles are unreal. Oh, that cat looks so happy. Yes, a fine wizard's familiar. Baby with the bisexual lighting. Let's go. Let's go. grumpy jelly bean despite purring like a motor. Baby. Look at this friendo holding her own paw. God, I love cats. At the vet with the elder floof. Oh my god. Look at this little guy. Oh my god. Just excited to be here. I adore this creature. I would take a bullet for this one. It's true. That's Knifey's duck's friend, though. Mozzarella just being a cute cat. A cute cat named Mozzarella? Look at everyone, it's Mozzarella. Just the mozzarella, motzing around. We like lots of matzah. A cat drawn with obviously just draw circles vibes. That's correct. This was drawn only using circles. And I, for one, am here for it. When you surprise your fur baby. When your fur baby realizes you're taking a picture. We doing furry friends? Yeah, for now. Lily! Look at it, look at Lily, everyone, getting in the Christmas spirit. Oh my god, look at... I didn't know they offered Santa Claus pet pictures. I didn't know that they offered that. I want to get in on that next time I have a pet. Oh my god. Let's go. Yeah, baby. Oh my god, look at them. Oh my god. Even Santa Claus looks overjoyed. God, that's adorable. Oh my god, Andromeda. What? Look at this creature. Just sublime. And it's polar opposite. Baby. I used to be the photographer for the Santa pictures at the pet store I worked at. That sounds really fun and or bad. I don't know which. Baby. What is this? A bun. Look at him go. Look at him go. Oh my god. Bunui. Indeed. Oh god. I'm dying. Is he wearing like a little bow tie? Looks like he's wearing a little bow tie over here. What a dapper lad. Oh, he got a little box. What's in the box? What's in the box, though? What's in the box? What's in the box? We never learned. We will never know. Some photos of Misty because I miss him. Oh, Misty. Floofiest cat. My God. Adorable. Gotta have this in the fur baby? Yeah, you're right.
Like an event horizon on a black hole sounds like. The brown note has nothing on this? Yeah, you're gonna be pissing and shitting by the end of this. I'm already dead inside. I'm sorry, Maliki.
I am sorry.
This would be played in like some kind of Christmas slasher film.
Oh.
Can I say something terrible? I feel like there's a world where someone could like make this into a vaporwave mix that would actually kind of slap.
That was terrible of me to say. I should never have said that. Bobby loves Christmas. Bobby! Bobby! Bobby loves... Look at the Christmas spirit coming off of Bobby. Oh my God. Let's go. Rip Misty, the most affectionate cat I've ever known. Oh, rest in peace, Misty. Oh, look at those toe beans. Oh, whole little family. Just so floofy. Misty, a real monarch. Juliet is old, but okay. Juliet is old? Juliet looks like a kitten. Oh, baby. Cat cuddles. God, the one in the middle looks so upset. Looks just so angry. My lovely and clingy wobbly cat Tumbles. Tumbles! Look at the happiest cat I've ever done seen. Tumbles! Tumbles! What a great name for a cat. My dad and Keely, we all love Keely. And you know what? Your dad seems cool too. Scuppers in the leaves. Look at that! Scuppers having a great time in just a beautiful environment. Where did Keely go? We can't. There's just a blanket here. No Keely, only blanket. Wobble cat does wobble. Oh God, living up to the name. Amber Brains, look at your doggo. Oh my God, he looks so noble. She's on the lookout. Keely's on the case. Oh, what a good doggo. My late Danny. Oh, rest in peace, Danny. Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. And I'm loving the pet bow ties. I gotta say, it's really cute. You gotta let me know how to get my cats into this mix. You gotta be on the Discord and you gotta post in the Fur Baby channel. You gotta, if you post your pet pics in the Fur Baby channel, then next time someone redeems fur babies over in the Twitch chat, we'll go and look at the pet pics, because it's just I just think it's really fun. All right, but for now, that is all the pet pics we have. So y'all need to get to posting more of your pet pics. All right, where are we at? Oh, I forgot to update the stream to live. That's on me. That's some damage on me for sure. Okay. Folks, I also just want to say we're only 16 subs away from our goal. Did you get the VOD link? Oh, I did. Yes, I did. Sorry, just totally forgot.
Plus, I will have to redo the tracking bit.
Legendary.
I'm just gonna take off my headphones for this. I'm just gonna take off my headphones because ain't no way am I gonna listen to it. No, I need to know when the part comes in.
Heart reborn.
The background song, I know, but do I not need to move the notes from right to left then?
Live for Jesus.
We lived for Jesus. Like, who made these lyrics? Oh, here. 40 seconds.
We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. Fight for the gospel. Honor his name. Charlie Kirk.
That's enough. That is enough.
Oh,
why did I do this, man?
That was it. All right. I love it. God. That's all there is, indeed. That's funny as fuck. Why do you know the lyrics to the song? How many times have you listened to it? I listened to it one time. But they repeat that verse like 3 times, and it's funny as fuck. So it got stuck in my head. We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. It's so stupid. But you know, in a way, a very stupid song is a fitting legacy to Charlie Kirk. The lyrics were revealed to me in a dream. Charlie personally appeared to me in a vision and told me all of the lyrics to the song. That's how I know them. All right. Where do we want to go next? You know what? I think we need a little bit of a shakeup. So, we have to return to you know what? This is great. All right. Now, folks, I understand that we talk about some serious politics here. All right. But there's someone in the process of dealing with all these serious politics that we've overlooked and neglected for far too long. So, of course, today we're checking in with Shadiversity.
I'm going on an adventure! Hello, adventurer! Shut up! Stupid thing that they happen to be, and driver!
Your sword's getting wet in the rain. It's gonna rust.
We gotta get back.
Kramer!
Okay, all right.
I don't think I like apples anymore.
I suddenly need to see the facilities.
Okay.
This is outside my wheelhouse.
I
don't possess the skills for this one. Shad, wait up.
You just need to kiss him! All right. Do you know the sword? Do you know that?
Do you want the sword?
Did you hear that?
It has been months. I don't know where anybody is. I barely know where I am. And I've run out of food. So, I'm gonna have to continue to figure this out and just... Apples?
Kramer!
No, I just decided to stick my head out for like no reason at all.
What? Yes, that is correct. It is our pleasure to bring to you the completed Epic Adventure Quest. Now, the thing is though, it took a lot of work to produce this, and in actual fact, we've been sitting on the footage that we filmed almost 2 years ago, because YouTube hasn't been in a position or a climate to justify releasing this footage when we invested so much money to make it. But
Oh no. How much money did you invest into making this? It took you 2 years? Did you take out a loan to make this? How much debt are you in? No!
Now, because of our incredible supporters, we can release it and bring it to them. And if you sign up, just $1 a month, you will get access to the full, complete, finished Epic Adventure Quest. Because here's the thing, right? 2 episodes are available on Shadiversity. The third one we had to take...
There are 2 of this? Why, sign me up, bucko.
...down because YouTube buried it so much and it was so good. And the 4th unfinished episode...
Yeah, that was the sizzle reel. That was all the best bits. Aren't you all entertained and intrigued?
No one has ever seen that before, right? We've been sitting on that and we want to bring it to our most dedicated fans. And the 4 episodes actually have a complete storyline. So what we've done is re-edited them into a complete film. There is new footage in episode 1 and 2, the unavailable episode 3 and the episode 4 that you've never even seen before, fully edited together in a complete, hilarious, brilliant film. Probably the best bit of content I've ever made. With
Oh no. Oh no.
Tyrant and everyone's help, and now you can get access to it, and it's only just $1 a month. You not only get this finished Epic Adventure Quest film, all the exclusive content, behind the scenes, where there are bloopers, right, and outtakes, and also heaps of footage. We're bringing that to our supporters as well. You'll get to see the behind the scenes and the outtakes and everything, all there available, and really, it is our pleasure to bring it to you guys. And if you want to see it, just sign up, become a member, and then there's the possibility that we can even make more Epic Adventure Quests in the future if we can grow our viewer support.
I'm not gonna lie. I am tempted. I am tempted just to see the train wreck. But I don't think it's worth it. I don't think it's worth it at all.
Because it's only thanks to you guys we're able to do this and to continue making the content you love. So I really do hope you check it out, and I hope you love it. So thanks, guys.
Now you might be asking, Jack, who the fuck was that guy? He's just your humble, your average humble sword YouTuber that goes by Shadiversity. And he also does political commentary. There's a 46-minute long film of that content out there. It's incredible. Now, I also just want to see. Yeah, he has a little channel here. Charlie Kirk became more powerful than they possibly imagined.
I've been waiting for you, Charlie Kirk. We meet at last. My transition is now complete. When I left you, I was but a man. Now I am a woman.
Only to progressive retards.
I am a woman. Respect my pronouns.
Can you even define what a woman is? Only men have penises.
It's a woman's penis. Your words are violence.
Words are only violence to people who want to kill those speaking against them.
You should not have tried to talk.
The left can't win. If you strike me down, I shall become more powerful than you can possibly imagine.
What? Okay, wait. Why sometimes they just do like the static image, and then other times they try to like turn Alec Guinness's face into Charlie Kirk with a beard? But why? Face too big.
Imagine.
Black lives matter.
All lives matter.
Are they using AI in Charlie Kirk's voice? Yes.
No need. I'm happily married. Remember, I'll always be with you.
Oh god. Oh god, what a heartfelt tribute to Charlie Kirk. It's everything he always deserved. It's everything. It was so bad. It was so bad. Oh god. Oh fuck. Is that the whole video? That's the whole video. Only men have a penis. Charlie Kirk, may he rest in peace. Oh god. Guys, this was made. What day was this made? Oh, for the love of God. This was made. It's tagged Fantastic Four Marvel Review. This video is not meant to be disrespectful to Charlie Kirk. Okay. Oh, fuck. Yeah, no, it definitely pays him the respect he deserves. Oh, God. Oh. God. I just, holy shit. Truly, this video was carrying the flame. Oh, what are the comments? The comments are, like, hearing Vader shout "respect my pronouns" was hilarious. Someone quoting Bruce Wayne from Batman Begins. You kill a martyr and they become immortal. From my point of view, Reddit is a far-right website. Then you are lost! I can't wait to use No Need, I'm happily married. Charlie would have laughed. Words are only violence to people who want to kill those speaking against them. Jesus, that hits hard now. Oh, God. General Kirk.
It's all soup. The brains are all soup. I can see it now. A zombie apocalypse, and as a blizzard blows outside,
God.
a zombie pours a hot mug of Republican brain into and watches the flurries.
You know, I bet that sounds really comfy for the zombie. God. Someone commented, "We are all Charlie Kirk now." Oh, God. Oh my God, that was peak. I don't know. I don't know that we'll ever beat that. Um And of course he has an incredibly hate-filled anti-immigrant video about the Bondi Beach shooting. Because, you know, he's Australian and super conservative, so, you know. Also, he lists it his new show over on Night's Watch is titled The Culture Crusade. Just to give you an idea.
Other, thing that he can get his whole hands on to cause mass casualties. All right? When someone is committed to perform violence, they will friggin' find a way. And so what you have to do is empower the people to protect themselves. Because in the seconds where a travesty happens, where some psychopath wants to come and kill you, and in the seconds that they have to take people's lives, never fear, because the police are 40 friggin' minutes away. Yeah! You can rely on the police to protect you, just like this bloody attack did. Our politics.
Yeah, the solution to this bloody attack would have been to make it easier to get guns. If we make it easy, look, if everyone down to the last fetus is armed with a gun, then we will be safe. What's happening on the right of the screen? That's his guest, who I guess draws comics. Mike S. Miller Blacklist? I don't know.
140 million people?
I don't know that.
The scale.
I would want it confirmed. I can't just take your word for it.
I did that research myself. I didn't get that from anybody else. Those are the numbers.
Like, I have to tell you guys, I have wanted to cover Shadiversity more often, but the problem is he has relegated a lot of his politics content to these 2-hour plus live streams, and I don't have the time to go through them. This guy sounds dumb. He is dumb. But he's also dumb to an audience of, that is not insignificant. Like, this side channel he does that hosts most of his politics content has, 160,000 subscribers. The Shadiversity channel has 1.6 million subscribers. So, I'm just not going to do that. But I thought it'd be fun to check in and just see what the hell is he up to. And what he's up to is advocating that everyone in Australia be armed at all times so that they can shoot each other at a second's notice. And that will somehow make Australia safer. And also, he's making he made a feature film. And is just generally a goofy, silly, deeply unserious person who has odious politics. As someone in the US, it doesn't. Yeah, something should maybe indicate, I don't know, the 6,000% higher rate of gun violence here in the United States, that arming everyone is a bad idea. Like, I don't know, like 6,000% more gun violence deaths
This
seems
was a Shad
bad.
video? God, I'm glad that Sell Sword Arts, Jacques C. Whipper and David the Arrow Bard are the current face of SwordTube.
Is David the Arrow Bard the guy who does cool trick shots on like stripper poles? No, wait.
If you've watched,
the guy I'm thinking of is Blumenek. This guy's cool as shit. Wait, no, he is David the Arrow Bard. He just has a different channel. Neat.
Is it a good idea?
Like
Recreating video. Is it a... Why is Robin... Is it a...
I just wanted to jump ahead in the video. No. Yeah, here we go.
Why am
He's just cool as shit.
pole dancing? Buddy. I'm a pole dancer. This is my skill set. It's my job. I teach it. The bigger question, to be honest, why am I swinging a sword around? Or why am I shooting a bow and arrow while I'm hanging here? Because those are the weird skills. This is what I do.
Dude's
So
just
if you
cool
wanna
as
learn
shit. I don't know. I think he's neat. Who's this guy? Here you go. Dude is goated. Yeah. Pretty sure I would die if I ever attempted that maneuver. Same. I have a question. If 6,000% more gun violence means I'm 6,000% more likely to be shot, how much percent does that mean? Does that go up by me being trans? Couldn't even begin to answer that for you. Sorry. He too is Charlie Kirk. We're all Charlie Kirk. Anyway, this segment got away from me. I wanted initially to dunk on Shadiversity's new film, but it really went places after that. Anyway, if you got anything out of this, leave a comment that's longer than 8 words, because apparently that matters to the algorithm. Subscribe, and please consider supporting the stream. Subs, donos, memberships, super chats, all of that. You guys are the people who sponsor my show and allow me to do what I do, so please consider doing that. And also, join your local Dems, radicalize them, join your local DSA, make it more effective. And you need help, join our Discord, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your Dems, reach out to GamerG for help with your local DSA, and check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Tested it with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It's non-tucking lingerie. Check it out. Link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going. Oof. Yeah, join DSA. Get involved in resisting ICE today. Indeed. Yes, the Archer Twink. You guys are familiar. We carry the flame. Ah, God.
Last week.
Don't know about that one. Okay. Let's do this. Well, wait, before we do that, folks, we've been going for over 4 hours now. Please hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the buttons that help the show. We are getting so close. We are 16 subs away from our goal. Let's go. Go, go, go. Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button. Oh, Dark Liliana. No, Jazz is fine. Jazz is good. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click No, Jazz Dog, Shadiversity has a brother named Jazza, or who has a channel called Jazza, who's way more talented and has a bigger channel than he does, and Jazz is cool. Hey, Riverboat Jack, want some nightmare fuel? No, I have plenty of it in the tank. She's getting so close, you guys. Sorry, I'm particularly thirsty today. Okay. I understand. Sometimes people be thirsty. Yes, Jazza the artist. Yes, the art channel Jazza is Shadiversity's brother, but Jazza is cool and has, you know, like, supports LGBTQ people. Shadiversity is not cool and does not support LGBTQ people. All right, it's time for us.
Why am I?
Is it perfect? Cool. Are you guys ready for some content? Beat us? Hell yeah. Okay. So, folks, many of you are aware that I've kind of been following roughly this drama that has been unfolding on the right between Turning Point USA and Candace Owens / Tucker Carlson. And one of the things that I really wanted to talk about was that over the weekend, or at least over the last few days, I forget exactly the timeline, but apparently Erika, Kirk, and Candace Owens plan to have some kind of peace summit to try and mend their differences and, like, stop this conspiratorial rambling and ranting about Erika Kirk being, like, the mastermind of Charlie Kirk's assassination, or Turning Point USA being, you know, assassins or aligned against Charlie Kirk, you know, or the idea that Charlie Kirk was about to, like, convert to Catholicism and that was why they had him killed. Like, there's a bunch of just crazy shit flying around. A peace summit? What is this, a war now? Well, kind of. It's a war within the Republican Party, and it's a pretty significant schism, right? Because you basically have Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson, and Candace Owens, along with a handful of other content creators, seeking to siphon off the audience that Turning Point USA and Charlie Kirk had cultivated, which was significant. And whoever's kind of the successor to that is going to wield a very powerful and lucrative propaganda wing and group of people. So where we're at now is that Erika Kirk, I believe it was Turning Point USA, approached Candace Owens to have like a private sit down. And Candace Owens earlier today put up a video about how that went. And I thought we would take a look at that. So here we go.
You guys are absolutely crazy. The amount of people who attacked me for sending out a tweet being like, hey, I'm good, I'm alive. We had a very productive conversation. And they were like, she got the call. She got the call. She's betrayed us. She's doing something else. I can't believe it. This has all just been a show. Calm down, okay? What do you think happened? Well, Erika said, stop. And then I was frozen for 4 hours and 30 minutes, just like, as they just put all of these talking points into my head. That is not what happened. I keep telling you guys, I am not governable. I am basically akin to Kanye West.
Oh, okay. We're just straight up saying like, yeah, I aligned myself with the explicit guy who's a Nazi, huh? The guy who explicitly said, I love Hitler. Okay.
Never felt more seen than when he tweeted a lot of years ago, just fired my manager because I realized I can't be managed. That is me. That tweet right there, I was like, oh gosh, yes, Kanye, that I get this. Okay. Nobody is changing their mind anything. How ridiculous would it have been if
Yeah. Look, I'm just like Ye, all right? I'm look guys, I'm just like Ye. I'm just like him. Okay? Ye, the artist formerly known as Kanye West, is selling t-shirts on his website bearing a swastika, the symbol of the Nazi party adopted by Adolf Hitler in 1920. Cool. On Monday, it was the only item for sale on Yeezy.com.
I'm doing all of this, investigating, asking all of these questions, and then Erika Kirk offers to answer some of these questions, and I'm like, no, I'm not going to go. I can't betray the people. I don't want any answers to the questions. I just want to ask them. No, this is the entire reason we are doing this. We've been looking at the situation going, why can't Turning Point USA just answer basic questions? And I can tell you guys that yesterday, for 4 hours and 30 minutes, there were no rules. They said you can ask us any question that you want, anything that's on your mind, which I appreciated. And some of you guys are thinking, who is they? Who is they? It's the Jews, obviously. Just kidding. It's Justin Strife. Justin Strife was in the room. It was just Justin Strife and Erika. George joined me just...
What a weird joke to make.
For the beginning portion of the conversation, because he had that thing going on that I told you on the 15th all day. He was in a conference. And then I brought my cousin Mia, the one that has a really bad attitude. I just bring her there for vibes. I think it just confuses people. They're like, I don't understand what's this person doing here. And the reality is she's like always just listening to Cardi B music. But she's my cousin and I always have her around. And so that was it. She was kind of sitting a little bit away, but at the table, it was really just the four of us until George left. And I will be honest, I did not know what to expect going into the room. I did not know if they were going to be open. I didn't know what Erika's energy was going to be like, if it was going to be more of an argument, if there was going to be legal threats. You guys were telling me not to drink water, so I didn't drink water. Well, I brought my own water, but
Why? Don't drink her water because she's gonna poison you? What?
Didn't drink that water too. It was a lot.
Did she just say it's the Jews? Yes, she said it's the Jews. And then was like, haha, what a good joke. No.
There's a lot going on, okay? And the conversation started with Justin Strife very sensibly saying, what are we looking to accomplish here? Like, what is the actual aim of this conversation? And he was pretty clear, and Erika was very clear, that they were sort of most upset with obviously a bit of a fever pitch, what I tweeted, that it was a godforsaken company and people should not give money to it.
Ha 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 ha. They look, when I said it was a fucking hellhole that no one should support under any circumstance, it was just a little jokey joke, you know?
And I have to own that. That's aggressive. That is actually aggressive.
It's a little aggressive. It's just a tad. Just a tad.
In the retrospect, I was very frustrated. And I don't know, I felt like we weren't getting any answers. And there were so many.
I don't think look, Super Jet Guy is asking me, do you think Candace Owens believes in Black Hebrew Israelite or Hotep myths? I don't think Candace Owens believes in anything. I think she believes in money. Full stop.
Lies, and then I was getting attacked for asking all meaningful questions that was within their capacity to answer. And I told you, I definitely, my problem in life is that I can rise to anger very quickly. I shared with them that I really felt like I was under attack for telling the truth from the very beginning, like casually when I mentioned the Catholicism thing. Like, what was that about? I was like, look, I say something in a tribute to him. Alex Clark and Andrew Colvett then jump onto a podcast and they're doing that weird interview, which is clearly aimed at me. And they've teased the interview as like aimed at me, but they never say my name. And that to me felt like it was the first, I don't know, the first bit of mud that was slung, which their answer for that was, hey, that was a really crazy time. A new system had to be put into place. And by no means did Erika give any person the authority to go out and say that the Catholicism thing was a lie. It kind of turned into this big thing. Whatever. Okay, that kind of obviously was not the meat of the reason that we wanted to sit down. I will say I was immediately refreshed by the fact that one of the first things that Erika did was she owned the lies, or rather, I guess they would cage it as miscommunications that were coming from various people at the company. Like, look, this is a company with...
It is, I don't know that this is actually going to work. You know, I don't know that this diffusing is going to work when Candace Owens is still calling them lies and their team is framing it as miscommunications. Because a lie is done with intention to deceive. A miscommunication is an accident, right? And she's still using the term lie, which I think is going to continue to leave this rift open.
650 people that are employed. Everybody at this time is exceedingly emotional, and they are communicating, and no matter what somebody says on Twitter, they assume that this communication has come down from management, and that's not always a circumstance. But they owned right away, which felt great, that if you guys recall, Erika sat down with Glenn Beck. I actually missed this portion because I didn't get to watch the interview in its entirety, and we were pulling clips because a lot was coming out very quickly. But there was a portion that was going around that was viral, and it was Erika saying that she had Charlie's phone and that Charlie never texted anybody the night before saying that he thought that they were going to kill him. And that obviously reflected poorly on me because I was the one who said that he did, in fact, text multiple people the night before. And then I went on Jimmy Dore on Friday, Jimmy Dore's show, and I clarified. I said, Andrew Colvett told me.
Oh God, Jimmy, I actually managed to like wipe the memory of Jimmy Dore out of my brain. Being reminded that he exists irks me.
Specifically, that he was one of the people that received this text message. So
Erin Ha, 1000% she is grifting. It's open to debate whether or not she believes her own insanity, you know? I think it might be 50-50.
I got that first person. I didn't get that from a source. I got that directly from Andrew Colvett. And then somebody who had access to Dan Flood's communications said that Dan Flood similarly received a text message. They owned that right away and explained. Erika said that she has Charlie's phone. She's looking at his iMessages. And it turns out that he, like everybody else, communicates on Signal. He communicates on Telegram. And that those when she heard me say that, they then went and looked. And yes, that what I said was true. Andrew Colvett received a message the night before, and Dan Flood received a message the night before. Now, they asked me if I had actually like a concrete a copy of what Dan Flood got the night before, and I said no. Somebody told me what it said, which was almost exactly what Andrew said, which is they're going to kill me. Andrew did not know who that he was referring to were, but they clarified that the message that Dan Flood received said the left is going to kill me. So I can't confirm that one way or the other. I have to trust them on that because I did not see that.
Oh, is this the story that they're gonna go with? That he knew that the left was gonna kill him. Okay.
That concrete message, I was told that it said they. Now, obviously, we discussed the moment, and I'm laughing here because you TikTokers are actually out of control. You guys are going to be the reason that Israel gets TikTok.
Wait, what is true? She's been talking about the whole text message debacle, right? Like, one of the things was that, like, Erika Kirk was saying, oh, Charlie didn't text anybody, and then, like, she was like, but he texted me, and then multiple members of Turning Point USA who were in the meeting were like, well, he also texted us, but on different apps, so it wasn't on iMessage. And it was all just a crazy mix-up.
Because you guys are acting a fool all the time. And the videos were so hilarious of you guys mocking the Barry Weiss interview. It's great. It's good to laugh at ourselves. And Barry Weiss is always worth laughing at. But I was sort of like, hey, I felt name checked by the podcaster, Candace Owens, this obvious setup, and then asking me to stop. And it's interesting to hear Erika say that the reason she didn't ask me to stop in the beginning because she was actually learning things from the show. She was actually
What?
That was some weird shit.
I don't believe that.
Actually learning things, and that I think she similarly felt that Barry Weiss was trying to create a moment. Obviously, it's who Barry Weiss is. It's the Zionist lobby. She's trying to right perceived wrongs because I'm against her side. That does not surprise me. That's kind of why Barry Weiss exists. That's the reason they put her at CBS, is because she's just committed to stacking the audience with people that are going to present the pro-Israel cause and talk about anti-Semitism and talk about like crime being on the rise. It's kind of an embarrassment, but I actually do accept that. And I should also clarify that Barry Weiss obviously picked those questions. They were not random, like I told you. It wasn't like...
I don't trust her saying Zionist lobby. Well, yeah, because she's not an anti-Zionist. And this is what people get wrong about Candace Owens, like, all the time. She's not against Zionism. She's against Jewish people. She is anti-Semitic. Like, she has co-opted the language that the left uses to critique the foreign and domestic policies of Israel, and is using that to mask her anti-Semitism. Like, that's what she does. And a lot of people have gotten suckered into it. And, like, that's a huge problem.
People were coming to the mic and it was an open mic and they didn't know if they were going to get. It was all very much planned by Barry, but Erika said that she knew the general idea, like they were going to mention me and mention the conspiracies, but she was not given that specific. The podcaster can't...
Again, it's why she rehabilitated like Kanye West's image, or attempted to. Like, she is anti-Semitic. She agrees with his anti-Semitism. And you know what? It's time for Our Lady of Toots. We're taking a brief intermission, everybody. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 10 gifted tier 1 subs. Thank you so goddamn much. We are 6 subs away from our goal, and it's time for us to take a brief sojourn into a wonderful, wonderful world of musical delights. It begins again. If you want it done faster, you can always speed it up. sojourn, a mental health retreat. Christmas, there is nothing else I need. I don't know the words to this song at all. Christmas tree. If the gods will it, so be it. I will lay down my sanity for the cause.
No edge, only slow.
Oh no! Okay. I'll allow it. I'll allow it. Salmon Moose, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 6 tier 1 subs each. We have done it. We have hit our goal. And now I will sit here in agonizing misery. No. Yay! We did it! We hit our goal! This is a reward! This is a reward. It's definitely not punishment. Pluvius, what soup are you eating? I love you all, chat. Yeah, you chaos goblins. Can I just say, I love that I give you guys the option to make this fast, and every single time you guys choose to make it slow as fuck. You guys choose to make your reality this every single time. Every single time. Just as an FYI, this goes all the way up. This goes all the way up. 8 times speed, 9 times speed, 10 times speed, 12 times speed, 14 times speed, 15 times speed, 16 times speed. It could be over by now. It could be over in like 2 seconds. But no. It's growing on you. It has that effect. It is a beloved tradition. I gotta go make dinner. No, Salmon Moose, how could you? You have premium? I do. Because I watch so many videos on YouTube for this show. It's like buying a Ferrari and driving 2 miles an hour down the side of the road. Wind in your hair. Good Faith Goblin!
Late but still deserved yes, no tears, plus over Russell equals buff.
This is my buff cat stance. Good Faith Goblin, thank you for the 6 tier 1 subs! Let's go! It does grow on you like mold, Webmage. Every year, it's like this though. You guys choose this. You guys impose this upon us. Whoa, Pluvius, an Italian chicken stew? I have never tried making something like that. I want that in my body. It's got zucchini and tomatoes. Yo! I'll give that a shot. That sounds really tasty. Do you use any like chicken stock or anything? The fast chatters have given up. It's true. So for the standalone segment, does the editor cut out the 16 minutes of toot? Historically, yes. Late as fuck, but I'm still here for this. Good Faith Goblin, proving to be an excellent tutor. And this, my friends, is why we must work together to overthrow capitalism. "22 years ago, I made up a chicken cordon bleu grinder." That sounds tasty, Aaron, huh? I love chicken cordon bleu. But at the end of the ride, you still have a Ferrari. We just have the horrors. It's true. We just have the horrors to give us company in the night. Why did we choose this option again? I don't know. Do I like chicken Kiev? I have no idea what that is. So Pluvius, does the stew mostly come from like the moisture of the onion and the like zucchini and like the just moisture inherent to the like veggies?
I'm headed to Fallow in London to try their hash browns in about half an hour. Their mushroom parfait I had yesterday was amazing.
What is a first of all, tell me more about this mushroom parfait. I found an excellent recipe for essentially like hash brown cake made out of like basically like an Indian samosa turned into like a hash brown cake, and it looks sublime. But I'm interested about this mushroom parfait. Mushroom, if mushroom could be a pate. Oh, that sounds great. This is art. I agree, Max Danger. Grandson is looking at the screen like a dinosaur has just turned up. Oh, I'm sorry, Mithril's grandson. I suppose this is an honest introduction to politics, though. Chicken Kiev is like a cordon bleu, but filled with an herb garlic butter sauce instead of cheese and ham. Yo, that sounds amazing. For a fun guy, hey. these days I should put together just a stream of recipes that I think are excellent. I can put together like a little cookbook for all y'all. Not like a formal thing that I sell you guys, but just like recipes that I fucking adore. I think that would be fun. Like, I don't think it'd make a great, like, it wouldn't do numbers on YouTube, but I think it'd be really fun. Ugh, couldn't quite do it. Is this forever? Feels like it. I walked in here after taking my sleeping meds. No! Yeah, Valentine's gay. The samosa pancake is kind of like a latke if you made like a latke with like Indian spices and like peas and other veggies in there.
Imagine having Mariah perform and then forgetting her backup singers and orchestra and then bringing in a 90-year-old replacement who can only play at 6% speed.
Oh my god, Sake, did you see the C-SPAN performance we played earlier in stream? I don't know how long you were around for. But if not, I'm happy to play that again. It was one of the most incredible things I've seen in a long time. I thought Brown Note was a myth, but then I shat my pants. What else would I be referencing? Okay, I wasn't sure. Sometimes you lurk and I don't know you're here. Oh god. We did it. We did it. Now we just have to get through the scariest part. We just have to get through the concentrated souls of the damned. How? You poured a whole bottle of soy sauce into your stir fry? How? How does that happen? Oh my god. We did it. We did it. You know, sometimes to really appreciate life, you need to slow down a little bit. Life comes at you fast. You know those kinds of guys who can just slow their heart rate down to like, you know, 1 beat every minute? We just experienced what their lives are like when they slow their bodies down like that. Can I bet you a sub to your own channel that Trump will invade early hours Friday? I mean, you can. But, like, I have a feeling that he is going to try his best to distract from the Epstein files. And it unfortunately would make sense if on the day the Epstein files are released, he decides to invade a foreign country illegally.
A whole bottle of soy sauce turns umami into ooh, mommy.
Ooh, mommy. Indeed. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. I don't know, man. It poured out really fast. I didn't react quickly enough. It's closer to half the bottle, but still alone and ruined the dish. Oof. I'm sorry. Have the files been released? No! They're being released on Friday. Or rather, the Justice Department has until Friday to release the Epstein files. Can you repeat that, but for the masculine parent? Yeah. Oh, Daddy. There you go. I'm scared. Never do that again. I'm sorry. I can't promise that. Jack, please, making soup right now. I'm sorry. I can be sultry.
Don't forget the actual link post segment. It's genuinely impressive.
Yeah, the Patti LaBelle. It's I was unaware of this clip until today.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged to have as our special honored guest this evening the dynamic Patti LaBelle. Patti's recording and acting career has pushed her to the pinnacle of show business. Here to sing this Christmas is Patti LaBelle. Welcome.
Wait, the Banjo-Kazooie fan link? Wait, I didn't see that.
Hang all the mistletoe.
Sake Tanuki, post it again because I don't have it.
This Christmas. Where my background singers?
Where my background singers?
Oh, baby, baby, and there's the wrong words on the cue cards. I don't know the song. This Christmas, I'm gonna have them all I can. Because I don't have the right words and I have no background singers. Oh, I don't. Woo! This is gonna be a very, Merry Christmas for you and
Okay, I got it. Where are her background singers?
Presents and cards are here. My world is filled with cheer and you. Oh my God, this Christmas, lights sprinkle all around. Next card, honey, next card. Woo! Woo! Thank you.
Wait, this really happened? Yes, this is real. Yugi trying to summon Exodia. The sound of just like two people clapping is incredible.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States and the First Lady, Hillary Rodham Clinton.
The president comes out, it's fucking, oh my god. I would just die. I would just curl up and die. Alright. Here is the, this looks incredible, by the way. Just from this screen I've been looking at. This is a Banjo-Kazooie fan project that was made in Dreams? Which, like, holy shit. That is impressive. It looks so good. This looks so legit. Oh my god. So you mean to tell me the only way I can play this is if I buy Dreams? Cause I'll God help me, I'll do it. How the fuck did they make that? Guys, I just want to remind y'all that this was made in, like, a video game made to make other games. Right? This is the European trailer. It's basically a bunch of like game creation tools. So folks can like make their own games. I don't know, like when I think of like AI could never like Dreams is up there. You know, like AI could never fucking match the creativity people have. Like Gary's mod, kind of, but it's more user friendly with like a controller. I think you can also go into Dreams and like 3D model with like motion controls, like you're sculpting clay to get like kind of look you want for different items or things in the game. Um, which is really, really cool. The only thing that like really kind of sucks about it is that everything made for Dreams is kind of locked onto Dreams. But they also made something like this in the 90s called Net Ya Rose. I've never heard of this. Net Ya Rose. And the package that they sold contained a special black-colored debugging PlayStation unit, a serial cable for connecting the console to a personal computer, and a CD containing PlayStation development tools. What? What came of this?
I've always loved Sega's approach to Sage for this reason.
This. A 20th anniversary treat. That was so much fun. Wait. Hell yeah. That was so much fun. I wonder if anything really cool came of the Net Yarose games. Does anyone know if any of them are like worth figuring out how to get running again? I hope that they were saved by the Video Game History Museum. So Dreams is another case of user-made content lost media? No, Dreams still exists. The Dreams marketplace continues to exist. I believe that there was a project in the works that there was going to be a PC port of Dreams at some point. So maybe. We'll have to
That proof
see.
of concept is what got the Mania devs their job on Mania.
Oh,
showing
that's
they could
right.
port Sonic 3 to iPhone.
I knew that the Sonic Mania team were fan devs at one point. I forgot that this was their stepping stone. That's so cool. God bless indie devs. And Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. AI could fucking never. Yeah, no, they just stopped updating it, but you can still access like the Dreams ecosystem. Also, Dreams is available on PS5. Right? Or maybe it's not? Well, it works on PS5, I guess. I don't know. Also, apparently, you can get Dreams running on a PC, but, it's difficult. Also, is Courage the Courage the Cowardly Dog game that went viral a while back, that was made in Dreams? I had no fucking idea. Idea. God, I'm tired. We've been going for over 5 hours, folks. So hit that goddamn like button. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Excellent. Okay, folks, we're diving back into the Candace Owens vid. Here we go.
Candace Owens question. So I think that's fair to clear that up. Now, I did not at all recant any of my suspicions, and I understand people disagree with me about particular people at Turning Point USA. I communicated.
Oh, okay. So she backed down on nothing.
what I communicated in front of the whole world. My skin crawled after I spoke to Terrell Farnsworth, the person who took the cameras down. He lied to me several times. I explained to them, which felt good to have that direct communication, how Terrell lied multiple times, and that I did not understand why he was there that day. They echoed what he said. They defended what he said, that they were trying something new that day, that they typically live stream, which is what Terrell said. They typically live stream, and I said every college event. Well, they said, well, yeah, they live stream the events that are tour stops, but they don't live stream like the outside prove me wrong type events. And that was something that was new, and it required Terrell. And I said, even if that was all real, if that was all true, I still didn't feel good about the conversation that I had with Terrell, and I can't ignore my gut about the many little lies that he told. I thought the video he recorded was weird. I know he comes from a very powerful family. I personally do not trust him. And
he comes from a very powerful family? God, anyone with any connection to anything is just a suspicious point of interest for this crowd, huh?
I obviously do not like the fact that I said, Tyler Boyer lied about this thing and came up with an excuse and said, well, Terrell was asked to take the camera down. That's the reason, he said on Twitter, because the police wanted him to take it down and secure the footage. And I said, I know that's not true. And they said, well, after all of that, after he took the cameras down, there was a police officer or Fed, whoever it was, that spoke to him and asked him to secure the footage. Well, that makes sense, but it's not a reason for why he took it down immediately. It makes sense that as you're investigating, you're going to say, who's got the footage? Let's lock it down. But it didn't make sense to me that Tyler Boyer lied about it. And I don't trust Tyler Boyer. And that is never going to change. Similarly with Rob McCoy. He makes my skin crawl. I can't explain it. I look at him and he's a bad person, and nobody can make me feel one way or the other about that.
It's all fucking vibes, man. So much of conspiracy theories just rely on vibes. And you know what? I'm glad that whatever this peace summit was, it does not seem to have worked, because
let them fight.
I'm all for it.
Was surprised to learn, and this is kind of gets into, I guess, us not knowing the inner workings at Turning Point USA, that Rob McCoy actually does not work with Turning Point USA in any capacity whatsoever. And so him communicating as he has done, like, I'm the pastor, I'm this, I'm that, it's just not real. Like, that is not real. And we should know that that's not real. And when he says that, call him out on that separately from Turning Point USA. I was operating under the assumption that he worked for Turning Point USA. And I said, if obviously that's wrong, I'm happy to correct that. But also, what were we to assume when he hit the stage at the memorial and said, I'm America's pastor, and then had the Wikipedia updated and said, well, I'm assuming he had it updated because who else would do that he started Turning Point USA.
I mean, one cannot go to Wikipedia and update their own entries, generally speaking. I kind of feel like it's all a psyop for drama clicks. I think that's what it is for Candace Owens. I think it's in her wheelhouse. I think she's genuinely anti-Semitic, but that this entire conspiracy drama is for the clicks. I do believe that.
Say faith. So I guess, to be clear, we were just wrong about that. And I will have a lot more to say about Rob McCoy and where I believe he fits into a lot of things. So I'm not letting up on that. Now, one piece of this where I still don't understand it, and the magic bullet. Okay. Now, we all recall what happened. I casually say on the show, hey, I saw the footage. There was no blood. And honestly, when I said it, I didn't process how big of a deal that was with the 30-06. Very quickly, what happens is Andrew Colvett whips up this tweet about what happened with the bullet, and he said he wanted to address all the discussion that was being had about the online chatter. I'm obviously paraphrasing here. He says, I apologize, it's going to get graphic, but he spoke with the surgeon. The bullet should have gone through.
Again, any speculation about this, I think, is going to absolutely come to light during the trial when they reveal the autopsy results. Because, again, prosecutor absolutely has autopsy results. The autopsy results just aren't being made public, which is pretty standard for, a ongoing case.
The surgeon then explained that what he's typically seen on these wounds, and basically this was all a miracle. Charlie saved lives, even in death. And the internet clocked it, this miracle, the healthy bone. His bone was so healthy and the density was so impressive. Like, this is a quote, by the way. His bone was so healthy. I want to read it. This is allegedly from a surgeon. Quote, his bone was so healthy and the density was so impressive that he's like the man of steel. It should have gone through and through. It likely would have killed those standing behind him too. And we were just like, eek. That kind of was like the beginning of the WTF, right? I feel like that was kind of the beginning of it. And immediately,
like we just don't know enough about the weapon, about the ammo, about like what happened to the bullet inside of his body, if you want to get really granular about it. Like, all of that will come to light during the trial.
people in the comments responded to Andrew, and he said,
Did she just say there was no blood? Did we watch different videos? I'll take your
Who else
guys'
up
word
with a
for it. I don't
healthy
want to
bone?
watch it. Who up with a healthy bone? Mr. Fluffy Wolf, thank you for the $5 super chat.
this individual said, this post is so fake as it would violate HIPAA. Like, there's patient privacy. You can't just call up the surgeon. And then Andrew Colbert replies and says, rest assured, I would not have posted without full permission. Now, he said he spoke to the surgeon, and they confirmed that Andrew spoke to the surgeon, but that they did not know that he was going to write that tweet. They did not know that he called up the surgeon. So, like, it very much came across to be like Andrew was just flying by the seat of his pants. I don't know. Like, he was just flying dark on it. And I was like, that seems very strange to me, because why would a surgeon do that? Like, the first thing the surgeon should say is, I can't speak to you. I don't even know, in theory, Andrew wasn't even there when Charlie died. I don't even know why the surgeon even knows this guy, actually. Maybe he hung around after, but, you know, Andrew was not one of the people that got into the hospital or anything like that. So this is quite literally the PR guy who's calling the surgeon. And so that
the PR guy telling a valorizing story about his dead boss while trying to help maintain control over who inherits the Turning Point legacy. I mean, it's not difficult to figure out why someone would massage the truth like this.
just seems very inappropriate for a person to do, period. And I would say it was kind of the beginning, but that was what I got from that. Now, obviously, we discussed the security. I brought up Brian Harpole, this interview with Sean Ryan, and I think we can believe Turning Point when they say that they did not approve of this. They had no idea he was going on Sean Ryan. I think that's pretty clear. I don't believe he works there anymore. So that was kind of him, just getting out there and perhaps trying to rescue his own reputation. And I think that only made his reputation worse, actually, because people rightfully sensed that he wasn't telling the truth in that interview.
Maybe Charlie had no bones. Maybe Charlie was a ghost the entire time.
That he was being cagey, that he was saying things that didn't make any sense. Again, you constantly have these people that believe, like Brian Harpole, that with enough performance, he can sit down and you're just going to convince people that this is real. And this is just a different time. Like I said, these TikTokers are out of control. They will check you in 4 seconds. Okay. Things that the biggest piece of this that I want to communicate, and that I did communicate to them, and I hope that they took me seriously on this, or that, rather that they take.
Yeah, exactly. Hella Miss Irene. YouTube has done weird things with the usernames, and it's really throwing me off. Hella. Yeah, like, the thing is, all of these answers we're gonna get during the trial. We're gonna learn what kind of bullet he used. We're gonna learn, like, what the autopsy results were. We're gonna learn a lot of things that I think would probably, you know, handle a lot of these questions. Keelam, thank you.
Take my strong advice on this. I said one of the reasons why I really want to sit down is because I want to walk out of here and feel confident saying to my audience, hey, like, there's stuff going on behind the scenes, but Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk. Like, that more will come out, but you can take it from me that this is what happened. I was looking to achieve that because there's been a lot of signaling from various people, some people who are experts, some people who have been involved in cases, that there's obviously going to be stuff that the public does not have access.
Yeah, I don't know how she's arguing that there was no blood. Like, I haven't seen the video, and even I know there was blood.
Access to. And so it is at least plausible that they have seen very clear footage that we've been asking for of Tyler Robinson getting up there and taking the shot. Like, they have access to UVU camera. So I was hoping to hear that. And I said that I want to hear why people feel so confident at Turning Point USA that Tyler Robinson is the guy. And at this point, they elected to call the lawyer, like, you know, their lawyer who is involved in this case, one of the lawyers that's involved in this case. There's always a team of lawyers, especially for something like this. And what I got from the lawyer did not make me feel that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk. It did not make me feel confident that he didn't or did shoot Charlie Kirk. I was very surprised by this. He spoke a very long time. I asked, you know, can you share with me what it is? And I said, when you share this with me, I will not say what that thing is. If that's what if we want to.
Why would the lawyer tell you jack shit? Any lawyer worth their salt is not going to be leaking you information about the case.
Check the integrity of the case. I'm not going to, if you say, we've got...
No one believes you that you aren't going to leak like a sieve. You know, the second you get that info, when, like, your entire thing for weeks has been trying to cast aspersions. Like, this is crazy.
The footage of him taking a shot. I promise I won't say that to the audience, but I will communicate to them that you have something that is solid. And no, to the exact contrary, this guy effectively said, not effectively, he said that they have nothing like but the affidavit. Okay, so what you have, what we have seen is what they have. What is being discussed publicly, you are this whole like non-expert problem with like, well, you don't know. It's like what you read. His messages that don't have any dates on it, Tyler Robinson writing out everything and the clean alibi, that's what they have. And what he explained to me was that that's the affidavit stage. That's where it's at. And then what takes place now is the investigation is ongoing, right? So right now they're looking for more information. And once investigators, they could very well have obviously footage. And that is why they might feel that, oh, we're definitely gonna get this prosecution. But the reality is they don't actually share that information with the victim. They don't share that information with Erika. They don't, in this part of the process, they will not know what investigators have discovered. This is what the lawyer told me until May. Okay. They have not seen anything.
4 years of undergrad into law school into years of practice. But yeah, I'll get disbarred to reveal tantalizing details to a Black Klan member.
Like, why? Yeah, like, why on earth would a lawyer say anything to you about this? Like, if there's a lawyer in the room there, it's to make sure you don't get any information that can be used against them, or to serve as a witness in case you, like, start throwing around threats. The lawyer is there as essentially a form of judicial muscle for them to protect themselves. Like,
you have not seen is what I want you to know. So with that in mind, I'm sitting here going, why are you signaling? Why do I feel like the public's being gaslit on this? There's been nothing that's convincing. There are so many commentators who...
Well, because the evidence isn't for the public. The evidence is for the court. Like, we'll know the evidence when it's presented in court, but we're not the primary recipients or entitled to be the primary recipients of that information.
I've gone out and said to you, it's overwhelming. The evidence is overwhelming. The text messages that don't have a date, that don't even sound real, that's overwhelming. That to me feels really fake and gay. I really do want to say that to every commentator.
It feels fake and gay. Are we just bringing back like 2007 Xbox Live lingo? Jesus, girl, grow up.
That is out there trying to tell the public and insisting that if you say it enough times to become real, you're actually just being dishonest. And I offered that a more honest way to communicate.
Shit, I forgot about Lindsay Halligan. She might actually have a point.
Is Lindsay Halligan gonna get disbarred? Cause like, I can't really conceive of a bigger fuck up than what she managed to do.
Would be to say, we think he's involved. We feel strongly, I've said that, I think he's involved. We are very hopeful that throughout this investigation, we are going to get that concrete thing. And that's where we're at right now. That's just the stage that we are at. That is not what we are getting from them. That is like, I just feel like that's really important. I'll let you guys know, let the gaslighting stop. They have what you have, okay? There is nothing else. They are in an investigative stage. Erika has been named as the victim. They will know more in the...
Just out of curiosity, what are the comments like on this? We learned nothing, absolutely nothing. 4.5 hours of conversation, yet we the people are still confused as fuck. Crawling back into my cave, thought we almost had a real one. Okay. A lot that feels off here, a whole lot. Okay, some of these people are feeling weirded out. Transparency is never found in private meetings. That's where the deals are made. I think I just realized we the people will never be allowed to know. If they're still gathering out evidence 3 months later, why did they destroy the crime scene within days of the incident? Candace told us not to trust our gut, then our gut told us not to trust Candace. This episode truly felt fake and gay. How ironic. Heartbreak. The people know something's off and we're not here for it. Okay, so they're all feeling extraordinarily off-put by this. Candace and Erika think we're dumb. 3.3k likes on that comment. Oh my god. Oh, people are not liking this. Probably why Candace is only hearted if they're still gathering evidence 3 months later. Why did they destroy the crime scene data days after the incident? Yeah, no, people are not here for that.
This May hearing, which...
Yeah, the vibes for them got really bad.
Is the probable cause hearing. That's what the lawyer told me. It's probable cause hearing. And that's when they will see the evidence. That's when they get to present the evidence, why they are going to stand there before a judge and be like, yes, we need to move this forward. It's not just an affidavit. We're not pulling together scraps. We have concrete evidence. Until then, okay, until we all get on the same page and understand what else they have, I am very confident stating the opposite of all of my, I guess, well-paid peers in that I don't believe that Tyler Robinson pulled the trigger.
Let them fight.
And what I also said to them was, and I said this in front of the lawyer, because I don't know why I'm like this. I was like, you might need a new lawyer. I was like, because this person's trying to sell to you that this is solid. One of the rules that me and my husband have is that if you have a lawyer that tells you like you're 100% going to win, it's very clear that you're going to win, you need a new lawyer. Okay, that's a cheerleader. That's not a lawyer. A lawyer, even if you should 100% win, should be telling you the risks here. You know, I feel good about this case. Like, let me talk real to you. I feel good about this case, but here's where things could go wrong. I want you to understand those risks that are involved. We don't have this yet. We don't have that yet. And especially given what I told them, which is your lawyers, or the investigators rather, not their lawyers, because they're not the ones investigating. It's the state of Utah that's investigating. They have not called the one solitary person, as I told you guys, who filmed as he was on the roof. Remember the guy that's like, oh, there's somebody on the roof, and he sees him crouched down. I said, I spoke to that person, and his testimony would be devastating to your prosecution. He did not, he saw the person on the roof. He filmed the person on the roof at 12:23 p.m. and he did not see that person take the shot. And this is not some random student. This is a guy who trains people to shoot guns at a range. He knows guns, okay? He said what he saw was a smaller gun. He said that this person was dressed in black tactical gear and there was no recoil. That's devastating. That would be devastating to the prosecution. And yet investigators haven't reached out. Now they offered back, well, maybe they haven't reached out because they have an even clearer video where and that's true. That's actually a good rebuttal. They're like, we don't even have to talk to this guy because the video will speak for itself. And we saw what we saw.
I mean, there's video of Tyler Robinson allegedly jumping off the roof to get back down. That's pretty clear.
Okay, but wouldn't you still want to speak to the other guy so you could prepare? I don't know, to question him something. I don't like that this investigation is going on and I feel as though I spoke to more people than they have. Both of the people who filmed videos that day told me that they weren't reached out to. So I don't understand what's happening here. I don't understand the confidence, I guess, is the best way to say this. I told them I do not understand the confidence that is happening. Now, another really big thing that happened was they brought me Mikey's call logs, okay? They brought me Mikey's call logs, and that is why I said this was a productive meeting. There is no other way to say it. I asked every question, and they came with paperwork to show and to answer and to explain certain things. Also, which was, I thought, actually kind of sweet, that I guess I did on the previous show. I was like kind of looking at things into Mikey, and I couldn't find him. And someone said, I think Mikey's not his real name. They thought it was his middle name, actually. And I just assumed, okay, well, maybe he's using his middle name and that's why I can't find him. But Mikey really wants you guys to know that is his real name. And it is his real name. I found out shortly thereafter that they were confusing his middle name with, they thought it was switched. That Michael is his real name, just to clarify that, because I realized I actually didn't go back and clarify that. But Mikey's call logs, big piece of this, okay? I'm going to, I guess, jog your memory on what Blake said.
I mean, look, we'll see the evidence, but this guy told his partner or his roommate that he did it. He also told his pastor, and his dad wanted to know where grandpa's gun was and then identified that gun as his grandfather's gun. Look, I know it's fun to go down these conspiracy rabbit holes, but I just don't see that much conspiracy here.
About
is the roommate actually trans? No idea, don't care.
Mikey that day, and then I'll tell you what actually happened because I don't think Blake has that great of a memory. Okay, take a listen.
So I was not with Mikey, or I don't remember being with him. I think I was ahead of him as we left. And then we get out, and I run for, can't have been more than 15 or 20 seconds. And then I realize there hasn't been another shot, so the shooter has likely been detained or stopped or something, not in immediate danger. I pause, I look around me, and I see Mikey. And I see Mikey there. And truthfully, I will never forget what I saw, because I've seen Mikey almost every day for the past 2 years. I know his personality very well. He's a very bubbly guy. He's a very happy guy almost all of the time. And I'll never forget what I saw, because it was clear in the moment that he was profoundly freaked out. What I'll always remember is the way his lip was quivering, which I'd never seen before. And you very rarely see from someone that he was freaking out. And then I think he literally said to me, I might be imagining this, but I think what he literally said was, he was looking around, and then he says, I need to call Erika. And then he takes his phone and he begins calling Erika. And I don't want to disclose how that call unfolded, but he did that. Your mind extends all of this, but that.
Look, he could also be, if he's a mental case, it's crazy that he managed to leave a note to his roommate saying that he killed Charlie Kirk, or was going to kill Charlie Kirk, before Charlie Kirk died. That'd be an incredible feat for someone who's just mentally disturbed.
What is happening within a minute of all of this occurring? I remember he calls Erika. Around the same time, I pull out my phone and I call my mom just to say, Mom, there's been a shooting. You're going to see it on the news. I'm okay. pray for me. I've got to go. And I remember that.
Who the fuck is Mikey? I think Mikey's just like one of the production staff.
That call. And around the time I put that phone away, and then he immediately calls his dad. He calls Rob McCoy, and he says, "Dad, someone shot Charlie. You need to call all of your pastor friends. Charlie was hit."
But in the big scheme of things, so what? Well, the so what behind all of this is that it is going to determine, depending on how the audience reacts to each side, it's going to determine which way the Republican Party goes, right? Like this, we're talking about like the assassination of someone who is prominent enough that like conservatives were saying his death was the Reichstag fire of America, right? And we're looking to see which side ultimately wins out. Is it going to be the pro-Israeli state side, or is it going to be the outright anti-Semitic side? Is it going to be the Nick Fuentes faction, or is it going to be the Netanyahu faction? And like, that's the important thing. That's why we're talking about this. That's why it's important, because this has become a microcosm of which way, MAGA man. And they're kind of at a fork in a road, and like a lot of the MAGA movement is trying to figure out which way they want to go. Because there are a lot of Christian evangelicals who want to stick with Netanyahu, but there are also a lot of Christian evangelicals who are just anti-Semites, and they're looking for an excuse to just let that flow, So it'll be important to see
Charlie
which
was
way
killed.
this goes.
Anyway, have you seen this ballroom I'm making?
It's got a lot of room for your balls. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Which flavor of white nationalist to rule us? Yeah, but I mean, like, it does matter, right? Like, for the future of what our opposition is going to become. Like, are they going to be outright overt Nazis? I would say that's pretty important. Archangel Decab, thank you for subscribing with Prime. Appreciate you.
We need everyone to pray right now. And that's what he told him.
Okay, so that's just not right. And so when he says, I might be imagining this, for I'll never forget, followed by I might be imagining this, probably means that maybe you forgot and like you really could be imagining. Now, for me personally, I think the normal physiological response in these high adrenaline situations for most people is you lock in. That they're literally your body, when it goes through something, when it's terrified and it's going through like sort of like you are really paying attention to details. We've learned about this many times over in health class growing up. This is why they talk about that fight or flight response, and quite literally there's stuff happening to your.
Eric Fernandez, you are correct. Candace Owens is a sociopathic grifter. Like, that's kind of her thing. Like, she doesn't give a shit what she has to say in order to succeed with the audience she's cultivated. She just doesn't give a shit. She'll say whatever.
Body. And so there's a lot of details here that are just not accurate. And the one that surprised me the most about these call logs is I certainly feel that we were given the impression over and over and over again that the first person Mikey called was Erika, right? He called Erika. We were told this by many people also that he trained, like he almost like went to a camp and trained, and Charlie was like, 1, 2, 3, go, and like fast, 1, 2, 3, go. That's why he walked away. 1, 2, 3, go, and just told him, this is what the first thing you do is. Well, he didn't do that. Actually, the first person he called was his wife. He called Elizabeth McCoy. And then he stayed on the phone with his wife for 10 minutes. And during those 10 minutes, he 3-wayed Erika 3 minutes after the shot went off. And then he 3-ways his father. And then he 3-ways a third person who I am not interested in mentioning because it's not relevant. This is Danny McCoy, by the way.
This is all, again, remember just recently I did a video where we talk about conspiracy brain nonsense. It was about the pyramids, right? It was about the pyramids. And it was about how like conservatives latch on to conspiracy theory that is essentially numerology but with a couple extra steps. This is that. this is just numerology, but with a few extra steps. We're just like looking for any kind of thing that you're never going to have all the answers to, and that allows you to slot whatever explanation you want in there.
There are
Whatever.
two factions in this fight. One hates the Jews, so they say screw Israel. The other one hates the Jews, so they want Israel to start the end times and killing or converting all the Jews.
I mean, Pluvius, that is essentially the two different factions of the Christian nationalist movement, right? Like, one is overtly anti-Semitic, the other is, anti-Semitic, but in like we'll help you, we'll still help the nation of Israel form because we think it will lead to the resurrection of our God, and then he'll kill all of them. Like, it's deeply weird that this is the split we're now seeing come bubbling up to the surface of the MAGA movement, but here we are,
His brother that's in the military, but that's before the shot goes off. Charlie Kirk shot goes off. I have that in detail. Charlie's brought to security. Mikey McCoy calls his wife. They will stay on the phone for 10 minutes. Okay. In that same minute, because we know this because Blake Neff has given us his call log to his mother, Blake Neff called his mom. His call with his mother lasted 45 seconds. So we're assuming it went to 12:25. It very well could have stayed in 12:24, depending on the millisecond. Blake Neff ends that phone call with his mother. Mikey McCoy, after the phone call with his mother ends, adds Erika to the phone. Okay, so that when he was recapping and he's like, oh, his lips quivering and he's like, I got to call Erika. And he's like, and then I called my mom. That's not right. That's just not right. Okay, Mikey called Erika after Blake Neff ended that phone call with his mother. If call logs are to be believed above, human testimony.
Oh, no, Ben Shapiro's not a sucker in the sense you're thinking, Liz Galahad. Ben Shapiro and also Dennis Prager, in a similar vein, both of them seek the validation and the views and like the prestige of basically kind of attempting to co-opt the evangelical movement. In a sense, like when they talk about Judeo-Christian values being like a coherent thing that's always existed, it hasn't. What they're doing is basically thinking like, well, Christianity isn't true, so like really what we're doing is getting a bunch of folks to support Israel, and that's good because like, yeah, the prophecy about the second coming of Christ isn't gonna happen.
Ben's a sucker because of his sister and cousin.
That's true. That is true. What is Abby Shapiro up to these days? I have not checked in on Classically Abby in some time. We should check in at some point.
Mikey McCoy then drops Erika from the phone call 2 minutes later, and then he adds his father to the phone call. Again, he is this entire time on the phone with his wife, okay? And then Mikey McCoy ends his phone call with his father. He does call another person who I'm not mentioning because it's just not relevant to anything.
Social media.
Not a character in the story, rather. And then he ends the phone call with his wife.
Oh no, she closed down Classically Abby. No, I missed it. No!
And a minute later, his brother calls him back and they stay on the phone for 10 minutes. I did not get this from everybody speaking about this Mikey McCoy call log. I know that you guys did not get this. I did not get this. I don't know why she was disappeared from this. Like, you could go, like, the wife wants privacy. No, she was like, main stage at the memorial, has been, I would say very involved in a lot of this kind of, I think it's very close that she's close with Erika. They went on the vacation together. So I don't get this disappearing act. I found that to be like, okay, but they were forthcoming with it. that feels good. That feels good, guys. Like, wow, we don't have to guess. Now we have solid answers. And like I said, when you come out and give solid answers and you're not weird and calling people names and saying all this stuff, it allows people to go, okay, I feel a bit more like we can trust this process because we have communication. That's the reality. And so I wanted to update you with that. Also, another thing that really, I think, surprised them and I think surprised me is getting back to this Hamptons retreat. The thing about the Hamptons retreat, and I communicated this with them, that makes me so uncomfortable is how many little lies were told. I think I've been clear about that.
Again, there's a lot of backpedaling happening, but she's still framing it as they're malicious liars. So I think this beef is going to continue, but I think this particular reaction and meeting with them is going to sour her audience on this type of content. It's possible that, folks will navigate to Nick Fuentes or Tucker Carlson for, their fix on this, or InfoWars could pick it up, I suppose. We'll see.
That like Seth Dillon definitively pressed Charlie at this event. Now, whether it was in a hypothetical, which it was in a hypothetical, but he got fired up in the hypothetical of Charlie discussing potentially tweeting something against Bibi Netanyahu, it did lead to this firecracker moment. Again, this is one of those things where I go, why am I always being held out to dry, hung out to dry for telling people the truth?
Yeah, I mean, Forlorn 79, Prager and Shapiro basically see evangelicals as useful saps that will support their conservative agendas and that they feel like they can get on board with the nation building project and Zionism. That's essentially it. Useful idiots.
Especially when I wasn't going, oh, well, Seth Dillon killed Charlie Kirk. I just, this happened. It factually happened. And yet everybody's kind of putting out these weird statements and they're not being honest in them. And I was saying to them, that made me feel really weird. And
why is she seemingly backpedaling about this whole conspiracy? I mean, she's not fully backpedaling, but I'd say she's like 25 or 40% backpedaling while trying to maintain a conspiratorial tone. But she's doing this because she met with Erika Kirk and her team privately, and now everyone's like, "Oh, you got the call. You've been compromised. Candace can no longer be trusted." Yeah.
I would love to know more and about this Bibi Netanyahu offer to fund Turning Point to the next level. At which point, Erika said she was not aware of that happening. It is obviously totally possible that that was kept in the business lane of Turning Point USA. But I'm certain, I said, I am absolutely certain that I did not get this from an obscure source that Bibi offered to fund Turning Point to the next level. And it was part of my frustration with that sit down with Alex Clark, where Andrew said, oh, there was not $150 million that's made up. I told them, Andrew Kovet was my source. Andrew Kovet told me verbatim that Bibi Netanyahu offered to take Turning Point to the next level and that Charlie turned that money down. So I said there's a bit of a predicament when I'm being lambasted by all of these voices.
$150 million? I'm sorry.
$50 million that's made up. I told.
Okay, look. I know that the Israeli government has compromised a lot of groups in the United States, and I know that they have money to throw around, but I don't know that they're going to be able to covertly transfer $150 million into an explicitly political org. I'm pretty sure is Turning Point a 501c3?
Wait, does she have a promo photo of herself on her laptop? I
Yes,
haven't seen this
yes, she
much
does.
self-advertising since Steve Bannon has his own quote framed behind him.
God, Steve, I need to check in with Steve Bannon. I know a lot of stuff has been going on with him and Epstein, revelations. We'll have to check in with that guy. I have not thought about Steve Bannon in a hot minute, Sake. But you're right. And thank you for the two tier 1 subs. Yeah, Turning Point USA is a nonprofit, meaning like the money that they receive has to be made public. So like we would know that the Israeli government was funneling $150 million into them. Like I think that like there's no way Charlie would have been able to take that money.
Told them. Andrew Colvett was my source. Andrew Colvett told me verbatim that Bibi Netanyahu offered to take Turning Point to the next level and that Charlie turned that money down. So I said there's a bit of a predicament when I'm being like lambasted by all of these voices and people that are attacking me and these paid campaigns. And when I say paid, yes, okay, actually have the names of people. Different ways they're being paid. Some are being paid by PR firms. Too many are being paid by Prager University, which is upsetting to me because I know Marissa and it's just dirty. But it's especially crazy when people are calling it a conspiracy when I share things that are told to me from the spokesperson of Turning Point USA. Okay, that's weird. And yes, they were forthcoming. Nobody's ever denied this, so this was not on our list of lies about the fact that Bibi Netanyahu did call him. Okay, that did happen. Bibi shared that, by the way. Our source for that could have just as well been Bibi Netanyahu. And not a lot of clarity on, I don't know, why some people think he didn't make this offer and why definitively 3 different sources who would have knowledge of this confirmed to me that Bibi Netanyahu did indeed make this offer. I never said $150 million ever, not once on the show. I wouldn't have even said that, by the way. If you said take Turning Point to the next level, I actually would have assumed it was more, if I'm being honest. That's a hefty offer and it leads to a lot of questions. So there was not a lot of clarity there. Lastly, I want to add, of course, I was locked in this meeting when people on live were another round of debunking the Egyptian planes. I want to be very clear. We discussed the Egyptian planes, and I have since worked on an incredible document about the Egyptian planes, which we are going to put up on our website because I realized that when we shared that spreadsheet, people assumed that
fucking Egyptian planes, like, oh yeah, all the nations of the earth have to be trying to meddle in on this one. Hey, maybe every nation sent their own assassin and they all fired at the same time. Maybe the bullets all canceled each other out in midair and just the bullet fragments hit Charlie. Maybe that's what happened.
One of the columns, which was actually saying where the planes landed on that day, because it was plus or minus 3 days, was exactly where Erika had been on that day, and that was inaccurate. And so for clarity, I had been working on the last week on turning it into an interactive timeline that we can put up on our website, because I'm certain that these Egyptian planes are incredibly shady and that they were, in fact, tracking Turning Point USA faith broader events. Of course, Erika was at some of them, Charlie was at some of them, but it is the pattern here is undeniable. So let the naysayers and people make videos trying to, fifth round debunk these planes. I also want to say to you that I feel very confident that I know why these planes have caused such panic. And it is because there is overwhelming evidence that these planes regularly fly in and out of Israel. And I'm going to present that evidence tomorrow. I say that strongly. This is I feel very confident saying these Egyptian planes are flying in and out. And notice I'm saying planes because once I was able to connect people that were on those planes onto other Egyptian planes, I was able to realize that these planes are flying in and out of Israel and turning their transponder off each time that they do it. That is now makes perfect sense of why there was this mass panic, right? It's not exactly like we have a strong Egyptian lobby in the United States. Not like we're like, whoa, well, those darn Egyptians again are trying to get TikTok censored.
Okay, look, I know there's a bunch of misinformation being thrown around here, but just I don't know. Like, you might say, oh, there's no Egyptian lobby. Bob Menendez is literally serving prison time for taking literal bars of gold from Egypt. Number one. But number two, I don't think this has anything to do with Egypt. Like, Egypt doesn't have a role to play in this particular instance. Yeah, again, it's all vague gesturing at, like, the shadowy Jews who are controlling the world to have orchestrated Charlie's death. Like, that's what she's trying to allege. Constantly, all the time.
I mean, every person in the game, Barry, acting. Well, these are the usual suspects that act if something is a threat to Israel, okay? Which is, they should have just been forthcoming, pretended that it was changing apart. Instead, they're trying to gaslight us, and they're actually, frankly, just pissing me off. So I became locked in on these Egyptian planes, because that's how I am, okay? You keep pushing me and keep pushing me, I will become an expert on these planes. I'll learn how to build an Egyptian plane. And the reality is, like I said, tomorrow I will show you how these planes tie back to Israel. And there's no disproving this. So more on that later. We'll be right back after throwing into some of our sponsors. I thought it was Danny McCoy on the call log. I should totally correct that, and I will correct that, and we'll be sure to trim it in post here. But it is not Danny McCoy. It is Danny, another one of Charlie's assistants. So I will correct that. Please correct that if you're going to make videos.
Yeah, look, Candace, live stream yourself building an Egyptian plane, okay? Do it. Do it. Build it. Live stream yourself going to Egypt and building a plane. Do that, please. For the love of God. Do anything other than this, which I'm not gonna lie, we're done with the Erika Kirk segment now. Like, this was the result of their sit down. This seems like mental illness to me. And it might be mental illness combined with grifting. It might, like, I don't know, but like, this is obsession to a degree that is deeply unhealthy. And also is just, I mean, I gotta be honest, it seems like it comes across to me as utter nonsense. And like, I gotta be honest, none of this checks out to me. At all.
Remember that Steve Bannon made her famous during Gamergate. Candace Owens used to be a left-wing grifter.
And then she did like a professor reporting tool or something like that. I forget exactly the origin story, but it was very similar to Turning Point USA, which also had like a professor reporting tool to like try and like root out, you know, progressive teachers or, you know, like professors. Like, girl, get some help. Like, use some of the conspiracy dollars you've gotten to get, like, the best therapist. Like, come on now. When does she get out the corkboard and yarn? Right after she builds that Egyptian plane from scratch. She was doxing 4chaners and sending threats to game devs? Yeah. She's just a lock-in kind of gal. Look, all I'm saying is I am not at all convinced by any of these conspiracy theories whatsoever. Whatsoever. I've looked at the bullet videos where they're like, oh, well, it couldn't have been this bullet. It would have pierced right through his body. Like, look, I understand that, but I want to know what's presented in court. I want to know the autopsy results. And we're just not going to get that from conspiracy posting constantly. That's not going to do anything other than drum up a fervor that when the actual facts are presented, that fervor, that crowd that's been whipped up into a frenzy is just going to misinterpret all of those facts to try and fit their conspiracy theory. And it just, I don't know, it seems a lot more straightforward than that to me. The fact of the matter is that regardless of the outcome, we still are and always will be Charlie Kirk. Indeed. We are Charlie Kirk. We carry
I expect her to try and sell
flame.
the concept of Egyptian burial chambers to Egyptians. And trying to act like it's Marxism, Leninism, Maoism.
You know, look, she wouldn't sell a whole Egyptian burial chamber to Egyptians. Obviously, she would sell timeshares in the Egyptian afterlife. Obviously. You know, you pay a set fee every month, and then you get to like reduce the weight of your soul. You know, and if you buy enough timeshares in the afterlife, well, you can bring that down to the weight of a feather, baby. An MLM, a pyramid. Sake, I'm not gonna lie, that one hurt. That one hurt my soul in a way I'm never gonna recover from. Oh god. Damn it. Fucking pyramid scheme. Fuck me. You earned that one. All that being said, folks, I I gotta be honest, I'm very bored of all of this, and I don't care outside of the fact that this is gonna cause them to fight more. And the more that these people fight, the less they are focused on actually organizing anything, which I think is great. I think that one of the right's largest, organizing apparatuses being embroiled in petty infighting and drama sniping rather than organizing a coherent resistance for 2026 and 2028 is just a net good. It is good to fracture the right in this way because it will make it easier for us to retake power and hold those who have currently been abusing their power accountable. So I think overall, this is a good thing. Just I don't buy into any of the conspiratorial nonsense. Um, all that being said, hit that like button, leave a comment, longer than 8 words, really helps the show. And please consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats. You guys make the show possible. Check out your local DSA. Check out your local Dems. If you need help radicalizing your Dems, reach out to Dragonfly in our Discord. Reach out to GamerG in the Discord if you want help making your local DSA more effective. And please check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes and also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks, and universally loved. Check it out, and there's a link down below. Go check it down in the doobly-doo. Go check it down there. Whew, went to a DSA meeting tonight. Hell yeah, Big Rackle. Love to see it. Anyway, let's keep on going. Also, you can join like if you join DSA, we have an internal group to talk about DSA stuff on the Discord. Also an internal group to talk about the local Dem stuff on the Discord. So please do join and check out that shit out. Jack, we doing the dono reward tonight or another night? Let's see. How many people we got? How many people we got? What is your preference? Just a show of hands. Should we wait for tomorrow? God, Herald of Darkness is such a fucking great song. Wait, now, tomorrow. We are Silent Snake. Tomorrow? Okay, we'll do it tomorrow. Seems universally you guys want to do it tomorrow. We'll do it tomorrow. at a more reasonable hour when more people can enjoy it. We are Charlie Kirk, we carry the flame. Okay. We'll move this to tomorrow. And you know what? Talk about a little guy named Donald Trump. All right? You guys ready? Oof. I want to end on like a really positive note tonight. That voice? What voice? What was the reward? Oh, Eric Lizama. If you don't know what the reward is, just a little teaser for tomorrow.
Together they run.
Here, you know what? We'll play the first 2 minutes.
Hello, America. I'm Ben Stiller. In 1992, I had a show here on Fox. They ridiculed me for my effort. I was canceled. Then, I won this. It's called an Emmy. Let's change cameras. Now, having returned to television a wealthy and powerful man, I've directed an incredible new action series called Heat Vision and Jack. In it, we follow the adventures of a super intelligent renegade astronaut and his talking motorcycle. Some of you will marvel at our state-of-the-art special computerized effects, which, quite frankly, rival those of a certain new Star Wars movie. Some of you will be frightened or aroused. Still others may be entertained. As a person you admire, I'm giving you permission to appreciate this show. I'm also offering you my personal guarantee that it's going to knock you back onto your coal mining asses. And that's a promise you won't be hearing from Georgie Lucas. Hey there, Mr. Beard. How many Emmys do you have? Once again, America, I give you what you want.
My friend Jack says the universe is infinite. He says you could travel forever and never reach the edge. I say the edge is where you find it.
Oh, it gets by, Carter. Carter goes back to Jason Johnson, takes off
Mo
third
Johnson!
Base. Oh, man, it's going to be close.
Come on,
Carter's
use both
close enough. He
shoes.
throws into Righto, who's covering, and it's going to be...
Jack Austin, astronaut. Exposed to inappropriate levels of solar energy.
Sunlight makes him the world's smartest man.
I know everything!
I want that brain taken out. Heat Vision, the motorcycle with the mind of Jack's unemployed roommate. Together they run for their lives, blocked at every turn by adventure.
Move up, don't mess around. Move up, you bring me down. Move up, I forget about, don't make the sound. Just move out. Now let's just power for real.
Heat Vision and Jack. Anyway, we'll watch this tomorrow. You guys have earned it. It's the first and only episode of Heat Vision and Jack, written by Dan Harmon, starring Jack Black and Owen Wilson for some reason, directed by Ben Stiller. You thought that was Chris Farley? Nah, it's very young Jack Black. Wait, was that an actual show? They made one episode for a pilot and it never aired. That's a goddamn shame. Right? Doesn't it seem like a vibe that would fit today's, like, tone? Jack rides him every day. Holy shit, they were roommates. Okay. All right, folks. Let's get into it. So, folks, I just want to talk to you briefly and really hammer home that Donald Trump is not having a good time. And when I say that, I also mean that MAGA is having a real rough go of it. Uh, in response to Rob Reiner's tragic murder, allegedly at the hands of his own son, and by the way, the murder of Rob Reiner's wife at the hands of their own son. Uh, well, Donald Trump issued one of the most heinous statements I've ever seen a president put out to the general public. Essentially, blaming the murder on Rob Reiner suffering from Trump derangement syndrome and saying that because Rob Reiner was not a fan of Donald Trump, he got stabbed to death because people were sick of hearing about how bad Donald Trump was. It's the most deranged, like, lunatic level behavior I've ever seen. And well, that has not gone unnoticed by conservatives, which is bizarre. Usually there's a very high tolerance for Donald Trump, what Donald Trump says and does. They have been hanging on his word as gospel. And well, I mean, this is like some examples, right? Reiner hated Trump, so brace yourself for some nasty comments coming from the MAGA verse. We do not operate that way. That's the difference. Nothing but thoughts and prayers from our side. I just want to make one thing clear. This post should never have been sent out. Yeah, here's the full statement. A very sad thing happened last night in Hollywood. Rob Reiner, a tortured and struggling, but once very talented movie director and comedy star, has passed away, together with his wife, Michelle, reportedly due to the anger he caused others through his massive, unyielding, and incurable affliction with a mind-crippling disease known as Trump derangement syndrome, sometimes referred to as TDS. He was known to have driven people crazy with his raging obsession of President Donald J. Trump, with his obvious paranoia reaching new heights as the Trump administration surpassed all goals and expectations of greatness, and with the golden age of America upon us, perhaps like never before. May Rob and Michelle rest in peace. This is some fucking crazy shit. This is just crazy. Right? And one might say, "Oh, but Jack, like, oh, it's not that widespread." You won't see people on the right celebrating the horrific murder of Rob Reiner and his wife, compared to the left's reaction to Charlie Kirk's murder. A few losers that are, but nothing like 9 out of 10, as you said. And like, y'all realize, like, when they're saying this to each other, when they're saying this in, like, MAGA circles, like, only losers would make fun of Rob Reiner for not liking Trump after he was tragically murdered. And then Donald Trump comes out and does exactly the thing they've all been telling one another is loser behavior. It genuinely hurts him in their eyes, right? Here's Thomas Massey. And, you guys might be thinking, like, Thomas Massey is a Republican, and he is. He's a hateful piece of shit. But the fact that Thomas Massie, a Republican in Congress, has broken from Trump on the Epstein files and has broken from Trump here, the coalition of Republicans elected into office is fracturing faster and faster. You got Marjorie Taylor Greene heading out the door, Nancy Mace heading out the door. You got people not seeking re-election next year. It's coming apart at the seams. And here's Thomas Massie. Regardless of how you felt about Rob Reiner, this is inappropriate and disrespectful discourse about a man who was just brutally murdered. I guess my elected GOP colleagues, the VP and White House staff, will just ignore it because they're afraid. I challenge anyone to defend it. Representative Mike Lawler, who is also conservative and part of the Republican Party. This statement is wrong. Regardless of one's political views, no one should be subjected to violence, let alone at the hands of their own son. It's a horrible tragedy that should engender empathy and compassion from everyone in our country, period. Like, these are, like, not the biggest signs of fracture, but you need to understand it as, like, the beginnings of something. Like, what has held the Republican coalition together behind Donald Trump has been that they see it in their best interest politically to back Donald Trump. And what you're seeing here with independent statements from different members of Congress who are and have been MAGA in the past, what you're seeing is these people coming to the conclusion that being behind Donald Trump, that's not serving their political interests anymore. That's not serving them politically, which indicates that the break in the Republican Party is real and it's big. Okay? Now, let's take another look here. Here's Jack Posobiec. Libs are trying to community note this with Trump's post. Where's the celebration in Trump's post? He isn't celebrating, he is warning. How the fuck does Trump know why Reiner's son killed him? As a 3-time Trump voter, his comment disgusts me. Like, dude voted for Trump 3 times, and even he's going like, nah, I'm done. Here's Sage Steele. This tweet is so disappointing and so unnecessary. It's comments like this to take away from the countless great things real Donald Trump does for America. And like, yeah, they think it's bad. You know? Latzia, yes, we should be worried about what comes after the death of MAGA, and that is precisely why one of the things we need to do, and we need to push our politicians to do, is to not make the same mistake that they made last time after the Trump presidency was done, which is not hold anyone accountable. We need to hold everyone that enabled this accountable. We need to like prosecute all ICE agents. We need to dismantle ICE. We need to like make sure that we prosecute Donald Trump. And if we are unable to get a like conviction, then we need to hand him over to the Hague. Like, we need to like make sure that there is an accountability here. Like, part of the reconstruction that needs to happen in the wake of Donald Trump and MAGA is a meticulous deconstruction of all of the systemic failures that made MAGA possible in the first place. Okay? So that's kind of my stance. Aye, Captain. I'll be at my local Dem meeting in February. First quarterly meeting here. Latvia, fuck yeah. Let's get out there and let's do some shit. I'm so proud of you guys when you guys get involved. It's genuinely really inspiring. I mean, like, guys, you're even getting Autism Capital, like, one of the worst accounts on Twitter. Rare Trump L. This seems cruel and unnecessary. Like, I don't know, guys. I'm genuinely... Here's Gad Sad. I fully understand that Mr. Reiner was unhinged in his delusional hatred of POTUS, but I think that it might have been best to simply say RIP or nothing at all. Believe me, I am all for the honey badger mindset. Like, even these people who are like, I normally love liberal tears, but like, this is insane. And this, you might be like, well, okay, Jack, that's a bunch of Twitter users. Surely institutional Republicans aren't calling him out. Like, we got a couple members of Congress. Guys, the National Review wrote a rebuke of Donald Trump. Trump's appalling Reiner reaction is a sign of something deeply wrong. For those of you who don't know, National Review is one of the most conservative outlets in the country that can still call itself even remotely mainstream. On the menu today, yes, we must talk about what President Trump posted on Truth Social about the brutal murders of Rob Reiner and his wife, Michelle Singer Reiner, and how Trump doubled down when asked about it Monday afternoon. We must talk about it because a lot of Americans are embarrassed by the president and for the president, and a whole lot of Americans would prefer to avert their eyes and pretend it didn't happen, but it did happen. We must talk about it because there are some Americans still so blinded by partisan animus and cult-like loyalty that their first instinct will be to defend the president's remarks. We will never become a better or more united country if we cannot point to indecent actions taken and statements made by those we agree with politically and say, this is wrong. This is something that decent human beings do not do. You must be better than this. Earlier this year, we went through a terrible trauma of watching Charlie Kirk get murdered right before our eyes if you were unlucky enough to encounter the unedited video. And then we got the second wave of horror watching lots of ordinary progressive Americans celebrate his death or attempt to justify his murder. Small acts of utterly unjustifiable and unnecessary cruelty. If you are bothered by the social media postings of random unknown Americans but are willing to bend over backwards to excuse or justify the comments from the president, then you are a hypocrite of the highest order. Like, I'm sorry, but like the fact that National Review is putting this out there is fucking nuts. And not only that, Donald Trump, stark raving maniac. The president of the United States is a hateful, raging lunatic with all the empathy of Jeffrey Dahmer. Legendary Hollywood director Rob Reiner and his wife Michelle Singer Reiner were found dead in their Brentwood home on Sunday. Los Angeles Police Chief Jim McDonnell said that officers responded to Reiner's home at around 3:40 p.m. The couple's son, Nick Reiner, was found in South Los Angeles near USC, about 15 miles from the scene of the stabbing, and arrested at 9:15 p.m. The LA Times reported that the Reiners had injuries consistent with being stabbed, and that a family friend had said that Nick Reiner, who had struggled with addiction for years, was living in a guest house on his parents' property, and his mother had become increasingly concerned about his mental health in recent weeks. It's just about the saddest thing imaginable. And here's how the president responded Monday morning, and we'll spare you reading it again. Now the president of the United States does not need to weigh in on every murder in the country, even the shocking double murder involving a celebrity. The president had the option of writing nothing and raging about Reiner's alleged past transgressions privately. He also had the option of issuing some brief but appropriate statement. Despite our past disagreements, I am shocked to hear about the terrible deaths of the Reiners. I offer my condolences to their friends and family, etc. Instead, the man who currently has access to the nuclear button chose to characterize Reiner as unsuccessful and attributed his being stabbed to death as a criticism attributed his being stabbed to death to his criticism of Trump. The president suggested that Rob Reiner had driven his own son and murderer crazy, and in some ways implied that the Reiners had gotten what they deserved.
When I meet the small-fingered man, I will go up to him and say, "Hello, I am a fan of Rob Reiner. You killed my father, prepare to die,
I fucking love The Princess Bride, man. It still hurts my heart to talk about this story. It breaks my heart. I grew up watching that movie on VHS. At some point in the past, my parents had recorded it on a VHS tape off of television. So I still remember when I watch it now where all of the commercial breaks were. and I still find it a bit weird because I watched like the made for TV, not made for TV, the like TV edit, which was slightly different from the full edit. But I remember like the commercials that were in there, and like it the weird little audio quirks, and like it's just one of my favorite movies of all time. It's just so good. And by the way, the book is also very good. I would recommend you guys read the book. It's very fun. And then yesterday at the White House, when asked about his appalling reaction, the president chose to double down on it. Mr. President, a number of Republicans have denounced your statement on Truth Social after the murder of Rob Reiner. Do you stand by that post? Well, I wasn't a fan of his at all. He was a deranged person as far as Trump is concerned. Like, he's fucking talking about himself in the fucking third person, guys. Like, I'm sorry, if you're a conservative and you encounter someone who's just constantly talks about themselves in the third person, you would rightfully think that person is fucking not all there in the head. Okay? It's crazy. Yeah, he's talking about himself like he's a goddamn Muppet on Sesame Street. Or George Costanza from Seinfeld. He said he knew it was false. In fact, it's the exact opposite, that I was a friend of Russia controlled by Russia. You know, it was the Russia hoax. He was one of the people behind it. I think he hurt himself in career-wise. He became like a deranged person. Trump derangement syndrome. So I was not a fan of Rob Reiner at all in any way, shape, or form. I thought he was very bad for our country. Like, that's not an answer to the question you were asked either, Mr. I'm going to refer to myself in the third person as president on the world stage. It's because he's like he's circling the drain mentally. He's fucking gone. You know, Rob Reiner did just get stabbed to death alongside his wife by his own son. Most ordinary human beings could put aside their past differences for half a minute to express some sadness at his bloody murder. The president is incapable of doing that. I'll let you decide whether the term psychopath or sociopath better describes the president's actions. On some level, we always knew the president was a nut of some kind, obsessed with grievances, vindictive and prone to posting late-night tirades on social media, uninterested in details, erratic, impulsive, spiteful, but he fights. You can't run a company that enjoyed a wildly lucrative role conducting financial transactions among criminals, terrorist groups, and hostile states, and this president will pardon you, believing anything he's told you about how Joe Biden prosecuted him because he hated crypto. Or you can run a massive cocaine smuggling operation while being the president of a South American country, and this president will pardon you too, because he'll believe anything he's told about how your successful prosecution was a witch hunt. This president cannot discern moral right and wrong through a person's actions like a normal human being. Donald Trump's entire worldview of whether someone is a good person or a bad person depends entirely on whether that person offers praise or criticism of Trump. That, and also whether he views them as like an extension of himself, right? Like, if there's someone who like runs a scam or a scheme on a wide scale, he views that person as very successful and cool and wants to ingratiate himself with them, right? Like, that's his MO. He thinks power and the ability to manipulate and abuse others is cool. It's why he was friends with Jeffrey Epstein for over a decade. Best friends. But we'll get back to that. This is, I suspect, this is the person who runs the executive branch of the US government, and this is a formula for disaster. This is, I suspect, a factor in why the Trump administration is so friendly to the likes of Xi Jinping, and endlessly patient with Vladimir Putin, while sneering with contempt about leaders of European democracies. Trump does not see anything inherently morally objectionable about a brutal autocrat with a long history of egregious human rights abuses, but he will never forget or forgive a European leader who uttered a critical word in Le Monde. God. You can prefer the president's policies. You can say you're happy you voted for him over Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, or Kamala Harris. What you can't say is that Donald Trump is a good and decent human being. You can claim we've always known this, but there are Americans out there who have managed to convince themselves otherwise, just as there are Americans who've managed to convince themselves that Trump is a good Christian. Let us point out that the president is 79 years, 6 months, and 3 days old today. That's how old Joe Biden was in May of 2022. The White House and a lot of Trump fans did not like the New York Times article in late November that noted Trump keeps getting it keeps a shorter public schedule than he used to. Most of his public appearances fall between noon and 5 p.m. on average, and when he is in public, occasionally his battery shows signs of wear. Yes, Trump appears before reporters and answers questions way more frequently than Joe Biden did, and that's an unalloyed good thing. Yes, he has way more energy than Biden did at that age, but let's face it, that's not exactly the highest bar to clear. But elderly men sometimes get crankier and angrier the more prone to outbursts. Trump's fan base would like to believe he's immune to the effects of age and that in the years to come he's going to be what Biden never could be, an effective octogenarian president. Some people out there are going to argue that what the president says about a slain Hollywood director is not worth criticism, and it certainly isn't worth a whole newsletter's coverage. But all of the things a president must do in a day, a week, a month, a year, this is one of the easiest tasks. Temporarily put your sense of grievance and rage aside and make appropriate remarks and demonstrate basic human empathy. The guy who can't feel empathy for the Reiners being stabbed to death by their son is also not going to feel empathy for the people who contend the cost of living is still high, which is why the president keeps running around insisting the word affordability is a Democratic hoax and that Americans are living in a golden age. This is why his approval rating on the economy hit 31%. There are far-reaching consequences of having a president who is emotionally broken. Finally, this is another edition of the newsletter where a decent number of people will be much angrier at me for noticing what the president said and did than they will be at the president for what he said and did. Addendum, as of this writing, the perpetrator of the mass shooting at Brown University Saturday afternoon has not yet been caught. We've grown painfully used to mass shootings in this country, but we have not grown used to the perpetrators escaping without a trace, never encountering any cop, campus security guard, or an armed citizen. Over at the other Washington publication, I was asked how a Ivy League college campus can have more than 800 security cameras and yet somehow not have any good footage of the shooter. The failure of the university's system of surveillance cameras to generate more useful leads is a frustrating and infuriating wrinkle in an already frightening situation, and it raises the question, if a network of security cameras can't offer much help in a situation like this, why do we have them in the first place? The commenters over there, so far, largely believe this is a matter of Rhode Island not having enough gun control laws. The FBI has released more photos of the perpetrator, but those are not particularly illuminating images. And I just have to say, again, as a newsletter from the National Review, I want to say that this is another indicator that he is broken and like the Republican coalition is broken. National Review is one of the most in the bag publications for Donald Trump. And not only that, we're not done with this segment yet. So here's Rand Paul talking about the push for mid-decade redistricting that, Donald Trump explicitly pushed for.
Districting. President Trump is threatening to primary, as you know, all of the Indiana lawmakers who voted against his redistricting plan, the new map that would have benefited Republicans. Do you support Republicans trying to redraw maps mid-decade?
It's this escalation on both sides. Both sides are doing it, and so is one side going to sit quietly and not do it? You can argue who started it, but I do think
it was Donald Trump. Donald Trump pushed the redistricting effort to shore up seats in Congress to try and maintain a Republican majority. That's who started it, at least in this particular round.
this, and this is on the negative aspect of both parties doing this, I think that it's going to lead to more civil tension and possibly more violence in our country. Because think about it, if 35% of Texas is Democrat, solidly Democrat, and they have zero representation, or like in my state, we're a very Republican state, but we have one Democrat area in Louisville, and we have a Democrat congressman. We could carve up Louisville and get rid of that one congressman, but how does that make Democrats feel? I think it makes them feel like they're not represented, and so I don't know. I think it's bad, but it's really not one party or the other doing it. It's both parties have been doing it since the beginning of time. But in general, when it becomes so extreme, like if California has no Republican representatives after this is done, or has one left, I think that makes people so dissatisfied they think, well, the electoral process isn't working anymore. Maybe we have to resort to other means. And I don't want that. And I think both parties it could happen to. But I think we need to be aware of and think about that before we do all of this.
And by the way, I just want to say, I agree with him on this. Gerrymandering destroys faith in civic ability to
If
participate.
only this could lead to criminal tension instead of civil.
Indeed, Sake Tanuki. Nekosaurus, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Hello, Zula Goetia. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Come on in. Folks, go follow Nekosaurus. Excellent content creator, excellent organizer. Let's go. Now, I want to say something that I've rarely said before. I agree with Rand Paul. You know, when you do gerrymandering, it destroys faith in our electoral system. And it makes people who already feel pretty powerless feel even more powerless. It disincentivizes engaging in the system. And our system only works when we engage with it, right? And, like, I don't agree with him when he says both parties are doing it. Like, the entire premise of, civil rights protections vis-a-vis, like, the Voting Rights Act was to prevent redistricting specifically along racial lines, which is what a lot of these states that have been looking at redistricting in favor of conservatives, they're relying on redistricting along racial lines, right? And the Voting Rights Act was supposed to bar that, but the Supreme Court essentially looked at new arguments and said, well, it's been a while, people aren't racist anymore, no one sees race anymore, and obviously the states won't gerrymander along racial lines. And of course, now they're gerrymandering along racial lines in the South. And that's a huge problem. And it's one we're going to have to fix when we address fixing the court. When we address making sure that this court can actually function and maintain the rule of law.
I have to follow up with you because what you're saying is very significant. You're saying that you are concerned redistricting could lead to more political violence?
I'm concerned if there are no representatives, like no Republican representatives in California or no Democrats in Texas, that it will be so thoroughly one-sided that people will feel like their vote isn't counting. And so I think it's a mistake. But I'm not saying it's a mistake of the Republicans. I'm saying it's a mistake of both parties. And I don't know exactly how we de-escalate this, because once, Texas is done and changed 5 seats to be more Republican, California's going to do the same thing. And it's back and forth and back and forth. And how do you put the genie back in the box? I mean, how do you get back to detente? I mean, how do you do something better? But I think there is the potential that when people have no representation, that they feel disenfranchised, that it can lead and might lead to violence in our country.
All right, restricting.
It's true. But also keep in mind, Rand Paul is breaking from Donald Trump here as well, which is maybe less surprising than some people might think. But taken all together, we have a number of folks in Congress breaking from Donald Trump, essentially criticizing his ideas openly, saying that what he's doing is monstrous, getting out of Congress, refusing to run again. And on top of that, there's a ticking time bomb. Deadline for Justice Department to release Epstein files looms. Here's where things stand. By Friday, December 19th, Attorney General Pam Bondi must make the investigation into convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein publicly available in a searchable and downloadable format per the Epstein Transparency Act signed into law by President Donald Trump last month. The scope included in the scope of what must be made public are documents relating to Epstein's longtime confidant and former girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell, who is currently serving out a 20-year prison sentence for luring girls to be abused by Epstein over the course of a decade. Also, just want to add, Maxwell also engaged in abusing underage girls sexually. So she's also a sexual predator. Epstein, who himself pled guilty in 2008 to one count of soliciting prostitution and one count of soliciting prostitution from someone under the age of 18, died by suicide in a New York City jail cell while awaiting trial. It's unclear when exactly the records will be released and if the files will all be shared together. And I'm just going to say here, this is a goddamn time bomb. This is going to be one of those things. It's why earlier in stream when we talked about Donald Trump running a blockade of Venezuela, one of the concerns was that on Friday, December 19th, when these files go up, he might begin military operations against Venezuela as a way to try and deflect from the story. It's
Ghislaine doesn't feel right. Asterisk 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 Lane sounds more fitting.
it does, but also I'm trying to be sensitive to the nature of the story. Wasn't it supposed to be on Friday? That's what I'm saying. They're releasing the documents on Friday. They are legally required to, by law, release them on Friday. And Donald Trump is, I think it might be partly why he's so cranky. It might be partly why he's posting, like, nonstop. He might be quite worried about what is going to come out later this week. And of course, we have to talk about how the Democrats are handling this. And
people are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
Chuck Schumer has a poor choice of words. Here we go.
President Trump, what are you trying to hide? President Trump, what are you trying to hide? That's the question the American people are asking.
Rest.
Now, over the past few weeks, Senate Democrats, including my colleagues here with me, have been preparing for every scenario. We're working with the victims' attorneys. We're working with legal experts. We're working with people very familiar with this case to ensure full compliance of the law. If the administration withholds some documents unlawfully, we will know. If they abuse narrow exemptions to hide the truth, we will know. And there will be serious legal and political consequences. This law passed with near unanimous support. The survivors deserve the truth, and the American people are demanding it. This isn't political. Democrats and
people are what? Earlier in the year when people were protesting in Washington D.C., Chuck Schumer came out and instead of saying people are really angry, he said
people are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
Like, just goddamn, what a weirdo.
Republicans agree. The American people deserve the truth.
I'm so worried these guys are going to fumble the bag. I mean, I have zero faith in Chuck Schumer to do anything right, but I think other members of Congress are going to pick up the ball and run for it. I'm looking at you, Bernie.
So, Donald Trump, release the Epstein files. Stop hiding. Stop delaying. Come clean with the American people. And if you don't, the question will only get louder and louder and louder. Trump, what the hell are you trying to hide? Senator Wyden's done great work on the financial end of this and has been a great member of our team. Ron.
Thank
oh,
you.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, go ahead. No, Amy, you go first.
Now, please.
Amy goes next.
Go. You're closer to the microphone.
Thank my colleagues, and there are two cover-ups that need.
Can I just say, like, holy shit, these people are old. Like, no disrespect intended, but like, can we muster like a little bit of that arousal that Chuck Schumer talked about earlier this year? You know, like,
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
get like the president of the United States within days might be outed as a goddamn predatory pedophile, and like you guys are just like, and you know what is Donald Trump hiding? We don't know. He was only best friends with the most infamous child sex trafficker of all time. What is he trying to hide? Release the files. Like, come on. Like, come on. Like, speak with a little bit of passion in your voice. You don't need to be, like, yelling. You don't need to be pounding the podium. But, like, speak with, like, some goddamn conviction.
To be discussed this morning. The first involves the Department of Justice, and that is urgent business that we're focused on this week. The second cover-up is being conducted by the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, and it deals with the financial aspects of how the sex trafficking came to be. So let's talk about them.
Like, the thing is, this guy is conveying some, like, critical information, right? Which is that Scott Bessent has been sitting on financial information around the sex trafficking for literally the entire time he's been in power. And Democrats have been trying to get those
A real
records.
leader would call him a child fucker to his face and ask him how many he needed to violate to fill the empty hole left in him because his dad hated him.
I mean, I would settle for, like, at least half of that, you know? But thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Like, the decorum around Donald Trump, a man with zero decorum, I don't understand it. But also, like, this guy is conveying important information that the Trump administration has just sat on regarding, like, how Jeffrey Epstein moved money around to move girls around. And, like, this is how he delivers that information.
One at a time. First, as Senator Schumer said, there's good reason to be skeptical of whatever spin the Trump administration puts out on Friday. Here's why. This wouldn't be the first time Bondi tried to trick the public with a binder full of chicken feed. That's what she did back in the spring, which infuriated MAGA voters, who took Trump and his cronies at their word that they'd release the files. Second, the cushy treatment by the Trump administration of Ms. Maxwell is totally unacceptable. She was right at the heart of the most notorious sex trafficking ring in modern American history. Despite that, Donald Trump himself said a pardon for Maxwell is on the table. Third, the Trump administration.
Yeah, honestly, like, why? Like, I'm sorry, if you're MAGA and you're not asking yourself, why is Donald Trump open to pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell? Why would he do that? Why on earth would he be remotely interested in that? She's raped children. Like, she helped traffic and groom the children. And, like, Donald Trump is open to pardoning her? That alone should have been the moment where every single member of the MAGA movement knew for 100% certain that Donald Trump is implicated in all this shit, all of the worst of it. They ate that propaganda right up. They definitely did. It's crazy.
Administration did assign hundreds of FBI agents to look at the Epstein file, but it wasn't to hunt down any more pedophiles. It was really to comb through the files for Donald Trump's name. Why? To protect him from public scrutiny. From the beginning, that's what they focused on with respect to Epstein. So Trump and Bondi do not deserve the benefit of the doubt. Second...
Wait, it's just Besant? Besant? That's stupid. He's not French? That's stupid.
We need to look at what Scott Bessent and the Treasury...
God damn it, I've been saying it wrong for like a whole year.
Department is up to here.
It just looks like it should be pronounced Besant.
They've got another massive set of Epstein files.
All of their ties are off center. None of them care about presenting themselves for this.
It is a critical fight for transparency and to find out how this horrendous sex trafficking operation was funded. For nearly 4 years, Finance Committee investigators have been on this, and we have been following the money. And to do that, you've got to get access at the Treasury Department.
Look, I've been playing too much Expedition 33, all right? I'm pronouncing everything Frosh.
To the records that we have seen. The staff of major Republicans have seen them, and in the file is made up of thousands and thousands of bank documents. And my investigators say that it is a financial roadmap into how Epstein hurt so many families. It shows who was paying Epstein and where his money was going. It shows what banks enabled his trafficking despite evidence of money laundering and despite the knowledge that he was a sex offender. It shows payments that look like the result of blackmail. It shows big outflows of money to Eastern Europe, Turkey, and Russia.
That is true. I do like the blue of his suit and the purple of his sweater. But the tie is unforgivably off-center.
And it includes the names of women and girls. My investigators saw a large portion of these records in 2024 under the Biden administration, but the Trump administration is denying us the file today. It's important for the American people.
Yeah, no, the money trail is super important because we don't exactly know where Jeffrey Epstein got his money. And there has been speculation that a huge way that Donald Trump was involved with Epstein was in either providing funds directly for his operations or in helping funnel money to Jeffrey Epstein and his operations. And that could be exactly what Donald Trump does not want to have get out. Because, you know, he might be right that he didn't do anything to anyone underage. But he might very well have funded the man who trafficked those girls. And I guess we'll find out later this week.
People to find out how all of this was financed, and that means getting our hands on the file to investigate further. The Secretary of Treasury, Mr. Bessent, has refused now multiple times to hand it over to our investigators. Ridiculous excuses, again and again. So we have introduced legislation to compel him to turn this over to Senate investigators. And I will tell you that Epstein survivors are already filing suit, against banks because they think that this information is so critical to finding out how they were exploited. So it is time for the stonewalling to end. That's why I so appreciate what my colleagues have done to get this information out on Friday, and the administration is required by law to release the Epstein files at DOJ I'm here to say it's got to be done at the Treasury Department as well, because we find in America, you capture corruption by following the money. And that's what was so critical at this point to the second investigation. Thank you, Leader Schumer, and I thank my colleague, Senator Klobuchar. He's been working very well on this, and we appreciate it.
I think that's about enough for what our purpose is here. So all told, Donald Trump is already losing support. If there is anything at all that comes out of these Epstein documents that ties Donald Trump to Jeffrey Epstein in a way that is damning or even slightly damning, people are going to start jumping ship. They're going to start getting the fuck out of Dodge, like a real kind of way. And I'm hoping that we just see a complete implosion and cratering of his support, and we see enough motivation behind an impeachment attempt. So we'll see exactly what happens. It's not damning already. I mean, in my mind, of course it's damning already, but like, there needs to be evidence that connects him, not just implication, not just innuendo, not just like some strings to put together. Like, this is where this document dump is where we could actually find the the drill that will pierce through all the bullshit. So we'll see. Because there's one line for MAGA, and it seems to be around the Epstein stuff. It's why Republicans earlier this year all voted in favor of releasing these documents after months of Speaker Mike Johnson refusing to bring the bill to the floor. Like, this was blocked in Congress, and they had to use like a special arcane law to introduce it, to bring it to the floor for a vote. And then none of the Republicans, they weighed their options. I guess one Republican voted against it, but they weighed their options and they said, our loyalty to Trump or looking as bad as it's going to look for us to vote against this. And they chose their own political safety over Donald Trump's. And, well, I think that indicates where things stand on this particular thing. Marjorie Taylor Greene is still a fucking nutcase. True. But like, she's absolutely a nutcase. She's not a good person. But she's leaving Congress, and she's their number one fundraiser in Congress. She's leaving rather than continue to be associated with this administration. And that is like no that's not a good thing for her character, but it indicates that her self-interest means that she's going to take a step back and watch this entire Republican administration burn. And she's hoping she can then step back in later, I'm sure. But we're seeing the splintering of the coalition, and I think that is unambiguously a good thing, and I'm hoping that when these documents release, we see the breaking of it.
We have to strap the rats to the sinking ship. Bully the GOP back to going down with Trump.
Honestly, most of them are going to go down with Trump. We'll see. The mental image of just strapping the rats to the ship. Damn. I think her desire is to start a career as an influencer. I don't think so. I think she's going to get back into politics in like a couple years. Give her post 2028. Maybe she'll even run for something in 2028, but she's skipping out on the midterms because they are going to be a bloodbath. So, all that being said, I find this entire situation fascinating, horrible, um, a whole wide range of things, but like I don't know, that National Review piece really caught me by surprise. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs, and we'll check that link out in a second. But if you guys got anything out of this, hit the like button. Let me know what you think down in the comments. Comments longer than 8 words really help out the show. Hit the subscribe button, and also please consider getting involved with your local Dems. Radicalize them. Get involved with your local DSA. Make it more effective. Join our Discord. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. Reach out to Gamergy for help with your local DSA. Do the things. Do the things. Get involved, because this is how we build power, and this is how we stop these fucks, and this is how we hold them accountable. So do the shit. We all need to do our part. And finally, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. It is a non-tuck lingerie line, and we also tested it with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. Check it out. Link down in the doobly-doo, and I will see you all next time. Now, what is this link? Show me. Fuck, I need to play this on stream sometime. I remember when this came out. It was such a good vibe. Ozark Socialist! Yo, folks, go check out the Morby events in the Discord. We've got a bunch of folks planning movie events. We're gonna, like, watch some chill films. You wanna, like, hang out and watch some amazing movies. I believe Wickmas is one of the events. Yes! We got a Happy Jonica and a Merry Wickmas. It's gonna be a John Wick movie marathon. Well, I mean, chill action movies. I find action movies chill. So, if that sounds interesting, join the Discord and check out when those are scheduled. We've got ourselves a fun little movie corner for movie lovers. Shadow the Hedgehog's Human Sona. I hate that. You put that thought back in your mind. Ooh, and a Fast and Furious marathon for New Year's Eve and Christmas Day? Or New Year's Eve and Day? That sounds great. Hell yeah. Lucas Pope, what a goddamn talent. Okay, I think I need to stop prepping quite so much content, because I have a wealth of content, and perhaps I have too much content. Oops. I'm making the Fast and Furious marathon a tradition? Hell yeah. I'll at some point also be watching Santa Claus versus the Devil. Might not be exactly on Christmas, but I think we'll stream that on stream. It should be really fun. And also, I'm not exactly sure when, but I think after I start my break, we'll do a special stream for the 4th Star Trek film in our fan film series. I'm so excited. Jack is too contented. I am. The Smooch Boys movie, indeed. Wickmas is an event. John Wick? The action hero, Keanu Reeves? I'm sorry, Dithron. We do need to trim down the channels. Part of the issue is a bunch of people have been requesting channels and then not using them. So we need to figure out a way to like get channels that folks will actually use. Oh, I mean this. Oh, Santa Claus versus the devil. Yes, that does have Merlin and the creepy lips. I think it's funny. Star Trek: The Journey Home. Hell yeah. Is that the one with the whales? I forget. Maybe some shorter games during the would be a good idea. Clair Obscur is great, but it's long. True. I do think there are some games that I can play, and maybe I'll just do like some gaming streams during the break. Try out some other stuff. The Voyage Home, that sounds more correct. Are you talking about the Discord? Can then we get a plant channel where I can post pics of my precious plant children? You know, that sounds like a great idea. Like we could make like a gardening, maybe like a gardening one. What about Streets of Rage 4? Nah, look, let me just take a look at some of my backlog that I really want to get to. Oh, God. Folks, also, we've been going for over 7 hours. If you guys have enjoyed the stream, here's a little sign to let you know what to do. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the 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 button. Excellent. So I have a bunch of games that I want to play, and I think maybe the winter break would be an excellent opportunity to try some of them out. Also, Salmon Moose, thank you for Dogpile. I definitely want to try this one out. This one looks delightful. I also want to try out Crypt Master, which is basically a typing of the dead kind of game, which seems really fun. And I want to play Routine, which just looks really neat. I also want to play Twin Mirror.
It's crazy how few people have played Chrono Trigger despite it being about 13 hours to beat and 15 to 100%. Why didn't Square ever reuse dual and triple techs?
God, Sake, did they ever fix the issues with the PC port of Chrono Trigger? Because part of the issue that I ran into with trying to get through Chrono Trigger was I ran into like a number of bugs, and I got frustrated. If they fixed those, I'd be willing to give that another shot. Sorta. Cool. Stable, but not as good as the GBA port. Ugh, fuck. Well, I'll still play it anyway. To a T is another one that I really want to play. It just looks really delightful. There are a bunch of video games I'd really like to play. So we'll see what's up. We'll see what's up. Folks, I really want to play Maple Forest. Everyone wants to play Maple Forest. It looks delightful. To a T is really cute, but it's definitely made for kids. You know, that could be fun though. I might be into that. That might be like a vibe for me. Oh, you know what I could do over break? Ooh, I could also play Dispatch. It could be finally the time I play Dispatch. I fucking love Dispatch. Hell yeah. I think there's a lot of games. I'm really excited at the prospect of actually being able to play video games. Knights of the Old Republic. How long does it take to beat Knights of the Old Republic? Ugh, 25 hours minimum? We might not be able to do KOTOR, sadly. Play Contradictions? Maybe. I'm thinking like I wanna aim for games that are maybe like 6 to 8 hours. With like a top out of like 10 maybe? Still Wakes the Deep I know we could do. Maybe I'll make like a list of some shorter games we could play. You did it in 8 hours before, but I was skipping dialogue. Oh, we can't do that. We can't skip the dialogue. Did I see they're bringing Star Wars Racing back? I did indeed. Maybe we'll try Slay the Princess. Ooh, we could play The Captain. The Captain was really fucking fun. Well, maybe we could do some, like, adventure games? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, I'm so hype. I'm so fucking hype. Let's do some adventure games. What's this? I don't think I can do this one. um, I do want to say though, uh, I have a handful of adventure games I've been meaning to play on stream for a while. The Captain is really fun. It's really cool. I want to play Return to Monkey Island. I want to like, oh god, there are so many good games. So many good fucking games. What's the game Baby Steps? I've been wanting to check that one out. Check out the Runaway series of point and clicks. Ooh, that could be cool. I do really like point and click adventure games on stream. I know it doesn't bring in like viewers, but like I don't give a fuck. If we're doing relaxing streams and I've already got politics content going up on YouTube, I don't. We can relax. I'm excited. Point and click would probably be fast on stream too. Yeah. I don't know. Just a humble country streamer. Beep boop. Okay. Anyway, folks, I'm off. I'm gonna go sleep now. It's almost 4 o'clock in the morning. And I am exhausted.
Return to Monkey Island is also amazing. The premise is Guybrush relating an adventure to his son.
Yeah, Sake, that pick is actually inspired by you because you reminded me that that game exists. Hello, King of the Earth. Simple question. In Genesis chapter 10, verses 3 through 5, Moses said, the Ashkenazi are islanders. The question is, are the European invaders of Palestine truly the islanders? Moses claims. Moses didn't know what a European was. So, there you go. Hopefully, that helps you. Do-do. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba. Okay, but King of the Earth, counterpoint. I don't give a fuck what Moses said. Counterpoint. Irrelevant to me and my interests. And also to whatever is fucking happening geopolitically right now. So, like, oh, okay. It's fine. You can think what you want. But, like, I don't know. Maybe get your opinions by critical thinking instead of getting them spoon-fed to you by a book that's thousands of years out of date. I don't know. Anyway, bye everybody!
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
Yes, we have to deny so many claims per month to meet our shareholders' expectations.
including children, have lost their health insurance.
What's so frustrating is that politicians have spent decades, saying they recognize the problem and they make promises to do something, and then almost nothing happens.
You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie. We keep them all busy paying their fines. In the epiphany, light up the spark. You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't
Seniors
wear a tie.
are the fastest growing segment of the homeless population.
And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets some motivation to look up to the 1% and say,
now they're looking at your posts. They're looking at
your anger, and they're moving to apprehend those who say something in anger.
Increasingly by choice or by accident, this is the role our nation has taken, the role of those who make peaceful revolution impossible by refusing to give up the privileges and the pleasures that come from the immense profits of overseas investments